I like this game too much, so I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite commanders, Noyan Royal Shaper. Noyan is a 5 mana 4/4 legendary merfolk ally. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you can put 3+1/+1 counters on target land you control, and if you do, that land becomes a 0/0 elemental creature with haste. Lots of cool strategies you can do with Noindar. A very classic one is to play him at the helm of a Notorious controlled strategy where you are just doing the resource accumulation, remove stuff, counter game ending spells. And if you put Noindar into play anytime during that window, you can accumulate counters on the land, preferably a land with indestructible. And after the board gets kind of out of control for a bit, you wipe the board and you're left with a very big indestructible creature, and you can use that to finish the game. You can also use Noindar to turn lands into creatures and then target those creatures with clone spells in order to make copies of those lands. That's also a very, very fun and cool janky strategy if that's something that you're into. There has been articles made on that type of strategy. However, I found that that's kind of not for me, so most of the ways I'll be talking about Noindar would be the way that I prefer to play him, which is a very middling spell slingery, make big lands and attack, right? Kind of strategy. Alright, starting with the first card here, Archmage of Runes, 3 blue blue for a 3/6. Instant sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, draw a card. This is a dream combination of text box for any spell slinger deck. Discounting spells is obscenely powerful. Drawing cards when you cast a spell, obscenely powerful. So, on first glance, Archmage of Runes is kind of like a match made in heaven for Noindar, right? Especially because Archmage rewards you for casting a high quantity of spells and enables you to do so, and Noindar rewards you for casting high quantity of spells, right? Because his trigger is operates based on the number of spells that you cast. However, Archmage of Runes suffers from having a very, very large threat profile. And by threat profile, I just mean like how scared is your opponent of these cards. Noindar himself actually has a very low threat profile. In order for his ability to really shine, you need a lot of help, right? I have a friend who inspired me to build Noindar with his with the first time that I've seen him play it, and for his deck to pop off, you really need he needed like a mana doubler in play, like a cage stun to have like 20 mana. You need to draw a ton of cards with like a giant Sphinx's Revelation and like uses like mana drain, like really powerful counter spells. And then Noindar becomes a very, very threatening creature, right? That, can end the game. By himself, like you're in Azorius, you don't get to ramp that hard. Um, it's only 3 power and toughness per spell, and like even if you untap with like 8 lands or something, and you cast 8 spells, which is like magical Christmas land pretty much, um, you only get 24 points of power, and that's not enough to kill anybody. So Noindar really is, by today's standards, not a overwhelmingly powerful commander, especially because he doesn't draw cards, he doesn't make mana, etc., right? Not like every commander that's made after 2020. Archmage of Runes kind of flips that on its head. Discounting all your spells is a crazy amount of mana advantage, especially if you combo that with spells that untap your lands like Frantic Surge, Pour Over the Pages. Like, you can very easily just create easily refund his own mana cost in one turn cycle. And drawing you a card every time you cast a spell is also absolutely crazy. Um, like that's just like easily 5+ cards for even just one turn cycle. So Archmage of Runes is kind of like insane. When you drop this card, your opponents are going to want to kill this immediately, and sometimes that is what you want. You want cards that are really big problems that your opponents don't want you to have. However, in the case of Noindar, I think taking advantage of his low threat profile is really important, and playing a card that dramatically ups your that threat profile means that now your opponents are more likely to want to kill you early. Your opponents are going to want to more likely remove your stuff, and I just think that Archmage of Runes ends up being a card where you play this, and if your opponents don't have removal, you kind of just run away with the game. Very similar to cards like Consecrated Sphinx. Um, excuse me. And there are a lot of other blue threats that you could play that are less synergistic, but like they sort of bring the heat to support their threat profile, right? There's a very classic example is Nezahal Primal Tide, um, which also draws you an absolute metric ton of cards, but he can't be countered, and he has a built-in protect mechanism, right? Which means that your opponents, maybe they want to get rid of your Nezahal, but they will have a very difficult time to do so. Similar to a card, another card that's also similar in this vein is Hullbreaker Horror, right? Similarly cannot be countered. Not that relevant, to be honest, at least in my experience. Like, people don't play that many counter spells. However, he also has a built-in protection mechanism, because when you cast the spell, you can return target non-land permanents to his owner's hand, which happens to be himself. It's a valid target. And Archmage of Runes not having those protective qualities means that um, he is just kind of a very win more type card that will let you run away with the game if you're already ahead, or if your opponents aren't packing enough removal. Okay, Soulstone Sanctuary is a land that taps for colorless, and for 4 mana becomes a 3/3 with vigilance and all creature types. This is a very cool card. However, Noyan already permanently turns lands into creatures, so that aspect becomes kind of unimportant. The only thing that you're really paying this premium 4 mana for is really a land with vigilance, because we don't really care about tribes, I think. The rate at that you're getting this for, unfortunately, is too low, which I think makes Social Sanctuary unplayable, or, not quite that good enough. So I'll be giving it a thumbs down. Alright, next card, Enter the Enigma. For a single blue, you get a sorcery that says target creature can be blocked this turn, draw a card. So this type of effect, there's a lot of them in the game, and I actually don't love any of them. The reason being is that, for the most part, when you have Enter the Enigma in your hand, you really want to get rid of it as soon as possible if you're not ready to use it to like knock a player out of the game. When you first untap with Noyan and you maybe have a 3/3 or a 6/6, casting Enter the Enigma to push through like 12 damage is just kind of mid. Especially because the creature that you target probably doesn't have vigilance, so you can't use it to block. The You are probably also going to really annoy the hell out of the player that you just attacked, and maybe um, you can say like, but I'm pressuring my opponents and kind of stuff. I just think it doesn't do enough for that. And when you're not using Enter the Enigma to get through for lethal damage, you just want to cycle this card as soon as possible, because you want to find other stuff to balloon your board state and cast more spells and generate more power toughness. And Enter the Enigma, drawing only one card, is not that great for doing that. Plus, you will often draw Into the Enigma in the early stages of the game, where you really want to throw this away, right? Because that's one of the appeals of a card like this, is that you play it so that when you have a 30/30, you get to knock someone out of the game. And when you don't have a 30/30, this card just quote unquote cycles. But without Noyan in play, cycling Into the Enigma can be difficult, because it requires a creature for you to cycle, and it only draws a card. It gives you no card selection. So a very common problem that playing a Spellslinger commander like Noyan with no intrinsic card draw payoff is that you use all of your card draw, all of your instant sorceries early on, because you need to dig deeper into your deck to find your good cards, and then you just end up drawing a bunch of lands. This is a very common problem that you can end up with when you play a lot of like cantrip type effects like Enter the Enigma. You cast your cantrips early on because Noyan is not in play. You draw either into more cantrips, or you just draw into lands, and then you fizzle. You just end up deadlocked out of nowhere. So Enter the Enigma also doesn't allow you to cycle without creatures in play, which actually can be difficult, right? In a commander game, most likely your opponents are going land on turn 1, land like Arcane Signet on turn 2, right? That type of stuff. And maybe on turn 3 somebody will have a creature, and maybe not, right? Maybe people are ramping even harder after that. So fortunately, I just do not enjoy cards like Enter the Enigma, so I will be giving it a thumbs down. Next up, Valgavoth Slayer is an enchantment land with hexproof that comes in the battlefield tapped, and it makes a color of your choice. So, excuse me, this card is awesome. Hexproof is a keyword that is like probably one of the best protection keyword in Commander, and it comes on a land, which means that when you turn Valgavoth's Lair into a 0/0 elemental with 3+1+1 counters, it inherits that keyword hexproof, which is why this card is displayed here. And for the price of a land that comes in the battlefield tapped, this is really, really worth it. Hexproof is so obscenely powerful, and we already have 3 lands, if I can remember correctly, that comes with Indestructible. One of them is down here, Darksteel Citadel. Hexproof is way better than that. Being having your lands be immune to stupid things like theft, bounce, exile, right? Minus X, targeted at least, is just freaking awesome. So for the purposes of a deck that wants to turn lands into big creatures and attack, Vel'Kovoth Slayer is absolutely amazing. So huge thumbs up for Vel'Kovoth Slayer. I haven't picked up a copy for my deck yet, but I also haven't played Noyan for a while. The next time I do, I will definitely be acquiring a copy of this. Next card, Flood Farm Verge. Is it land? Comes to play untapped, taps for white, and sometimes for blue. This kind of card is generically just pretty awesome, because it makes both of your colors, and it does not come to play tapped. However, I will caution that cards like Flood Farm Verge have a small amount of downside when you are playing in a color combination with blue in it, because there are just a lot of really powerful island synergies that you can take advantage of in blue. Um, One of my favorite cards to cast in a Noyan deck is Flow of Knowledge, which is a 5-mana instant that says draw a card for each island you control, then discard 2 cards. Absolutely crazy rate. If you can cast this with like 6 islands in play, that's already like freaking amazing. And having cards like Flood Farm Verge decreases the number of islands that you have, which actually eats into that. And I would say that if you have the budget to play fetch lands, shock lands, I would actually stay away from these generic duels that fix for both colors. But otherwise, this card is great. If you have one, you can run one. It is a little, it can be a little bit pricey compared to other fixing options that you have. Okay, cool. Next card here, Terra Eternal, 3 mana for an enchantment. All lands are indestructible. This card is absolutely trash. I have no idea why this is 83% of 1237 decks on EDHREC. The ability to give your lands indestructible misses your commander. Your commander is not indestructible. This doesn't give your whole board indestructible. This just gives your lands indestructible, which means that you need to have Noyan in play. Have Noyan in play for a long enough time where you're able to generate a large number of lands, because again, it's all lands are indestructible. If you just want one indestructible land, just play a Darksteel Citadel or play cards that find Darksteel Citadel. So in order for Terra Eternal to really pull its weight, you gotta have Noyan in play and animate a whole bunch of lands, and then all of those lands will have indestructible, which is where you're getting the value from. And then your opponent just casts Toxic Deluge for like X equals to 6, and all of your lands will die anyways. Like, this is just like not a card that I think is remotely worth playing. I know that your commander cares about lands, and this card makes your lands indestructible. I just think it's not worth it. Big thumbs down for this card. You know, maybe someone can let me know why this card is so played, but because I certainly don't know. Next card here, Darksteel Citadel, is an artifact land. Comes to play untapped. It's indestructible and it makes colorless. This card is awesome. It's one of the reasons why Noyan is so cool, is because you get to create an indestructible giant land. Darksteel Citadel, being an artifact land, also comes to play huge sometimes, because you are able to actually tutor for this card if you play something like War of Invention, which is an instant that puts an artifact from your deck into play with mana value X or less. And if you pay for X equal to 0, well, Darksteel Citadel has a mana value of 0, which means that casting War of Invention with just blue allows you to put Darksteel Citadel from your library into play on tap, which is really awesome. You are also able to find Darksteel Citadel with another card. Obviously there are the obvious ones like Expedition Map that straight up search for a land, but there's also Moon Silver Key, I think, something like that. Yeah, Moon Silver Key is a 2-mana artifact that you can pay 1 and a tap to sacrifice to search your library for an artifact card with a mana ability or a basic land. Notably, Darksteel Citadel is an artifact ability with artifact card with a mana ability, so it satisfies the conditions for Moon Silver Key. So really, like, if you want in a Noyan deck, you can pretty much always have access to a land like Darksteel Citadel. There are 2 other copies that are very similar to Darksteel Citadel, one down here, Cascading Cataracts, and there is also one called Razortide Bridge that comes into play tapped when it makes blue or white. So with a high density of like tutors and etc., you really don't need a card like Terra Eternal unless you are thinking that you want to turn like many lands into creatures, which is a big problem, right? Or it's very risky to do in a Noyan deck because you're just asking to die to a board wipe that ignores indestructible. The fact that it taps for colors can be a downside, especially if you play cards that are maybe not as powerful as Archmage of Runes, discount your spells. Sometimes your spells will just cost only colored mana, which means that the colorless from Darksteel Citadel becomes a liability. However, it's indestructible. You don't really want this to be tapped, so you can block. It's well worth the cost. Okay, Planar Outburst, 3 white white, 5 mana for a sorcery, destroy all non-land creatures. I'm going to ignore the Awaken part of the bottom here for now. Destroying all non-land creatures again seems really, really awesome, right? Noyan Dar turns your lands into creatures, and Planar Outburst is a one-sided board wipe because it does not destroy your lands. The problem with this kind of rules text is that if you're planning on turning your lands indestructible anyways with using cards like Darksteel Citadel, um, well, this destroy non-liquid doesn't do anything because your land's indestructible anyways. Also, Noyandar, unfortunately, is not a land, which means that Planar Burst kills Noyandar. That's kind of unacceptable. If you are trying to do, well, I mean, it's not unacceptable, but if you're trying to do powerful stuff in Commander, one of the easiest ways to um, do something powerful is to cast a board wipe that kills all your opponent's stuff but none of yours. There are a lot of cards that actually achieve that goal that are available in Azorius colors. We have white, we have some of the best board wipes in the game at our fingertips. Planar Outburst is just not one of those. For one additional mana, you're casting an overpriced Day of Judgment. Just so that sometimes if you animated an island, you get to keep that. It's just not worth it in my opinion. And maybe it's being played because of the Awaken text down here. This basically says that if you pay a premium, you get to do the Noindar thing of animating a land. Again, like at this rate, 8 mana for a board wipe that kills your Norndar, but it turns one of your lands into a creature and gives 4 counters on it. Unfortunately, that's just not good enough, in my opinion, to be remotely worth considering. So, huge thumbs down for Planar Outburst. Next card, Tomic, Distinguished Advocate, is a 2 mana 2/3 flyer. There's a lot of text on this card that can come up in all sorts of weird situations. The one that I'm going to focus on mostly is the fact that it makes your lands hexproof. Very, very powerful, right? Similar to Valgrival's Lair, I mentioned that hexproof is very, very powerful. At least I think it's very strong. However, and giving it to all of your lands is probably pretty powerful. However, Tomic kind of has a similar issue to Terra Eternal, where Tomic protects your lands, but not your commander, and your commander is kind of a weak point in these sort of strategies, right? Because if your commander is not in play, you don't get to turn lands into big creatures. So Tomic is kind of a card that's only good after you've already established your board state. But it does not stop people from like sort of kneecapping you early on before you've established by just nuking Noindar off the face of the planet. So and I think that unfortunately just makes Tomic a card that's just not worth running enough. There are other utilities, right? It prevents people from using cards like Crucible of Worlds, Ramunap Excavator. It prevents people from using cards like Eternal Witness to regrow their land. Unfortunately, I think those niche use cases are a little too niche to be worth it. Maybe you could play this as like a meta call if you know that your meta has tons of degenerate green players. But for me, it's just not something that I'm interested in. I think I would rather play like a protection spell that's an instant to, trigger Norindar, or, maybe something that's just a little bit better. Also, the fact that Tomic costs white white might make the casting awkward, especially if your deck that indexes heavily into islands. You might not have the mana to cast a double white card and then also cast another white spell on the same turn. So lots of things to consider. I do think this card is pretty cool, but unfortunately it's not something that I want, so I will be giving it a thumbs down. Sacred Ground is a 2-mana enchantment. Whenever a spell and ability your opponent control causes a land to be put into a graveyard, return that land to play. So Sacred Ground is kind of a better version of Terra Eternal for me. Unfortunately, this card does not protect your lands from bounce spells or exile spells, so ultimately I think this is not good enough. And, same problems as before. It does not protect Noindar, so unfortunately I am not interested. Cool card, though. Definitely one of those cards that, if it's going to have a home, it's definitely going to have a home in Noindar. I think that's probably what motivates people to cast cards like Terra Eternal and Sacred Ground, because, these cards don't really have a home, so they find a home in Noindar, but, yeah, not for me, unfortunately. Okay, next card, View from Above. This is a 2-mana instant, 1 in a blue. Target creature gains flying until end of turn. If you control a white permanent, return View from Above to its owner's hand. This card is absolutely insane. It is one of the only reasons, well, not one of the only ones, but it is one of the big reasons why Noindar is awesome, right? View from Above is one of those weird cards that you will never see in another deck, except the Noindar deck. And in Noindar deck, it is absolutely bonkers. Flying, is basically unblockable. If you care about tempo, kind of like make big lands and attack people, flying is really just good enough. You don't need unblockable. You do not need unblockable from Enter the Enigma when you have View from Above. It is just good enough a lot of the times. It is also a spell that you can cast repeatedly, right? If you control a white permanent, which Noyan Dart is a white permanent, it comes back to your hand. So for 2 mana, you can basically start churning through your mana, making making tons of power and toughness, and making those power toughness flying. With View from Above, you can play offensively, right? You can also play defensively because it's an instant. You hold up your mana. You either wait for people to attack, and if they don't, you just blow all your mana to make a bunch of power toughness and untap. You can, on the turn that you need to attack, you cast this on maybe 1 or 2 lands, you make them flying, you hold on to View from Above for later. It's very, very lethal. When you attack somebody with, let's say, like 12, 15 power, 20 power land, if you have View from Above, you can just let them make a decision whether they want to block. If they don't block, maybe you blow all your mana and just make that land into lethal. It's lots of cool play patterns that you can have with View from Above. And this card gets even crazier if you play any ways to discount spells. Turning View from Above from 1 and a blue to a single blue means that now every blue mana that you have is 3 power toughness worth of damage, and that's just like crazy. It's hard to state like the power of repeatable spells. And one of the reasons why repeatable spells is so powerful, similar to what I've said earlier with cards like Enter the Enigma, is that you can replicate effects like View from Above. You just jam your deck full of like cheap cantrips, right? That just like replace themselves. However, because a functional EDH deck has to play a large portion of lands, when you cast a cheap spell that draws a card, very likely that card that you draw isn't a spell, right? Like 30-40% of the time, it's a land, right? Which is kind of a problem. Whereas View from Above, if you have this in your hand, right, you can just cast this infinitely, assuming that Noyan Dart gets kept in play, which is a challenge that we do have to solve. But if you do, View from Above is absolutely bananas. Love this card. You can also target an opponent's creature. If you, let's say you have multiple white permanents in play, you can also target an opponent's creature with View from Above, because one of the ways that you can fizzle it is you destroy or like just remove the target from View from Above, right? So like if you target Noyan Dart with View from Above, somebody kills Noyan Dart response, View from Above fizzles, even if you have a second white permanent. But with but because it says target creature gains flying, you can target a precious creature on an opponent's side of the field, and if your opponent wants to then fizzle View from Above, they then have to kill that creature on your opponent's side of the field, right? Which is something that they may not want to do. Lots of cool play patterns here. Love this card. Alright, next card up is 2 Arms. It's 1 and a white instant. Untap all creatures you control, draw a card. So this card, I think, is pretty cool, but I would only think about this card if your strategy is animating a lot of lands, right? If you have, let's say, like 5 to or like 10 lands animated, God forbid, 2 Arms makes you mana when you cast it, right? And it replaces itself, which is really, really cool. But I think for me, a more stable, more sane strategy is to have only like 1 or 2 lands animated at a time. Ideally, lands like Darksteel Citadel, which means that I think 2 Arms, unfortunately, is just too mediocre. It's very similar to Enter the Enigma, right? Where you aren't really, if you aren't untapping a ton of lands with 2 Arms, it just draws you a card. It basically just says draw a card. Yes, you can use it to untap your creatures to kind of like give them vigilance. I just think that's just not good enough to put into your deck, because again, right, for me, I want cards to be good before I have Noyan Dart in play. I want cards to also be good after Noyan Dart in play. 2 Arms generally falls on the good after Noyan Dart in play category, and it's not that good if you're not like going completely psycho, animating like a ton of lands. Early on, I'm just not happy to pay 2 mana to draw a card, right? Like before Noyan Dart's in play. I think you can do a lot better than that. So unfortunately, I will be giving 2 Arms a thumbs down. There are a ton of cool combo potential you can have this card. I used to have a list where I would flip a Primal Amulet. It turns into a land that makes mana that, like, if you use that mana to cast a spell, it gets copied. I would use that to cast in some combination. I kind of can't remember the specific order now. Narcissus Reversal and 2 Arms. I think that just kind of like makes infinite mana or like infinite cast, something like that, right? So there's like cool combo potential you can have this card, but unfortunately, it is not for me. Alright, next card here, Consuming Tide. 2 blue for sorcery. Each player chooses a non-land permanent they control and bounce the rest. We can ignore the rest of the card text just right there. Each player chooses a non-land permanent they control and bounce the rest to their hand. That's already freaking awesome. In a Noyan deck, if Noindar is on the battlefield and you have animated lands, those lands are exempt from Consuming Tide because they are lands, right? Consuming Tide only bounces no land permanents, which means that this card gives you a crazy amount of tempo advantage. And it's what I talked about with Planar Outburst, right? You can have board wipes that don't kill your Norndar and keep all of your stuff around. Now, obviously, with Consuming Tide, if you do play non-land permanents, like maybe Sacred Ground or Terror Eternal, it loses a lot of value, right? Because you're bouncing your own stuff. However, I think that, for me, a locally quite powerful strategy that I found is to actually play very, very low count of non-land permanents, just so that when Consuming Tide resolves, right, I'm the one who loses basically nothing, and my opponents get tempoed the heck out. Um, and so because of that, I've skewed my own deck building to be very, very heavily instant sorcery focused. For a Spellslinger deck, I think the conventional commander formula is to play permanents that reward you for casting spells, like Archmage of Runes. However, for me, I really try to tone down on that. I think that playing cards, taking advantage of these really pseudo one-sided board wipes like Consuming Tide is worth it. Is worth like not playing a lot of permanents, just so that when these resolve, you get the maximum bang for your buck. I'm a big fan of Consuming Tide, and guess what? There's another sentence afterwards that says, "Then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in hands than you." I have almost never resolved Consuming Tide and not drawn 3 cards in a 4-player game. Like, basically never, right? Most of the time, this draws you 3 or 2 cards. So it's like 4 mana, like soft cyclonic with your opponent. Obviously, they get keep one thing on the battlefield, but for the most part, this card is basically a 4 mana cyclonic rift that draws you 3 cards. I think this card is absolutely crazy, um, and it's really, really worth building around by not putting tons of non-land permanents into your deck. So, this gives 8 million thumbs up for me. Cascading Cataracts, our next card. It is also a land that is indestructible, and it has some mana filtering stuff. This card is basically just another copy of Darksteel Citadel. It is less tutorable because it is not an artifact. However, not being an artifact does also come up, right? It means that when your opponent casts Farewell and they name artifacts, right, you will lose your Darksteel Citadel and be really sad, but Cascading Cataracts you get to keep around. The mana filtering ability can come up, but, in our 2-color deck, it's probably pretty rare. So, I'm going to mostly ignore that line of text. Next card here, Our Revelation, 3 white, white, white. Cost 3 less if there are 10 or more non-land permanents in the battlefield, and destroys all non-land permanents. Our Revelation is a really strong board wipe. However, I think that for my purposes, Noyandar is a commander that I don't want to board wipe, or don't want to sweep away with my board wipes. So I don't like playing with Our Revelation, but this card definitely is very, very powerful, and you can't really go wrong playing this card in your deck. It can be really hard to cast. The triple white, definitely, if your deck is taking advantage of island synergies, you remember me talking about Flood Farm Verge. Triple white can be a challenge, especially if your deck is jam-packed of cards like Darksteel Citadel, like Cascading Cataracts. Triple white could be a problem. It's another consideration why I don't want to run this card, but yeah, the power level is definitely there. Planar Cleansings are one of the most powerful effects, I think, that you could do in EDH. Even if you're taking off some of your own permanents with it, I think these kind of effects are like criminally underplayed, and I always say that people should run more planar cleansings. All right, cool. Here we have top cards. So first here we have Source of Plowshares. I'm just gonna move on. Source of Plow is Plow. If you don't like Plow, don't run Plow, I guess. But I mean, we're a Spellslinger deck. We want to cast cheap spells. There's no reason not to run Plow. So if you can afford one, you should probably run Source of Plowshares. This art is it's cool, I guess. I kind of like the Eternal Masters art with the dude with the sword. But yeah, it's Plow is Plow. Play Plow, I guess. Opt is a single blue. For an instance, grab one, draw a card. So here we get to really talk about cantrips. I love cantrips. I love casting Preordained Ponder, Brainstorm, all these kind of cards. Even though I think for the on the whole, I've not found that people love those cards the same way that I do. Opt, I think, unfortunately, is a type of card that is too low impact for me to want to play on its own. In order for me to like having Opt in my deck, I really need other non-land permanents, sorry, just other permanents in play that reward me for casting spells in order for me to enjoy casting Opt. You know, Noyan qualifies, right? Casting Opt with Noyan in play feels pretty awesome. However, it's just not awesome enough because the card Scrying 1 is a little too small. It only draws you one card. When you want something, when you cast Opt, it's not a you don't really get to sculpt your hand the way that you want to because the card selection is too small. And playing cards like Opt pushes you to play cards like Archmage of Runes, which I don't like. I want my decks to take advantage of cards like Consuming Tide. I don't want Spellslinger payoffs that, cost 4 to 5 mana, that may or may not stick around, just so that my Opt becomes like a juiced up like spell, right? That's like I'm actually happy to cast because like early game when I don't have anything, I don't want to cast an Opt. It just like doesn't do enough, right? So for me, I don't love Opt. So I will be trying my best to not play cards like Opt in my decks. Brainstorm, our next one. Draw 3 cards, put 2 cards back on top. This card is obviously quite a bit better than Opt if your deck is capable of shuffling your deck. If your deck is, or sorry, if you have enough like cards to shuffle your library, then Brainstorm oftentimes just becomes like draw 3, pseudo discard 2, which is pretty cool. However, that deck building requirement can be difficult to meet, and so I will caution you for playing Brainstorm. I actually don't play Brainstorm in my current Noindar list because my deck is focused on the graveyard, and Brainstorm puts the cards back on top. It doesn't put them in the graveyard, so unfortunately, that's just not something that I'm into. But I give Brainstorms a thumbs up. I think it's difficult to make Brainstorm bad unless you don't play fetch lands or uh, you don't have enough search your library effects, which I think most decks have a pretty healthy amount. But if you don't, definitely stay away from Brainstorm. Frantic Surge, 2 and a blue, instant. Draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, untap 3 lands. This card is crazy. The card selection obviously comes at a cost because Frantic Surge is card disadvantage. It is draw 2, discard 2, but you pay the card Frantic Surge itself to get that effect. So be wary. Playing Frantic Surge is not free. It is not always good to play Frantic Surge. Untapping 3 lands means this card basically costs you no mana, and if you have like any lands that tap for multiple mana, or if you have like a High Tide in play, any other mana doubler in play, or if you have a God forbid a Lotus Field in play, holy moly, Frantic Search starts going crazy. Similar if you have a spell discounter, right? Like if you have a card like Archmage of Runes that says instant sorceries that cost 1 less to cast, Frantic Search goes crazy in generating mana. Generating mana is obviously absolutely insane in a Spellslinger deck that wants to cast lots of spells. Um, I like using the graveyard, so Frantic Search value just goes up even higher. I really wish that we could just play like 5 to 10, maybe like 15 Frantic Searches in my decks. Unfortunately, Commander, we cannot. But yeah, absolutely amazing card. Path to Exile. Similar to Source of Plowshares, if you believe in single target removal, you should probably play this card. And if you don't, you don't, right? Not much to talk about here. There's not a lot of cute stuff that we can do with Path to Exile. A lot of people talk about using it to exile their own creature to put a land from their deck into play as like ramp. Yeah, I mean, that's not something that I really value. Counterspell, blue and a blue, instant counter target spell. I actually don't love Counterspell. I think this card is fine. I just think that the combination of double blue and it not giving you any other utility, I just get really bored of casting cards to counterspell, especially if you are a Spellslinger deck that wants to discount their spells. Counterspell being only blue pips means that you actually can't discount this, which is kind of a bummer actually. So I would actually, not enjoy Counterspell very much. But obviously Counterspell is Counterspell. If you feel like you want to play Counterspell, you play Counterspell. So that's basically all I have to say for that. Experimental Augury is 1 in a blue. This card basically says anticipate. Look at top 3, put 1 into your hand, rest on the bottom, but also comes tagged with proliferate. This is very interesting. I never thought that a Noyan EDHREC page would have so many proliferate cards down there. I did take a look at the selection earlier. I don't understand why people love proliferate with Noyandar. Noyandar is already really, really good at putting counters on lands. Every spell is 3 counters. Like, holy moly, that's a lot, right? In order for Proliferate to really get its value, like, how many lands do you need? You need, like, three lands minimum before I'm happy to proliferate. uh, Maybe four or five. I don't know, right? The proliferate part of this is really insignificant for me, especially because if you don't have Noindar in play, the proliferate doesn't do anything. Like, what other counters cards are you playing, right? That you're happy to proliferate, and when the proliferate text is blank, it's just an anticipate. And anticipate, I think, is the type of card that is unfortunately too below rate. Like paying two mana for that for card selection, it doesn't go to the graveyard. I'm kind of not a fan. I think like one of the ways that you could take advantage of spells that sort of do more than just card selection is to have spells that fill up your graveyard so that you can cast more spells that you can cast from the graveyard, etc., etc. Experimental Augury is not one of those. It's hard to describe why I think Anticipate is just not a card that I'm into. Probably because it's like doesn't feel good. I guess that's the easy ways to put it. It's just like casting and Anticipate just doesn't feel good. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, not a big fan of Experimental Augury. Not, I don't understand why Proliferate is awesome. So I will be, yeah, giving Experimental Augury a thumbs down. Preordain here. It's another, typically pretty good above average cantrip. Scry to draw a card. Unfortunately, it is a sorcery, so you can argue maybe Opt is better. Not much to say here. I've talked a lot about cantrips. If you play too many cards like Preordain, you run the risk of doing cantrip into do nothing. That's a very common problem that your decks can come across. Noindar doesn't draw cards, right? This is not like a I don't know, like Kess Dissident Mage. Like if you have a cantrip and then you don't draw into anything good, you can just recast it from the graveyard. We aren't that kind of deck. So I think cantrips, like each one of your individual spells, do need to pull a certain minimum threshold of weight. One of those, maybe a single spell turns into two cards, right? And if your spells don't do that, that's kind of like, to me, that's kind of a problem. So I actually don't love Preordain in Noyadar decks. I will be giving it a thumbs down. Next card here is Halimar Tidecaller. It is a 3 mana for a 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, return target card with Awaken from your graveyard to your hand. I have no idea why this card is 57% of 1237 decks. Oh, it also gives land creatures flying. I don't understand why this card is 57% of 1237 decks. This seems kind of mad because cards with Awaken on them suck. I think the only good one, or if you can consider that good, is like Part the Water Veil, which is an extra turn spell that you can pay like 3 extra mana to make a 6/6, I think, if I can remember that correctly. But like Part the Water Veil exiles itself when you cast it, so like, and that's the only one that I can think of playing. I definitely don't want to play a card like Planar Outburst in order to have awakened spells for Halimar Tidecaller. That's not it, right? So it must be that you are paying 3 mana for a creature to give all of your lands flying, which like sounds really good, but like freaking View from Above exists. And if you don't have View from Above, I think that I am not paying 3 mana just to give my lands flying, right? It's a typical example of a card that is only really good after Noindar's in play and my board is established. I don't want to pay for this effect because it doesn't help me set up. And if like I'm that desperate for flying, like man, I'd rather just play a card like Wonder, right? As long as Wonder is in your graveyard and you control an island, which is basically free, creatures you control have flying. I would much rather do that, right? Because Wonder doesn't cost me 3 mana for a 2/3 to give my entire board flying, whereas Halimar Tidecaller does. So I don't know. It's really, really, really not understanding why this card is good. I think something that I want to talk about later, but might as well start talking about now, is I want to compare every single creature on this list to the card Divination. Divination is a 3 mana sorcery, just says draw 2 cards, which is like below rate. Like nobody plays Divination in like the current year, and a lot of creatures that are on this page, I would argue, are just worse than Divination. Early on in the game, Divination is better than Halimar Tidecaller because you are trying to set up your land drops, you are trying to find, good spells to cast, and you're trying to gain resources for later when Noyadar is in play. And after Noindar is in play, Divination produces 3/3 worth of stats, and it draws you cards, which Halimar Tidecaller doesn't do. Drawing cards is awesome in a Spellslinger deck. paying 3 mana for a creature that just gives your stuff flying when that usefulness is questionable, I don't think that's awesome. So big thumbs down to Halimar Tidecaller. I would rather play Divination. Alright, next card here is Unwind, 3 mana for an instant. Counter target non-creature spell and tap 3 lands. So this is a overcost and negate, which counters a non-creature spell for 2 mana. You pay 1 extra mana for that, but if it resolves, you get to untap 3 lands. This kind of effect is pretty nifty. A lot of people love Unwind, including me. I also really love Unwind. This kind of effect gets way, way, way better the more spell discounters you have. So if you're able to cast Unwind for 1 and a blue or just a single blue and then untap 3 lands, you're really getting away with something. However, just be aware that cards like Unwind makes you really bad in like counterspell battles. Like if your metagame has a lot of counterspells slinging around, which I kind of can't imagine nowadays because I rarely see anybody run counterspells. But if you do, Unwind can be a liability because paying 3 mana and having it only on tap lands when it resolves means that you get put into a disadvantage in a counter war if people are casting like swan songs and such. So just something to be aware of, but otherwise pretty cool spell. Okay, so on to the creatures. Again, every creature on this list will be evaluated against the card Divination, starting with Flux Channeler. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Proliferate. So I've talked about early on that I don't really understand why Proliferate is so awesome when we have Noindar. And Flux Channeler is kind of like that type of card that feels really awesome if you're like your deck is like, firing off all cylinders. But yeah, that's it, right? Like this card doesn't do anything if Noindar is not in play. So early game, I'd much rather have a Divination to help me find more resources. And arguably, I want more resources later too, right? Like when Noindar is in play, if I manage to keep Noindar in play, I'd rather cast Divination because Divination also produces 3 power toughness. So in that specific situation, for Flux Channeler to do something that's better than Divination on the first cast, right? You really do have to have it stick around and to have it see multiple spells, which, possible, but Flux Channeler is only really at its best if you're planning on animating multiple lands, which I've already said is like kind of dicey, kind of psychotic. So I would caution against that. And if you're only animating 1 land, then Flux Channeler is really, really anemic. So, someone should tell me why they think Flux Channeler is awesome, but I will be giving Flux Channeler thumbs down. The key thing I think that's really important, the reason why I'm comparing every single creature to Divination is because one of the big, big, big problems with Noindar decks is running out of gas, right? Again, your commander is not a card draw engine. Your 99 really, really, really needs to provide the fuel so that you never run out of stuff, right? The moment that you untap in a Noindar deck with no card draw spells in hand and you're just relying on the top of your library to deliver you the resources to further your deck, then you're in disaster mode. And cards like Flux Channeler actually just exacerbate that weakness, right? Flux, the more creatures you play, like Halimar Tidecaller, like Flux Channeler, the more your deck becomes susceptible to games where somebody just casts a farewell and then you just shrug because you can't do anything anymore, right? So I will be giving Flux Channeler a thumbs down, unfortunately. Even though the card looks like it does a ton, right? You can imagine if you have Flux Channeler in play and you have 5 lands and you cast View from Above a bunch of times, holy moly, that's an unimaginable amount of stats, right? But yeah, doesn't draw cards. I am not in favor of Flux Channeler. Archmage Emeritus, 2 blue, for a 2/2 human wizard. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, draw a card. So this card is half of up here the Archmage of Runes, right? Very powerful. However, I just think this card is removal bait. One of the advantages of playing Noindar is that you can have a semi-resilient board state where even if Noindar gets removed, but you've already casted a bunch of spells and you animated indestructible land, your board is really hard to touch. Archmage Emeritus, in order for it to draw more cards than Divination, you do need to have this on the battlefield and then cast a bunch of spells immediately, which may or may not be convenient. And then your opponents are going to be highly incentivized to remove this. Again, I think if you value this kind of effect, if you think, when I play Archmage Emeritus, it's going to stick around, then sure, play it, right? But for me, I just see this card as when I play this, I am crossing my fingers that my opponents don't have board wipes, they don't have uh, like targeted removal. And worst case is like our opponents have a target removal and they use this on Archmage Emeritus instead of another threat on the battlefield, which is like feels even worse. So fortunately, I do not love Archmage Emeritus. It also goes against what I enjoy doing in Noyan decks, which is to use one-sided board wipes, which, again, every single creature comes with attacks of like, it needs to pull its weight for me to want to play them. Um, I think unfortunately that gives, I will be giving Archmage Emeritus a thumbs down, even though this card is very powerful. I definitely think this card is, it's stronger than a Divination, but um, for the games that I play, I just think this card will just get removed and making it really, really bad. Um, Next card here, Herald of Secret Streams, 3 and a blue for a 2/3 Merfolk Warrior. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them can't be blocked. This card feels really good. It's one of those cards that you think like when you plop this down, you're like, wow, I'm doing it, right? My like 15/15 lands, no one can block them. I'm on top of the world. Everybody's gonna get smashed. And then your opponent casts a farewell, and you're like, well, crap, right? Um, you know, so like obviously that's a little too reductive, right? Like not every single game will come down to an opponent board wiping, but that's kind of what Herald of Secret Streams is susceptible to, right? Like every single creature on this list is really just a card that needs to stick around for a pretty long time to get their value worth. Now, obviously, on the turn that you cast Herald of the Secret Streams, it's very possible that that's the push that you needed to get across the finish line. But again, the struggle with Noendar is not how should I close out the game when I have like 30 to 50 toughness of lands in play, right? Like when you're in that situation, you're popping off, like you're having a great game. You don't need Herald of Secret Streams. The problem with Herald of Secret Streams is when Noendar is not in play, you want to set up, you want to draw cards, you want to find resources, you need to get to that point where you can cast the spells to make those huge lands, and you need protection, maybe you need ramp, right? Definitely need card draw. Herald of Secret Streams does none of those things, and like we're not a Merfolk tribal deck, right? We don't benefit from having the text box of Merfolk Warrior on Herald of Secret Streams. This is purely just a card that is good when we are already in a pretty good position. I am just not a fan of Herald of Secret Streams, so I'll be giving it a huge, huge, huge thumbs down. Abzan Falconer, 2 and a white with Outlast for a single white. Each creature you control with +1/+1 counter, and it has flying. So Abzan Falconer is basically Halimar Tidecaller. I think that View from Above and Wonder and like maybe a couple of other spells that give flying, I think are good enough. One of those things that I think is very interesting to compare EDH deck building philosophies is I feel like flying is one of those like persistent effects like Halimar Tidecaller, like Absent Falconer, like Herald of Secret Streams. These cards feel really good, right? Because you all like the creatures stick around forever, right? So if I have an Absent Falconer, my shit just has flying. If I have a Herald of Secret Streams, my shit's unblockable. That feels really good. But realistically, how many turns do you need to have all of your stuff have flying? How many turns do you need to have your stuff all have unblockable? It's like not that many turns, right? You only really need like 1 or 2 turns. And then your opponents will just die, right? Because your shit can be blocked. And so in that situation, I'd rather play cards that one shot give my stuff flying or unblockable, and preferably those sources are also instant sorcery, so they proc Noindar. Like Absent Falconer, just not one of those things. Like just imagine you cast Absent Falconer on like turn 3, right? You play your third land, you cast Absent Falconer. Maybe you ramped on turn 2 or something, and then it's turn 4, you cast Absent Falconer. How long is it gonna take for Absent Falconer to do something, right? Similar to Halimar Tidecaller. Like your next turn, maybe you have 4 or 5 mana. Maybe you cast Noindar. Okay, Absent Falconer hasn't done anything. It is a 2/3. And then the next turn after that, what are we doing? We cast like 2 spells. We tap out fully. We make maybe one of our lands into a 3/3 or a 6/6, and then we attack. Okay, maybe now it's flying, but again, it's like you've made a 6/6. Like, do you really need it to have flying? We don't need that evasion yet, right? Because like a 6/6 on like turn 6, like somebody probably can't block that. So you are very likely to get through anyways without flying. So it's just like we've spent that cardboard on this card. It doesn't trigger Noindar. It doesn't draw cards. It doesn't give us mana. It's giving us something that we only really need later. So, just not something that I'm into. So thumbs down for Absent Falconer. Drum Bellower, 2 and a white, flying. All on tap, all creatures you control doing each other players on tap step. So this card is like cool, very high ceiling, especially if you play Noyan psychotically by just animating as many lands as you can. Um, Unfortunately, I think that it has the similar issue with what's another card that we talked about earlier. Like it's kind of similar to Two Arms maybe, where like you do need to be animating a ton of lands, and if you do, then you're opening yourself up. It really is one of those cards that you cast when you feel like you have the grip of the game, because before that, like untapping like 1 or 2 lands on everybody's upkeep is like pretty cool, I guess. So it's kind of like a poopy um, Seedborn Muse, but like it's only good when you have Noindar in play and you've animated a couple of lands. Yeah, so this card definitely has the upside, um, has the ceiling, right? Like if you animate like 4 or 5 lands, 4 or 5 extra mana on everybody's turn is really awesome. I just don't love this kind of effect. I think it's a bit too like it's kind of similar to Archmage of Runes here. Threat profile is a little bit too high for me to feel comfortable playing this. If you think like if your philosophy is I just want to put threats onto the battlefield that my opponents must answer, then yeah, Drumbeller is great. It also opens you up to getting like board wiped and losing all of your lands, which I don't love that prospect. Right, it's very similar to Flux Channeler. Um, any card that has proliferate on them is intrinsically motivates you to animate multiple lands, and I think that's just not what I want to be. So I won't, not gonna give a big thumbs up to Drums Bellower. Definitely very high upside card. So if that's what you enjoy, then go after that. Envoy of the Ancestors is another similar card to Absent Falconer, except instead of flying, it gives your creatures lifelink. Instead of it's a bit different. It's modified creatures get lifelink, not +1/+1 counters, but basically the same thing. Um, you might think that my feedback with Envoy of the Ancestors is similar to Absent Falconer, but actually, I don't own this card. I haven't played with it yet, but this actually is very cool. Lifelink is a keyword that I've come to really value over time. And unlike Absent Falconer, if you cast Envoy of the Ancestors when you have a middling board of just like a single 6/6, maybe like a 9/9, Absent Falconer lets you push 9 damage, which is not nothing, but like at the end of the day, it's like you're just gonna piss off somebody probably when you whack them that hard, and you're encouraging a board wipe. Whereas Envoy of the Ancestors, when you do the same whack with a 9/9, you gain 9 life, which actually like buys you time to keep doing your like spell singery bullshit. And obviously, like to me, that's more valuable than pushing like non-lethal damage. So I actually think Envoy of the Answers is really interesting. Like over a long period of time, I've been wanting more ways to gain life. I'm not sure if Envoy of the Ancestors is the answer, like if this is the type of card that I would want to play for lifelink, but it's definitely a very tantalizing one, and I'm not surprised to see it ranked so high up on the list of creatures. All right, next card here is Talrand. Talrand, I'm not sure if we talked about that before, but he is a 4 mana 2/2. When you cast a spell, you make a 2/2 Drake with flying, instant sorcery spell. Basically, just another copy of Noindar in the 99. However, your whole deck is presumably built with Noindar in mind to take advantage of the fact that your creatures are lands, your creatures have +1/+1 counters. With Talrand, you don't get that. This is one of those philosophies of EDH deck building that is very interest that I have a lot of interest in. I actually am in the camp of rely on our commander instead of playing more copies of our commander's effect in the 99. The reason for that is this is not a blanket statement, right? Obviously, right? Sometimes this is not the case, but I think that Noindar has a low enough threat profile where like your opponents are allowed to tolerate Noindar. So therefore, protecting Noindar is not a big problem. You can imagine another commander that kind of like goes crazy, like Keenan, Bonder's Prodigy or something like that, or like a card like Thrasios. Like these types of cards are so powerful that like unless you're just gonna get run over, like these cards will take over the game by themselves. And these are the types of cards that your opponent can't really allow you to have. So they're just gonna keep blowing that shit up, right? So then you say, okay, fine, fine, fine. You don't want me to have it. I'll maybe play, other value cards in the 99. But Noindar is like not that good. Noindar is like not that powerful. It comes online the most when you have a supporting cast of Spellslinger payoffs that allows you to go crazy, and the Norndar is like the conduit, right? That like enables you to channel all of your resources into a devastating amount of damage. Um, but otherwise, like if you just cast Norndar and you have like a pretty fair deck, like people are not like super incentivized to blow up Noindar on site. And I think if you're in that situation, you can afford to play protection spells for Noindar or maybe like some recursion and actually just focus your deck so that you don't run cards like Talrand that actually dilute your deck. Because again, Noindar wants you to cast instants and sorceries, right? Talrand is not an instant sorcery, he's just another engine piece. If your deck wants to take advantage of one-sided board wipes, if your deck wants to have the right density of instant sorceries to pay off maybe some other cards that we can talk about later, um, I think that it's just not like it's not worth it to pay for 4 mana, right? And to have a second like Norindar-esque effect, especially because when Norindar's in play, you don't need Talrand, and when Norindar's not in play, I'd rather put Norindar in play, right, or work towards that. And the way you do that is you like draw more cards, you maybe make some more mana, rather do any of those things than just have a second Noindar, right? Especially because their effects don't stack that well together. Noindar goes tall, Talrand only goes wide. Those two things aren't like those things can definitely work together, but they also don't really work together. So, ultimately for me, Talrand is not a card that I am into. Next up, Solemn Simulacrum, the Sad Robot. 4 mana, ETB, get a basic land into play tapped, and then when it dies, draw a card. I personally think that Solemn is a little bit too slow. In current day Commander, if you are not abusing his ability by like repeatedly blinking him, he is an acceptable card to play. I try to aim a little bit higher in my decks, so I will not be playing Solemn Simulacrum. It is as simple as that. Next card here, Scholar of New Horizons. Enters with a +1/+1 counter, and you can tap him to remove a counter from a permanent you control to put a plains into your hand, and maybe put that plains into play tapped. This card is freaking awesome. I generally, again, like for me, the bar that creatures have to clear for me to want to play them is really, really high. Scholar of New Horizon actually feels like it clears that bar because when you just cast him early, he will draw you a plains and maybe ramp you, which is a pretty big deal, right? That's kind of like a slowish ramping growth, and you pay 2 mana for it, which is pretty reasonable. And later on, Scholar of New Horizons just farms the counters that Norindar creates, right? To keep putting planes in your hand, even if it's not like actual ramp. Um, just like having a 2 mana creature that says tap, put a planes into your hand from your deck, sounds pretty freaking awesome. Now, obviously, you do need to play enough planes for this card to be good, but I don't think that number needs to be super high, so that's kind of not a consideration. Um, yeah, I think this card is kind of awesome. This card fits the bill of being like pretty good early and also like pretty good late, right? Even though it is a little bit slow, that's the only downside I think with this card. Some other cool stuff that you can maybe think about is like if you're a high budget gamer and you play with fetch lands, you can go like even later on, like when you don't have like less lands than somebody, you can go like sacrifice your fetch lands, activate Scholar in response, and the planes comes into play tapped. So that's ramp. That's pretty awesome. Having a card that generates material like this really turns on cards that care about material like Frantic Search. Frantic Search, if you have fodder to discard to it, it's pretty awesome. Lots of things to like about Skull of New Horizons. I'm a big fan of this card, so I give this card a big thumbs up. It really comes down to the fact that it's a 2 mana play, which I think is very rare. Like, there's not a lot of cards that I think in a Noindar deck that you would be happy to play on turn 2 and also like happy to play later, right? I think Scholar fits that bill really, really nicely. Next card here, Weathered Wayfarer, single white for a 1/1, white and tap, search your library for a land, put it into your hand and shuffle. Activate only if an opponents have more lands than you. This card is kind of crazy. I feel like every time I see a Weathered Wayfarer from across the table, I am shitting my pants because like lands are busted. Being able to search for any land is busted. Um, you can basically activate this at least once, uh, like if you have it in your opening hand, like every single game, because unless you're the person who went first, obviously. But even then, it's like if you win first and your deck has fetch lands, like you just crack your fetch lands and activate this in response. It's like not unreasonable to be able to do that. Now, obviously, that's kind of again like a high budget situation, so not available to everybody. Um, Excuse me. But yeah, Weather Wafer is awesome. Search lands are crazy, powerful. Being able to search for any land is crazy. If you are able to activate Weather Wafer multiple times, this gives you card advantage. The only downside is that, again, it is on a spell. Arguably, you'd rather cast Divination than Weather Wayfarer when it's later in the game, so not a perfect card, but very, very powerful. I highly recommend you try playing with this card. This card used to be like a very expensive, like $20 plus, like card that you would only see in those like super expensive mono white decks that people have been playing for like 10 years. But yeah, now it's quite cheap and quite affordable. So hopefully you get to play with yours. Next card here, Burnish Heart, 3 mana for a 2/2 that you can pay 3 to sacrifice and get 2 basic lands. This is like the colorless explosive vegetation, which I like as a baseline because I do subscribe to the concept of like I don't want to play mana rocks because they get blown up and I'm sad afterwards. But Burnish Heart does give you that at a pretty reasonable rate. Like your spellslinger deck that cares about lands, that wants a lot of mana, you definitely want to play a card like Burnish Heart. I personally think that Burnish Heart is a bit unambitious. So for me, as this is a good time to maybe talk about ramp schemes, I think there are a lot of ways that, especially in Azorius, that you can ramp quite well without resorting to cards like Wayfarer's Bauble, Solemn Simulacrum, Burnish Heart. And for one, you can just play a land every single turn, and then at some point in the game you pop off with like a high tide or a cage sun or whatever. I think that is a super viable strategy. It does not require you to play cards like Burnish Heart to like keep up or like get ahead of your opponents. So that's one thing that I think is really important. Baseline, if your deck is good enough at drawing cards that you can hit your land drops every single turn, I just think that's good enough in Azorius, right? Because we have ways of equalizing the board differentials that our opponents will have, right? Like you can imagine a green opponent who's like ramping like crazy and then starts dropping big bombs. We have tools to equalize that differential, right? We don't have to compete with them. Against, you might think, okay, but I need to compete on mana with the green player so I can do the same thing that they do. That's not true, right? We talked about this earlier with a card like Consuming Tide, right? As long as we're modest, we're not trying to compete on the board with our opponents. We just create enough of a board state where we're just not like easy to attack, right? You can do that quite easily with Noyan, right? Because you drop Noyan, you play Dark Citadel, you cast a single spell, bam, you have a 3/3 indestructible. Now you're like really annoying to attack into. So you keep the board, you tolerate the board getting bigger for a while, and then before it becomes unbearably big, you reset the board with a card like Consuming Tide, right? This is not Cyclonic Rift. This costs 4 mana, right? You don't need to have ramped like 8 times in a game to be able to cast Consuming Tide and then do something else, right? So I personally just feel like ramping is not a necessity, right? Assuming your deck is built to sort of reverse the flow of the game. As long as you're not thinking of your deck in terms of like everybody's advancing towards their goal and whoever advances to the end first, right? You also have tools to take your opponents back a peg. Now, normally board wipes are problematic because they reset your board state too, but as we talked about with Consuming Tide, this card is very, very one-sided if you build your deck correctly, or if you build your deck to take advantage of this kind of effect. So that's the first thing I think. If your deck has tools to sort of like uh, delay or reverse the tempo of the game, you don't need to ramp that much, because playing cards like Burnish Heart, like Solemn Simulacrum, comes with a big cost, right? Early on, they're great. I love Burnish Heart if I can have it in my opening hand, right? Because it's kind of it's everything you want in the early game to do with Noyan, right? I don't want to cast Noyan when I have 5 mana. I want to go like Burnish Heart and I want to crack it. I want to wake up with like 6 or 7 mana, and then I cast Noyan with some mana up to like start casting spells immediately. That feels really good. So if Burnish Heart always shows up in your opening hand, that's great. But the problem is, right? Let's say you don't draw Burnish Heart in your opening hand. You play the game for a while, you cast your Noyan, and then you draw Burnish Heart. And it just feels really, really bad, for me at least, because like after Noyan's out, or after like the early stages of the game, the only cards I want to draw are instant sorceries. I don't want to draw Burning Shard. I don't want to spend 6 mana like late in the game to ramp when the game could already be over, or when I already need to be like putting pressure on people. So like ramp spells are awesome, but they do incur a cost. I think that for Noindar, we are, because we aren't intrinsically good at drawing an absolute metric crap ton of cards, like playing ramp spells that are really really slow have a cost because you draw them later and then they're really bad draws. So that's a second. So that's like the reason why like Burning Shard is not just amazing to play. So the first one is we could just get by with land go as long as we have like a plan to like do something powerful later. Land go is enough resources for us to enact that. The second thing is that Burnish Shard, even though excellent early, is bad late. And then the last thing we talk about is I want to talk about is actually like how well, if you do want to ramp, like how can you do that, right? So if we come from the lens of I want my cards to be good early and good late, something that's very interesting to think about is actually Planar Birth. So this is a card that I love building around. I'm a big fan of this card. This is a 2-mana sorcery that returns all basic lands from all graveyards to the battlefield tapped under owner's control. In order to make use of this card, you do have to build your deck very, very specific way, which is tons and tons of looting, right? Draw, discard, or like mill. You want to fill up your deck, or sorry, you want to fill up your graveyard with tons and tons of basic lands, probably basic islands, because we want to take advantage of island synergies. So my mana base, the deck that I actually play, I build my deck around Planar Birth. I play like 25 basic islands and a bunch of fetch lands, and in order to like still have white mana, which is again like not a easily accessible strategy. Planar Birth is a huge MVP of that deck because I spend my early turns looting. Right, I cast or like filling up my graveyard. I cast cards like Otherworldly Gaze, Otherworldly Gaze, right, which says it's basically a single blue Surreal 3 and it's flashback. Otherworldly Gaze is a card that early game it fills up my graveyard. It gives me more spells, right? With flash, like if you play cards with flashback, it it like supplies me with the fuel for when I drop Noidar. I have spells to cast right out of the yard. I don't even need to use my hand. Late game, when I draw Otherworldly Gaze, this is a spell that I can cast twice, right? So it feels good both early and late. Filling out my graveyard for Planar Birth is also crazy, right? Because Planar Birth only has to be quote unquote good if it gives you like a basic, right? 2 basics, you feel like you're already getting away with something because that's the same. That's like a 2-mana explosive vegetation. That's fucking bonkers, right? So I actually think that like utilizing a card like Planar Birth is a more ambitious way to ramp, right? In an Azorius deck. And I say Azorius because in order to find Planar Birth, you do really need like some tutors, right? That mostly blue is capable of giving you, right? Because Planar Birth is a 2-mana sorcery, mystical tutor, solve the equation, etc., to help you find a card like Planar Birth. And I just think that that's a cohesive strategy. It feels really good to have a ramp spell in my deck that is an instant or sorcery that's not like an artifact or a creature, and it has crazy high upside. As an example, right? I'm not saying this is the only way that you should ramp in Azorius. Here's another really great way that you can go about ramping Azorius is to take advantage of cards like Broadback, right? Broadback says choose 2 target permanent cards in your graveyard that will appear from the battlefield this turn, return to the battlefield tap. So this is really powerful with fetch lands. And honestly, like if I was playing a low budget version of my deck that doesn't have access to like all the good fetch lands, I would honestly even say like I would even consider playing like Evolving Wilds, right? Just to use Broadback, because Broadback not only is it a ramp spell, assuming that you set it up properly, which your deck can set that up, right? Whereas Spellslinger deck, our deck probably has above average card selection. There are other copies of Broadback that we could play that are not just like Broadback itself. We don't have to tutor this. We could just play like like Faith's Reward, Second Sunrise type stuff. And like these cards protect Noindar, right? Like they do double duty as protection spells for Noindar. to like keep him like in play to like keep triggering. And brought back is a spell, right? It triggers Noyan Dar. Like it everything feels awesome, right? Not like Burnish Heart. This is just like a dirtily ramp spell. Doesn't trigger Noyan Dar. Doesn't do anything. You don't feel good about drawing this later. So I would heavily recommend, if you want to be a bit more ambitious with your deck building, right? Try building your deck around maybe a card like Broadback. Another crazy, crazy card that you can take advantage of is Cosmic Intervention. This is a foretell spell that basically has the same text as Broadback, but it's like all of your permanents. And notably, Cosmic Intervention is unbelievably busted with fetch lands. If you don't know, the card says if a permanent you control will be put into a graveyard from the battlefield this turn, instead it becomes exiled, and then it comes to the back to the battlefield at the beginning of the next end step. So what you do with this card is like you foretell it on turn 2, right? Like in the Magical Christmas Land, you foretell it on turn 2, and then on turn 3, just turn 3, if you play a single fetch land, right? You cast Cosmic Intervention, you play your fetch land, you sacrifice your fetch land, you get a land. At the beginning of the next end step, so on your end step, because it's your turn, you played the land, your fetch land comes back. It comes back into play untapped, right? If it's like Flooded Strand or whatever, like Evolving Wilds. And then what do? You sacrifice it again, because at the beginning, like during your end step, the Cosmic Intervention effect is still in play. You still have Cosmic Intervention active, which means if you sacrifice your fetch land again, it will come back on the next end step, right? Which means for your one fetch land comboed with Cosmic Intervention, you've already ramped twice, right? This is just like pretty crazy, because guess what happens if you add a second fetch land? You can wait, right? You foretell Cosmic Intervention on turn 2, or maybe you foretell on turn 3 and you play a fetch land. You wait, you pass. You go to your next turn, you play another fetch land, and then you cast Cosmic Intervention, and now Cosmic Intervention gives you 4 extra lands, right? Because it, brings back your 2 fetch lands that you sacrificed, right? So that's plus 2 lands. You sacrifice them again on your end step for another 2 lands, right? Like, it's actually just freaking bonkers. Cosmic Intervention is a card I would run Mystical Tutor. I would like shell out for Mystical Tutor just to be able to Cosmic Intervention more often, right? This is a card that is freaking awesome. Now, obviously, again, Cosmic Intervention is cream of the crop, right? If you're not gonna like hard tutor for a card like this, you really are just gonna be rocking like the less great versions, right? Like Faith's Reward, right? Which is not so good. This is a one shot, reanimates, get back your stuff card. It's 4 mana, only does it once. So, temper your expectations a little bit. But this is what I mean by like ambitious deck building. Like, I think you should be working towards building your deck so that you can more consistently do this kind of stuff and not this kind of stuff, right? This is what I'm coming across. And, on the topic of ramp schemes, here's another one that I'm really in love with. I use this in another deck, right? I use the tech of Stifling Lotus Field. So Lotus Field is a land that enters the battlefield tapped, and it makes 3 mana, but for this price, you have to sacrifice 2 lands when it comes into play. However, with Lotus Field, the sacrificing 2 lands is a trigger that happens when you play Lotus Field. So what do, right? You use a card like Stifle, and if you can't afford a Stifle, there's like Defabricate, right? Defabricate allows you to counter target activated or triggered ability, which means that your Lotus Field's like sacrifice 2 lands part can be completely negated. And guess what? Like, if you have Lotus Field and Defabricate and you don't do those 2 things together, Defabricate is still a counter spell, right? It can counter an artifact or enchantment spell and exile it, or it can also use your Stifle to interact with your opponent. So even if you already have Lotus Field in play, you don't need to Stifle it anymore. Defabricate is still just an interaction, right? Again, like our ramp, right? If our interaction spell can also be ramp, that's freaking awesome, right? That's just like elite, like millions miles better than Burnish Shard, right? So, like all of this is just to say, Burnish Shard is a fine card. I like aiming higher, so I would not enjoy playing Burnish Shard. All right, next card here, Dreamtide Whales, a 3 mana 7/5. Ooh, that's big. Has Vanishing 2, so after 2 turns, it will disappear. And when a player casts their second spell each turn, proliferates. So, this card is very cool. I enjoy the idea that you can cast this and start on turn 3 and start beating people down with a gigantic 7 power whale. The issue that I have is that feeding the vanishing is actually not as easy as you think. Again, we talked about this before. Casting spells in the early game just to cast them spells and cycle through them does not feel very good. Dreamtide Whale, if you cast this on curve, which is I think when it's best, right? Because later on, it only triggers one. Like if you want this proliferate effect, which again I don't really understand, but if this is a proliferate effect, something that you really want, right? You want Flux Channeler, I think, right? Because you probably will be the one that casts the most spells. Flux Channeler triggers for every single spell that you cast. So whereas Dreamtide Whale only rewards you for the second spell each turn. So it's I'm not sure if I love the rate comparison there, and I already don't love Flux Channeler. So Dreamtide Whale's value then for me when compared to Flux Channeler is the fact that you can cast it early and start pressuring people with a 7 power attacker, which definitely is real. Like I think in Commander, like unless you play at an obscenely high power level, like a 3 mana 7 power creature is just gonna fucking slap, right? The problem with this though is that you basically have to every single turn, like you basically start have to cast 2 spells every single turn. And I think that's kind of too hard to support. Um, if I'm playing against the Dreamtide Whale, they better have some like proliferate engine already in play, and we talked about how I don't love proliferate engines, in order for Dreamtide Whale to stick around. Otherwise, like no one's gonna cast the second spell to feed the Dreamtide Whale, and like you're just gonna lose your card, which seems pretty disastrous. And like maybe you want to cast Noindar at some point too, and Noindar's a 5 drop, so you're gonna have to go like Noindar plus a cheap spell. Ooh, like I'm getting a little uncomfortable. Okay, so Dreamtime Whale is a very cool card. I don't think it's a card that I want to play though, but it is huge, so it's very interesting to think about. All right, next card here, Absent Battle Priest, 4 mana. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters has lifelink. This card is just worse than Envoy of the Ancestors, which is fair. And we talked about Envoy of the Ancestors before. This is worse, right? Costing 1 additional mana, obviously huge deal. So, um, Lifelink is very powerful. This is definitely one of the creatures that I'm more likely to want to play. I don't play it because I have access to cards like Akroma's Will. Very boring, very generic. Gives you lifelink. We don't need the persistent effect. Like, this card doesn't draw cards. You know, unfortunately, same thing as we talked about before. All right, next card here, Walking Atlas, 2 mana 1/1. Tap, put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. This card is awesome. You know, I feel like I have played with this card for an exceptionally long time, right? I started the game playing Azorius, and I've always, like, pretty much as soon as I started playing the game, I wanted to ramp, like every other commander player out there. And I saw a card like Walking Atlas, and I thought, hey, I want to do that. So I did. And I have cast Walking Atlas many times. I have activated it many times. This card is awesome. However, I don't play it in my current Norendar list because Walking Atlas has a pretty big deck building requirement in which it requires you to draw a absolute metric shit ton of cards. We are not in green, so we are not able to take advantage of creatures that allow us to play lands off the top of our deck or lands from the graveyard. And because of that, Walking Atlas is a card that really like changes the amount of cards that you are like that you have to draw in order to defeat this. With like with a card like Exploration or even a card like Burgeoning, if you've ever played against those cards across the table, you probably have seen the game where somebody drops a turn 1 Burgeoning, right? Makes it a turn cycle. They drop like 3 or 4 lands, right? Because everybody else plays a land, and they drop a land with Burgeoning, and you're like, oh my god, it's turn 2. They have 5 mana, and then they just don't do anything because they don't have card draw, right? They don't have a way to dig further into their deck to put more lands into play. So Burgeoning, like while it looked really impressive, in order to truly take advantage of Exploration Burgeoning. By the way, if you don't know what Burgeoning does, Burgeoning is a 1-mana enchantment. Like when an opponent plays a land, you put a land into play, right? Very powerful in a multiplayer game. But if you don't draw enough cards, Walking Atlas has no text. And if you are going to play a card like Walking Atlas, it better has text, right? Every single turn that Walking Atlas is in play that you're not activating it to put a land from your hand into the battlefield is a pretty terrible turn. It's a turn where Walking Atlas is no text, and so you just played a 2 mana 1/1. You wasted a card, right? Which to me is pretty disastrous. And if you do activate Walking Atlas, but the next turn you don't have a land in your hand to play, that's like the same as if you didn't activate Walking Atlas, right? So uh, very disastrous, right? I think for most commander decks, actually, it actually is pretty hard to play two lands a turn, to have the card or to supply two lands a turn. The more you want to play cards like Walking Atlas, and there's other cards that are very similar to Walking Atlas, you really have to tune your deck to be super duper good at drawing cards. And outside of cards like Rhystic Study, Mystic Remora, these types of like pretty nasty, like unbelievably broken card draw spells, it's hard, right? It's hard in your commander deck to, in my opinion at least, this is sort of a vibes thing, right? Like I don't really have numbers here to help you out. Like let's look at all of these cards on this list, right? Like all the creatures on this list that isn't Walking Atlas. Flux Chandler doesn't help you draw cards. Archmage Emeritus helps you draw cards, but not when you drop Walking Atlas on turn two, right? Like when you drop Walking, like it's very common in Commander that your opening hand by like turn two, you only have like two or three lands. Um, you gotta like start supplying this thing right away. Archmage Emeritus helps you with that, but like if your Archmage Emeritus gets removed, then you don't get to draw cards anymore. Herald doesn't draw cards. Absent Falconer doesn't draw cards. Drumbeller doesn't draw cards, right? Just like all these cards doesn't draw cards, right? Scholar kind of helps you draw cards, right? It helps you supply lands with Walking Atlas, but you do need Noyan in play. Whether Wayfarer gets turned off with Walking Atlas, right? Because when you play lands ahead of the curve, you no longer have you probably actually shoot ahead of your opponent. So anti synergy between Weather Wafer and Walking Atlas. So because of that, the like raw amount of card draw in your deck probably has to go pretty high. And I just think that with a commander like Noyan that doesn't supply you with cards, it's too easy to just like have Walking Atlas be a blank piece of card like pretty fast, right? Maybe you'll activate this and put one land into your hand from play and you feel like that's awesome. For me, that's not good enough. So unfortunately, Walking Atlas, excellent card. I love this card so much, but unfortunately, I think it is not for this deck. Next card on this list, O'Hare Patik. I cannot pronounce this. I'm so sorry for everybody who's going to be offended. Deepest Epoch. Two blue blue for 4/3 flyer. Your instant spells get rebound, like when you cast them from your hand. And when it dies, it turns into a land. So this card seems like a pretty powerful threat. I haven't played with this card since it has released, but I imagine that it's actually quite strong. And giving all of your spells rebound normally is actually not as good as you think, because when spells are rebounded, a lot of the times they're not as good when they get rebounded, right? Like a counter spell, when it rebounded, can't be cast from exile, so that's bad. Um, you Cards with like X in their cost, like if you cast like Sphinx's Revelation, if you rebound that, X is 0, so it's kind of pointless. But for O'Hare, in a Noyan deck, it doubles all of your instants, and which gives you baseline just like an extra spell, even if it doesn't do that much. It's pretty powerful. So I actually do really enjoy O'Hare Pack, especially because it has the failsafe condition of dying to a land. So that's like pretty awesome. It solves part of that Archmage of Runes problem, where it's like it's kind of powerful, but it doesn't have like a good protection mechanism. O'Hare does have that, so I'm a pretty big fan of this card. Now, haven't played with it, can't tell you how good it is. It looks pretty good, honestly. As long as you meet your instant source ratios well, I'm pretty big fan of O'Hare. Pack. Would recommend playing this card. At this price tag, it is also, I would say, pretty reasonable for how strong I think this card actually is. Next up, Kaikar. Zephyr Awakener is a new card from Foundations. It's a 4 mana 3/4. Whenever you cast a no creature spell, you blink a thing or you make a 1/1. I think this card is terrible in our deck. I'm not sure why it's listed here. I guess it's new, but like it's way worse than Noyan. It's basically just a worse Talrand because we aren't a blink deck. Like you could argue that there's like value in blinking a land to reset its counters to make it to protect it from removal spells, but like nah. Right? No, like that's not a thing, right? We're not casting a 4 mana creature that doesn't draw cards, right? Not into it. So thumbs down for Zephyr Awakener. Next card, Baral, Chief of Compliance, 2 mana 1/3, discounts your instant sources by 1, and it does some stuff when you counter a spell. So I do play Baral because spell discounters are nasty. I used to be a very like non-believer in like these types of like engine cards, and then I played a couple of games with Sapphire Medallion, and oh boy, like Discounting spells is freaking stupid. Um, Brawl is one of the cheapest ways to do that, right? Obviously, Sapphire Medallion is quite a bit better because it discounts all spells, but Brawl, I think is pretty powerful. I would recommend you play this, but you do have to kind of build your deck to make the discount good. Now that obviously sounds stupid because it's like, well, like obviously like just put spells in your deck, right? But like, Opt, Brainstorm, these cards, and Preordain, these cards don't benefit from spell discounters. So if you are interested in playing a critical mass of spell discounters, I would recommend you start your mana curve, your spell mana curve at 2, right? Because like, those spells can do more than like the 1 mana ones, and they feel good with discounters in play. So that's just something to note. I wouldn't think too much about the looting power when you counter spell. Um, our Noindar deck does not generate the type of resources that we can play table police. So my Noindar list plays very few counter spells. I play like Rewind, Unwind, and like that's it. I think you obviously could play more if you want to build your deck like a control deck. You could play more counter spells. I built my deck to be like a bit more friendly, right? A bit more aggressive, and which naturally means that my ability to police the table is very very low. I'm mostly relying on like one-sided board wipes to like stay in the game, so to speak. If that's not your style, that's also fine. But Brawl is like pretty fucking crazy, so like I definitely recommend playing this card. Many thumbs up. Knight of the White Orchid, white white for a 2/2 first strike. It's the one of those catch up ramp cards. So catch up ramp, I think, are in a very similar category to cards like Burnished Chart. They have, I would say their ceilings are quite low, and because they can miss, but it does feel pretty good if you can snag one of these early on. My issue with cards that do this is that one, Knight of the White Orchid is a creature, not an instant sorcery, so when I draw this card later, sucks. That downside that I keep mentioning, right? I don't want this card. I don't want to see this card later. That's a problem that you can solve if your commander generates like tons of cards, right? Or if your deck is crazy good at drawing cards. I don't know about you. My decks are not that good at drawing cards. Or it doesn't draw enough cards to where I'm like just flooded with options, right? Um, so for me, I really value when I'm not like a deck that's capable of generating an abundant amount of resources. I value not having cards like Knight of the Orchid in my deck, right? Because they just stink up my draws later. And in order to take advantage of what Knight of the White Orchid or cards like Knight of the White Orchid, you really have to play a lot of these, right? Because you want to see, like, the only time you want to see this is early. So if you want a Knight of the White Orchid in your opening hand or like within your first 3 or 4 turns, you gotta play like what, like 10 copies of this card, right, to constantly see one, and then to do that, you now are stinking up your draws later. So that's like kind of like a catch 22, kind of like terrible issue to have. Now, if your deck cares about casting creatures, right? Like maybe your deck plays Beast Whisperer, maybe Beast, whatever cards of that sort, or your deck cares about having a lot of creatures in play. Okay, Knight of the White Orchid has value later, but for a Spellslinger deck that wants to be casting spells, like when I say spells, I mean instant sorceries. Nah, right? It's Knight of the White Orchid is just not a card I want to play. So this card and pretty much every single other catch-up ramp, I will not be rating very highly. Similar to, oops, excuse me, did not mean to click that. Okay. All right, what's our next card? Gale, Waterdeep Prodigy, 3 mana, 1/3. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery from your hand, you may cast up to one target card of the other type from your graveyard. So, and then like exile it afterwards. So, Gale is a card that I really love. I've been trying to build a Gale deck that like suits my deck building desires for a pretty long time. Um, Unfortunately, I think this card doesn't have the value like ceiling that I wanted to have, because in order for Gale to be really good, I think that your deck needs a very balanced amount of instants and sorceries. Like you need like half instants, half sorceries, because otherwise this card misses a lot. And you also need your deck to be like full of super cheap spells, like super cheap spells, right? Because you want to go crazy with this. Like if you cast like I don't know, like what's a random spell here, like Memory Deluge, right? Look at top 4 cards, take 2. trigger Gale, what are you gonna do after that? Cast like a divination? That's 7 mana, right? Which is like, it feels good from a value perspective, but it's like I paid 3 mana to cast Gale, right? I don't really want to then use my 4 mana spell to then cast a 3 mana spell. Like, that's a lot of mana. And yes, I've just gained a lot of value, but it's like I want, like, that doesn't feel like I'm getting away with something, right? Like, I think in Commander, one of the things that it's important to build your decks to work towards is to feel like you're really getting away with something. Noyan Dar maybe doesn't fit that build quite well, but honestly, like, casting View from Above for 1 mana with a Brawl in play repeatedly to make, like, 30 power worth of stats feels like I'm getting away with something, right? Gale Waterdeep Prodigy feels only like that when my deck is chock full of super cheap spells, right? So I'm just like constantly going bam, 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 bam. I cast this instant, then I cast a sorcery, and then I cast the sorcery, then I cast this instant, right? If you've ever actually built a deck that's with Gale in the command zone, you actually realize that the timing restrictions on his ability makes a lot of stuff really awkward, right? Like, um, like a reactive spell, for example, like a counter spell, like you can't flash that back with Gale, right? You can't respond to a spell with a sorcery to then cast the counter spell from a graveyard. So there's just stuff like that that piles up that eventually just makes Gale not a card that I want to cast. Now maybe I could be wrong, right? Maybe you think Gale is, maybe you play Gale and your deck is awesome, so you should let me know if that's the case. Okay, Claim Jumper. Claim Jumper is another one of those catch-up ramp spells. Now, this one costs 3, so does it do something new here? When it enters the battlefield, opponent controls more lands than you. So your library for a planesman battlefield tap. Then opponent, if you control more lands than you, repeat this process. Ah, so it's a double catch-up ramp. Okay, so double catch-up ramp, obviously a bit more interesting, but again, I think, yeah, similar things apply. Like, my deck wants not more of these cards. And you may think, like why am I making such a big deal out of this, right? Like, why does it matter that I have a creature in my deck? Because I need to ramp. um I feel like the way that Spellslinger decks are built in Commander is pretty misguided. Like if you think about a non-green Spellslinger deck with, let's like Izzet or Grixis or whatever, every single one of them will play an Arcane Signet, right? Because you got a ramp. But like an Arcane Signet is not a spell, right? And if I care about casting spells, I don't want non-spells in my deck. Non-spells in my deck gotta do a crap ton of stuff for me to want to include them. And like, Claim Jumper, yeah, it's very powerful if you can get, if your opponent is playing green and then you do the double catch up, right? It is double catch up, right? Repeat this if an opponent is, then if an opponent controls more lands, then you repeat this process once. So it doesn't even like, so it just does nothing if you're at parity with your opponents, right? Yeah. So um yeah, I cannot recommend playing this card, unfortunately. No, like, I'm totally open to be wrong. I just, like, with the way that I think about the game, I'm not into this card. So thumbs down for Claim Jumper. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit more interesting than White Orchid, but yeah, thumbs down. Deep Gnome Terramancer, Flash, 2 mana, 2/2 Flash. Whenever one or more lands in the battlefield under opponent's control without being played, you may search your library for planes, put on the battlefield tap, do this only once each turn. I have been on the, I have sat across from Deep Gnome Terramancer. Like, I play fetch lands, right? So this card would be good against me, and and you can be surprised like how often it is not good against me. Um, the truth with this card is that you basically, this type of card, like, I akin this to like a card like Sea Time, which is this is a crazy narrow card, right? It's an instant extra turn spell for 2 mana, which is like unbelievably bonkers. But you can only cast a spell during your turn if an opponent casts a blue spell on you, right? So this is one of those, like, gotcha, like, I'm getting away with something, but it's very narrow. I think on average, if you, like, Sea Time, I think is the type of card that you cannot play. Like, you play this card because most of the time it's rotting your hand, and then like one game in like 15 where like you play a giant threat that must be countered, somebody counterspells it, and then you go, haha, I got you, Sea Time, and then you win the game. Like, that's what this card does. Okay, Deep Gnome Terramancer is not exactly like that, because like, it's not 2 mana take an extra turn, but it is like 2 mana ramp, but it is contingent on your opponent ramping, and you're like playing the odds, right? You're saying, okay, in every single game, Someone is probably putting lands into play when they're not supposed to. So I'm gonna farm that with Deep Gnome Terramancer. I think that like this math equation is like kind of your own something that you have to answer for yourself because again, Deep Gnome Terramancer is not a card that I'm happy to draw later on in the game. It is not a spell. It is like the amount of ramping that this card does is like questionable, right? It's very well possible that you draw this late in the game, even if it ramps you once or twice, you're not actually that happy because the game is gone too late, right? Like you just need other stuff to do. So the true value of this card is if you draw it early, and the question is, does this card do enough for me when I draw it early such that it is worth being a bad card when I draw it late? That's a mathy question for you to answer. For me, it's no, right? Like I have a play group that has like a pretty fair number of new players and like budget players, so we don't play against a lot of fetch lands. I play at game stores a lot, and a lot of people at game stores are just playing precons from Wizards. That's very common, or like slightly modified precons, which don't have fetch lands. And people who have expensive cards, people don't love buying fetch lands. This probably sounds kind of crazy, but like people want to buy cards like One Rings, not like Scalding Tarns. So I just so for my own games, right, Deep Note Parameter is never worth it. It cannot possibly trigger enough for me to justify like having a card that's not good to draw later. So for me, the math works out for me that Deep Note Terramaster is not a good card. But if you play in in a stable environment where like everybody's playing fetch lands, then yeah, Deep Note Terramaster is probably awesome. So that's for you to answer. Next card up, Murmuring Mystic, 4 mana for a 1/5. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, make a 1/1 blue bird. This is just like Telrand, but like probably worse. So, thumbs down, not a fan. We talked about this before. Next card is Einok Bonkin, 2 mana, 2/1. Each creature you control with +1/+1 counter has first strike. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand this card, I'm sorry. Your lands should probably be big enough to win combat like all the time. Especially if your deck plays instant spells, then when you attack somebody with a 6/6 and you have like 5 mana up, that land could become absolutely massive. I don't know what First Strike is doing for you, so huge thumbs down to Einok Buntkin. Octavia, Living Thesis, 10 mana for an 8/8 that costs 8 less if you have 8 or more instant sorcery spells in your graveyard. Word 8, when you cast an instant sorcery spell, target creature has base power toughness 8/8 until end of turn. Octavia is one of my favorite cards in my Noyan deck. This card is insane, but she has a very steep, very very steep deck building requirement. Your deck has to be really good at filling up the graveyard, and I mean like really good. Like every single card in your deck needs to either want to be in the graveyard or is gonna fill the graveyard pretty much. Then Octavia is awesome. So ignore the fact that she can sometimes be uncastable. She's a 2 mana 8/8 ward 8. Like already we're like, whoa, that's pretty sweet, right? That's gigantic and it's like hard to remove. But also Octavia's ability turns your lands into 8/8s. Noyan Dar turns your lands into 0/0s and with counters. Octavia's 8/8 buff is purely a benefit, right? Sometimes if your deck plays like a 5/5, like let's say like you have a Sun Titan in play, right? Or one of the later cards, you have a Sun Titan in play. When you buff that with Octavia, it's like you're just getting 2/2 power toughness. It's kind of mediocre. But like with Noindar, Octavia is always a banger, right? You always get +8/+8, which is just like so unbelievably crazy. The amount of damage that on a turn like where you just untap with Noindar and like a single 6/6 land, then you just drop Octavia, like somebody might just die that turn because not only does your existing land become an 8/8, you can start animating like 2 or 3 lands. And earlier I did talk about how like animating multiple lands is really really bad. You don't want to be doing that, right? But with Octavia, somebody dies now, right? If you animate 3 lands with Noindar while Octavia's in play, that's just without any of the +1/+1 counters, that's already 3 times 8, 24 damage, right? That's just like absurd, right? Somebody is freaking dying that turn when Octavia hits the board. Octavia costs 2 mana, so it's easy to drop Octavia and then cast like 1, 2, 3 spells very very easily, right? In the later stages of the game. So She definitely gets my stamp of approval. She's awesome. She has ward 8. You can't even just like easily kill her in response. I've had games where like the games went long enough where somebody just spent their whole turn paying for the ward, and then I just untapped and killed them afterwards because they were tapped out. Like, it's kind of crazy, like this card. Huge fan. I do have to caveat that your deck can't be you can't be playing like a conventional commander deck where you're just like, I'm gonna play like 10 ramp spells. I'm gonna play like card draw enchantments, card draw, you know, like whatever ramp spells like catch up ramp. Like if your deck is full of cards like Loyal Warhound, Claim Jumper, Knight of the White Orchid, Talrand, Sky Summoner, Flux Channeler. Like if your deck plays too many of these cards, then Octavia very often becomes uncastable. But if your deck but if you ignore those cards and just use spells to do everything and fill up your graveyard, Octavia very very frequently is just a 2 mana like crazy amount of power. So Giga thumbs up for Octavia is one of my favorite cards in Noyan. Next card here, Loyal Warhound. We talked about Catch Up Run before. Not a fan of this, unfortunately, so I'll be giving it a thumbs down. Sun Titan, 6 mana, 6/6. When it attacks or ETBs, you can put a permanent with 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So notably, Sun Titan does reanimate lands. Sun Titan I find to just be like a very generic, like, you can play it. It's never going to be that bad, but it's never going to be that good either. It has a similar threat profile to like it doesn't have it's not as threatening as like Archmage of Runes, but it still represents a lot of value, and he's pretty big. He's also pretty clunky, right? 6 mana, not a spell. Basically using it as ramp most of the time. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, can't be bad, but like overall for me, kind of a mediocre card. So don't love it. You could obviously play it if you want to, if you feel like this is a good card for you to cast. But it doesn't really satisfy the good early, obviously, because it's humongous, and later on, arguably, doesn't give you enough benefit. But one thing I will say is that in a Noidar deck, in an established play group, Noidar can definitely be one of those kill on side commanders if you've like made your deck powerful over a long period of time. And I don't mean like kill on side as like must kill on side, but like very tantalizing target, right? Because your commander is probably a deck that you built your whole deck around. It's very easy to like use a removal spell, kill your Norindar, and set you back by a lot. In that kind of environment, it's probably it's like probably a really good idea to have cards like Sun Titan that you just like cast before Noindar to like suck removal spells from your opponents, so that you clear the way for the Noindar to eventually resolve and stick on the battlefield. But to me, I don't know. I like playing protection spells instead. I also like instant sorceries, so Sun Titan doesn't quite clear that bar for me. Similar with Archaeomancer, 2 blue. When he ETBs, you get an instant sorcery back from your graveyard to your hand. So obviously, like, seems like it can't be bad, right? But it's a creature. We have effects like this that is not on a creature. So the only reason to play a creature is if you're going to blink this, right? You're going to abuse this into the battlefield by like repeatedly, blinking your Archaeomancer, which by the way, you can, right? Like that is not like, that is something that you are allowed to do, but yeah, like for the type of deck style that I want to play, where I'm like, I want to get onto the board, I want to like, make my lands big pretty fast, and attack. Archaeomancer isn't it. So it's as simple as that. If you want to play a card like Archaeomancer, there's just so many variants of like spells that get back spells. There was a new one recently. I think it's a 3 mana like mill 3. Get a spell back from your graveyard to your hand, but then it also has like flashback for 7, something like that, right? Like that card I would just immediately play over Archaeomancer. And if you want like something that's a bit more oomph, there is like pull from the deeps or something. Pull from something, if I can remember. Yeah, pull from the deep, right? Which is a 4 mana sorcery, right? So same cost as Archaeomancer, and it gets back 1 instant and 1 sorcery, right? So you get back 2 cards instead of 1. Now, obviously, it's not as abusable as Archaeomancer, but like, the rate on that is way better. Monastery Mentor, 3 mana 2/2 prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, make a 1/1 token with prowess. This card is basically just like a Talrand. It has higher ceiling than Talrand because the monk tokens get prowess. You can imagine a situation where you cast a bunch of spells, make like 2 or 3 tokens on tap, and then attack with like a view from above. You go kind of crazy. Not a fan, mostly because it's the same argument as Talrand, but like I value having a density of spells in my deck, and Noyan is good enough. I don't need Monastery Mentor. Core Cartographer, 4 mana 2/2 ETB, put a plains from your deck into the battlefield tapped. This card is basically just like a worse Solemn Simulacrum. It does get duels, so like sometimes you can get a Meticulous Archive and surveil one, but not worthwhile over Solemn. And if I don't play Solemn, I'm not into playing Core Cartographer. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to click on that again. Sorry about that. Okay, alright, our next card here is Dreamscape Artist. Dreamscape Artist basically allows you to cast Harrow. Harrow is a 3 mana green instant that lets you sacrifice a land and put 2 basics into play untapped, right? Dreamscape Artist lets you do that. It's a spell shaper, that's what they do. You pay 3 mana, tap it, discard a card to cast Harrow. Dreamscape Artist actually falls into the same category of card as Walking Atlas. Walking Atlas turns your cards, the raw cardboard resources that you have into mana, right? More lands, right? Which is basically what Dreamscape Artist does. So again, very similar to Walking Atlas, your deck has to produce a metric shit ton of cards. If your deck is not good at drawing cards, do not think about playing Dreamscape Artist. And I really, really stress this. Like, when you play a card, like, you are down a card to play Walking Atlas or Dreamscape Artist. So you're down a material there. In order to then get extra mana off of these cards, you once again have to use more cards from your hand. Now, compare this to like Rampant Growth. Rampant Growth is using a card and it replaces itself, right? Like a Rampant Growth turns into a land from your deck. So it's like you traded a card for a card. It's like a 1-for-1, quote unquote, right? But like when you activate Walking Atlas, you haven't it's not a 1-for-1, right? You paid a card for Walking Atlas. You activate it. You put a land from your hand into play. You're down 2 cards now, right? So you've paid Walking Atlas and a second land in your hand for just, and the only thing you've accomplished is 1 land into play, right? That is like a value differential that your deck must like overcome, right? Similar to Dreamscape Artist. You cast Dreamscape Artist, you're down a card. You activate Dreamscape Artist, you discard a card, you're down a card, right? Now, technically, you turn 1 land into 2, so you've made a card back, right? But again, to do that, you had to cast Dreamscape Artist and discard a card. You get +1 land, so you're now back to being down a card. And if you want to do this again next turn, right? Because I don't think anybody is satisfied casting Dreamscape Artist just to Harrow once. Like that's probably you don't put Dreamscape Artist in your deck to do that. Next turn, you're once again discarding a card to put a land into play. You're only at parity. So Dreamscape Artist, right? Because the ramping part of both Dreamscape Artist and Walking Atlas costs a card. You aren't gaining an advantage, right, with that. And you pay, it's kind of like an investment. You pay the card into Dreamscape Artist, into Walking Atlas, and you're hoping that your deck supplies the resources to activate them repeatedly, so then you shoot up in mana altitude. Now, Dreamscape Artist does have the benefit, it turns every card into a land, right, essentially, so you aren't as like strapped for raw card draw as Walking Atlas, because Walking Atlas needs you to draw a shitload of lands, and like if you're a typical EDH deck with like 35 to 40 lands, right, that means you gotta like see a ton of cards. Whereas Dreamscape Artist, as long as you have your land for the turn, any other card in your hand turns into a land. So that does have some benefit there, but in principle they're the same, right? You're using a card, right, to get more, to try to like put more resources into play, and you're hoping that makes up for the fact that you paid a card for Dreamscape Artist. So big warning: if you want to play Dreamscape Artist, you gotta have like super good card draw, right, to support it. So just like it's good if you can do that, but it's very below rates if you can't. Next card is Thrumming Bird, 2 mana 1/1 flying. When it deals combat damage to a player, proliferate. I don't understand this card. Is freaking terrible. I'm sorry. If you like this card, it's 12% of 1235 decks. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna move on. Wall of Resurgence, 3 mana 06. When it enters the battlefield, this is a Noyan Dark Trigger for 3 mana. It's on a creature. I don't understand why this card is in 11% of 1231 decks. Like, you cast Noyan Dar, you do that. You cast a Divination. You do this. Sure, you don't get an 06, but like, what are we doing here? I don't understand it, right? I'm just gonna move on. This is baffling. This card is baffling to me, so I'm gonna move on. Taigam, Ultra Time Master, 2 blue white for 3/4. Instant sorcery dragon spells you control can't be countered. When you cast an instant sorcery spell, it gains rebound. So this card is like O'Hare Pack right? O'Hare only gives your instants rebound, whereas Taigam gives both instants and sorcery rebound. However, it does require Taigam to attack. I think those combination of factors just makes Taigam like pretty unplayable. It's not reliable. You must attack with Taigam, and you're not guaranteed to have a good attack. If Taigam is your command zone, you can build your deck such that Taigam can always attack. But like in our Spellslinger lands deck, where we're like really focused on casting spells, drawing cards, maybe ramping, yeah, I think Taigam is kind of just like too much of an icing on top of support. So, and the fact that your spells can't be countered, maybe it comes up, but like I don't know, too niche for me. So, no for Taigam, which Time Master. Next card here, Cataclysmic Gearhulk. This card is like it's like Tragic Arrogance, but like way worse. Each player chooses like one card of each null and type, and they keep those and sacrifice the rest. Because this card lets your opponent choose what they keep, to me this is unfortunately unplayable. So it's as simple as that. This is not a spell, so gets thumbs down, loses points for that. It is kind of big, right? It is removal, but it is removal that doesn't do the thing that I think you want removal spells to do. So, thumbs down for Cataclysmic Gearhulk. Witch Enchanter, 4 mana 2/2 ETB, destroy target artifact on enchantment opponent controls. It is also an MDFC that you can play as a land that you can pay 3 life to make it on tap. This is probably just like a little too stapley. Like you can't, like this is a type of card, it can be bad to play, right? If you put it in your deck, it can't be that bad, right? If you replace a basic with this, maybe it's bad if your deck is built around Planar Birth or you care about island synergies. But overall, this card cannot be bad. I just think it's like, it's like whatever. In my Spellslinger deck, I don't want to pay 4 mana to blow up an artifact enchantment. I know like how good removal is. I want to cast a spell to do that. I don't want to cast a creature to do that. So, take it or leave it kind of thing. Very, very meh. This gets a meh out of 10 for me. Next card is Keeper of the Accord, 4 mana 3/4. Beginning of each opponent's end step, that player controls more creatures than you, make a 1/1. And if an opponent has more lands than you can ramp. Yeah, no. This is mediocre for me. Yes, when you play Noyan, you're often going to be behind on board, so it's pretty likely that you get your 1/1s for a couple turn cycles, and it's also reasonably likely that you get to ramp with this, but I think all of this is just too low value for me to want to play. I don't want to pay 4 mana for this. I think this card is not doesn't do enough when you play it later. I think ramp. If you ramp ambitiously, you don't need Keeper of the Accord. Next up, Esper Sentinel. This is a very expensive staple 1 mana 1/1, like small like Ristic Study kind of effect for non-creature spells. Our deck doesn't pump Esper Sentinel. Like our Noyan only grows lands, doesn't grow creatures. So Esper Sentinel is just Esper Sentinel. If you have one, you like it, you could play it. I don't, because I don't like asking people to pay the 1. That's one of the reasons, and it also has no synergy with our deck, so it's just like a blanket card, which you could play or you could not play. Whatever you like. Lear, Disciple of the Drowned, is a 5 mana 3/4. Spells can't be countered. Notably, this applies to your opponent's spells too, and all instant sorcery spells in your graveyard have flashback. This is pretty cool. Unfortunately, I think Lear runs into the problem of like, if you want to build around Lear, your deck is probably pretty nasty, or it has spell, or like it wants to fill up the graveyard, right? So what I mean by this is like, with Lear, the spells that are good to flashback are spells like Swords to Plowshares, right? Or like Preordain, or like Ponder, or like Frantic Search, right? But in order to have like a big graveyard for Lear, you also want your deck to have lots of cards like Deep Analysis that you want to cast for the flashback cost, right? Or maybe a card like Think Twice, right? Think Twice is not a great card, right? But like just like you want cards that want to be cast from the graveyard. So if your deck is good at filling up the graveyard to make Lear good, then your deck also probably has a lot of cards that already want to be in the graveyard and don't Lear on the battlefield, right? So if you think of like, what's a great example here? I don't know, like whatever. Like earlier we talked about Wonder, right? Which when it's in your graveyard, all your creatures are flying. So your deck is going to have cards like Wonder or cards like Deep Analysis, right? That already wants to be in the graveyard to be cast, right? And if that's the case, you don't need Lear, because Lear doesn't make deep analysis better, right? It only makes your like quote unquote enablers, right? Like whatever, like if your deck plays Charter Course, right? Lear makes Charter Course pretty good, but she costs 5 mana, right? So it's like, okay, kind of weird. Like there's a little bit of weird tension there. So I think Lear is a payoff that's pretty reasonable to play in a normal deck that doesn't care about the graveyard. Paradoxically, if your deck cares about the graveyard, she loses some value because your cards are already good in the graveyard. Like really weird thing to think about actually. And again, in our Spellsinger deck, she does carry a pretty high threat profile. She's very similar to Archmage of Runes in that she promises a ton of value, and I think that the actual value that you get from Lear is not worth the threat profile that she brings. So I think it's a thumbs down for me, but she is definitely a very cool, powerful card. Next card here, Grateful Apparition, 2 mana, 1/1 flyer. When it hits a player, proliferate. This is just a white thrumming bird, and I don't understand why this card is played, so I will pass. We'll give it a thumbs down and pass. Next card here, Curious Homunculus, 2 mana, 1/1. Taps for a colorless to spend on instant sorceries, and at the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 3 or more instant sorceries, it transforms into the Voracious Reader, which is a 3/4 prowess, and it discounts your spells by 1. I love this card. I think this card is basically just another Brawl, Chief of Compliance. Brawl gives you the discount for free. Brawl up here gives you the discount for free. Curious Homunculus needs you to actually have some spells in your graveyard first, but assuming that your deck has the right ratios, the flip happens pretty fast. So I don't treat that as a pretty big downside. And the fact that the backside is a 3/4 with prowess, like that's pretty big body, right? So I actually kind of really like Curious Homunculus. He's just a 2 mana spell discounter, which I think it's like, pretty cool, pretty powerful. I'm into this. And something that's interesting to note is that like I think using spell discounters as your ramp spells is probably overall more powerful than using like just raw ramp spells, because like the amount of mana that these cards effectively generate is like kind of insane, and they have the right like mix of threat and like power that I think it's better to rely on these types of cards generally, because you don't want a card like Voracious Reader that's just like your opponent just want to kill that immediately, right? Like nobody feels good about Swords to Plowsharing a Voracious Reader. So you're very likely to keep this on the board, but as it's on the board, it generates tons and tons of value, right? Like every turn, every like 1 generic mana worth of discount that you get is just like, whoa, like that's pretty nasty in terms of value. So and it's not like so good that like it needs to get removed immediately. So I think that hits the sweet spot of like a card that I'm happy to play, and it costs 2 mana. Like it's just cheap, right? Um, I'm a fan, right? I'm a fan of these spell discounters, especially if you play these over the ramp cards, right? Like Core Cartographer. I think it's pretty cool. Next card here, Skate Wing Spy, 4 mana. Creatures you control +1/+1 counter as flying. This is just terrible. I'm sorry, not into this. Big thumbs down. Next card is Wonder. As long as Wonder's in your graveyard and you control an island, creatures you control have flying. This card is awesome. You do need to build your deck such that you're able to reliably throw Wonder into the graveyard, but if you are able to do that, then I think Wonder is awesome. Getting to have flying on your side of the battlefield for like free-ish, right, effectively, is just like, that's just like, I'm never playing Skatewing Spy if I have Wonder in my deck. All right, just simple as that. Hullbreaker Horror, 7 mana, 7/8, does a bunch of crazy stuff. Honestly, this is just like one of those generic Spellsinger win conditions that gets printed into standard, but they make them a little bit too powerful, so you can also play them in Commander. This card is like, this card will definitely take over games, and then there will be games which it just doesn't do enough. Like if you are ever in a situation where you have the mana to Hullbreaker Horror, cast a bunch of spells, you're doing pretty well, and casting this into an empty board is like, you're just, I don't know. I feel like this card is, to me, this card is little bit too greedy, but maybe it's just really, really good. Like anytime you pass turn 7, or you pass 7 mana thresholds. Hullbreaker Horde is awesome. I don't know. It doesn't like the fact that it bounces spells. I don't know how good that is in Commander, because like if people play cheap spells, it's not as good. It's weird, right? Like this card, weirdly, when you resolve this, you just become like a huge arch enemy, but then like its ability doesn't scale that well in multiplayer. It needs you to already be capable of casting like 5+ spells per turn to keep the table under control. So yeah, I'm just not a fan of Hullbreaker Horde, unfortunately. Maybe you have better experience with it and you can tell me how it plays. Next card is Elite Arcanist. It's a 4 mana 1/1 that when it enters the battlefield, you imprint an instant from your hand, and you can repeatedly cast that by paying its mana cost and tapping it. This card is just too slow. 4 mana for this kind of effect is like not cool. If you imprint like a really, really powerful spell, your opponents are just going to kill this. So yeah, this is not it, unfortunately. Pretty big thumbs down. Scare Tiller, 4 mana, Tiller, 4 mana for a 1/4. When it becomes tapped, you can put a land from your hand on the battlefield tapped, or return a land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So this card is interesting. This card is very similar to Walking Atlas, but it costs more, but it can also return lands from your graveyard. I think in a Noyan deck, you don't have enough synergy. Like you really want to be able to like repeatedly tap on tap this. You really want to be discarding lands to graveyards, or like playing a lot of fetch lands. And I think that like in a Noyan deck, you are unlikely to be able to activate this without attacking, which makes this card pretty unplayable for me. So thumbs down for Scare Tiller. All right, on to the spells, right? The we started with like the creatures, and like I'm pretty much unexcited the whole time because creatures kind of suck in my opinion, or most of these anyways. I have loved a lot of them, but a lot of them I also don't enjoy. We move on to the spells that we actually want to cast, right? Instants and sorceries. Starting with Rewind, 2 blue instant, counter target spell and tap up to 4 lands. This card is pretty cool, I guess. If this resolves, it effectively costs nothing, and maybe sometimes it gives you mana depending on what type of mana generation or what type of lands you have in play. Really good with spell discounters. It's very cool, very powerful. Probably a good reason why it's the top instant here. I do want to caution people that cards like Rewind are like pretty freaking greedy, because if you don't have a like way to break this card, like let's say, what I mean by breaking is like if you have a Cage Sun in play, casting Rewind is like generating mana, right? If you don't have a card like that in play, you just have 4 mana. Rewind can be a liability, because if you don't have another way to spend that 4 mana, because like you pay 4 mana, you rewind, you get your 4 mana back. Okay, now what? Do you have something to spend that mana with? If you don't, rewind kind of sucks, right? Like it's like it doesn't feel that good. So I mean maybe, but again, like it was still a free counter, so it can't be that bad. But like I would caution against just always playing Rewind. You do want to have ways to spend your mana instant speed with cards that maybe like View from Above, that you can take advantage of the untapping 4 lands. Also, Rewind is not good in a counter battle. If you think that if you think that it's likely that you're the blue player at the table who basically has full monopoly on the stack, then Rewind is great. But if you're playing against other blue players that don't like that you're resolving cards like Rewind that are pretty powerful, then maybe you should reconsider your deck building options. So lots to think about for Rewind. Teferi's Response. This is a weird card if you've never seen it before. It's awesome. 2 mana for an instant. Counter target spell or ability an opponent controls that targets a land you control. If a permanent ability is countered this way, destroy that permanent and draw 2 cards. Very narrow. This is a counter spell that basically says, don't touch my lands, bro. If you do, get wrecked. Notably, one of the sweetest things to cast this in response to is a Maze of Ith, right? Somebody has a Maze of Ith, they see that you're trying to build a giant indestructible Darksteel Citadel, and they go, ha ha ha, I have an uncounterable way of stopping you from ever hurting me with that land. And you attack them, they Maze of Ith, and you drop this in response. You destroy their Maze of Ith, you draw 2 cards, and then they still have to deal with the huge attacker. It's awesome. This card, I think it's a little narrow ultimately, but it's too cool to not play. Getting to blow up somebody's Maze of Ith and then draw 2 cards is just like the best feeling in the world. And there's plenty of situations where like somebody tries to cast like, I don't know, some random like 6 mana creature that does a bunch of shit and also kills your guy, and then they target your land, and then you go, nah, Teferi's response, bro, and then they just get blown out of the water. Really love it. The fact that it also counters abilities is huge, not just spells. It draws you cards. If your lands are big enough because you are doing the Noyan thing, you like Teferi's response probably comes up. I think it's awesome. So big thumbs up. It's a little bit pricey down here, depending on your budgets. But very very cool card. Definitely one of those cards that like if you are the resident Noyan player in your play group, everybody will learn to fear Teferi's response. So that's awesome. Generous Gift, 3 mana, destroy target permanent, make a 3/3, give them a 3/3. I actually don't like Beast Within type effects. I feel like they're a tad too inefficient, but that's just me, right? That's just a personal preference thing. I don't really love this card. If you think this is a staple, run it, right? It's as simple as that. I like my spells to be a bit cheaper. I like my spells to exile. I don't like giving my opponents material. Yeah, basically, it doesn't go deeper than that. Next card is Negate, 2 mana counter target non-creature spell. This is a very generic card that's probably never wrong to play in any commander deck. But yeah, it's a bit unambitious, I guess, is the only way I would put it. This card is definitely better, I would say, than Dovin's Veto, actually, if your deck runs spell discounters. But if you're running spell discounters, I like Unwind before Negate. Maybe you play both, I don't know. Right, stuff to think about. Counterspell ratio is one of those things that's like just like a your preference kind of thing. I have decks that I play like 10 plus counter spells. I have my Noyan deck, which plays like a couple, like 2 or 3, right? Just because like I'm more interested in doing my spell slinger thing that I am like countering your spells. So yeah, Negate is Negate. Consider Surveil 1, draw a card for a single blue instant. This is just like Opt, but like it's a bit better because you get to fill up your graveyard. Same talking points as before. You don't really want too many cards like this because they just don't do enough. Cantrip into cantrip or cantrip into lands can be big problems. You want your cards to draw multiple cards. So yeah, don't love Consider, but it's a card you could totally play. Dovin's Veto, blue white, instant, counter target. It's a negate, but it also can't be countered. Surprisingly, this clause that this spell can't be countered is like surprisingly not that good. Your Dovin's Veto can still get like Narset's reversals. Your opponents can like copy your spell. They can bounce your spell. Like they can maybe bounce your spell. So there are like situations that come up where Dovin's Veto just doesn't the can't be counters clause doesn't do anything, and it can't be discounted like Negate. So actually, like Dovin's Veto in Noyan is not as good as it would be in another generic Azorius deck. Snap, 1 in a blue. Return target creature to its owner's hand on tap up to 2 lands. This is a type of card, right? That like if you put into your deck with Archmage of Runes, like you can do some pretty nasty things. On tapping 2 lands, you might think that just makes the spell free, but like it becomes a ritual if you have discounters, if you have Lotus Field, etc., 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 right? I would say definitely play this card. It's pretty awesome. Mirror Weave, 2 Hybrid Azorius for a 4 mana instant. Each other creature becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature until end of turn. This card is somehow mentioned in like every single Noyan like Reddit post that I've ever seen. Like when people talk about Noyan, they love to talk about Mirror Weave, and I don't get it. Okay, I don't understand what people love about this card, and sometimes I think it's because they think it works a way that's not actually how this card works. So what does this card do? Each other creature becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature until end of turn. So they say, okay, I cast Mirror Weave, I target my land, right? Let's say it's an island, and all creatures on the battlefield for the rest of this turn become islands. Now, what does that do? It means that nobody can block, because when their creatures become islands, they lose the fact that they are creatures. So they just become lands that if they don't have Summoning Sickness, they can tap for blue. But they don't inherit anything else, right? Like the fact that an island has been turned into a 0/0 elemental with +1/+1 counters, those things don't get copied when you Mirror Weave your island. Because when you copy something, you only copy the characteristics of the card, right? Which is the card island, which says I'm a land, I tap for blue. But the other characteristics, like the fact that it's counters, the fact that it's a 0/0, those don't get copied. I have definitely read people posts of people saying that Mirror Weave is a board wipe, and I'm like, I don't know what that means. Their islands don't die. Their islands are not 0/0s. They stay on the battlefield. So the only thing you're getting out of this is like mass unblockable, right? Because nobody can now block. I don't know what that's supposed to do. Obviously, there are like, if you combo this with other creatures that like do weird stuff, right? Then you can get some crazy stuff going on. But like, I basically don't get this because I think that people think that this is a board wipe. And I'm pretty sure, and like it's not a board wipe. So yeah, I don't understand this card. If you do, you should let me know why this card is awesome. Next card here is Impulse, 2 mana, look at top 4, put 1 in your hand, rest in the bottom. So this is like better anticipate, right? Because it looks at 4 instead of 3. I still think that these types of card selection spells that ultimately is 1-for-1 are just not good cards to play. So I would stay away from Impulse. But it's like one of those cards that can't be that bad to play. Next card, Scatter to the Winds, 1 blue, counter target spell with Awaken 3. So I think this is really high up here because it's really just like thematic. This is like a thematic card to play, right? My Noyan deck, or my Noyan commander, awakens lands. So I'm going to play cards that also awaken lands. Like, none of this is worth paying for. 1 blue for counterspell is just cancel, right? Cancel is bad. Every single counterspell is better than or most counter spells are better than cancel nowadays. And if you pay 6 mana, you get a 3/3. You get like a bonus Noyan trigger on top. It's not worth it, right? Obviously. So the only thing I can think of is like people love the idea that, you know, Noyan is from Battle for Zendikar, and then they play Scatter to the Winds, which is also a card that comes from Battle for Zendikar. I don't know, right? I don't know. It's 35% of 1235 decks. Like, maybe these are just really old. Like, I'm willing to believe, because Noyan is an old commander, right? And when Noyan first came out, actually cancel with upside is not as embarrassing as it is now. That's my only guess. Yeah, that's that, right? Cool beans. Okay, next card, Factor Fiction, 4 mana. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Your opponent split these cards into 2 piles. You pick one of them, and the other goes in the graveyard. So Factor Fiction definitely draws a lot of cards, right? At minimum, you draw 2, right? Probably. It's 2/3 is a very common split, if they split well. And the other pile goes into your graveyard, and if your deck cares about the graveyard, that's just, you know, a bonus, right? You know, it's modern day commander. Your graveyard is basically your hand. I personally don't like Factor Fiction because I hate stalling the game by like making people like make decisions, especially if I have to show them like 5 spells, right? Because I just happen to have 5 spells on top of my library, and then like my opponent just reading 5 cards, and then they have to decide, and then they have to split their piles, and then they split, and then they're like, oh no, but wait, like let me do that instead. It's just like let's play the game, you know, let's keep playing the game. And I think that in blue you have access to enough good card draw spells that you don't need Factor Fiction, right? And I'm not playing a political deck here, so I stay away from Factor Fiction. I know it's powerful. I know that for 4 mana this is a good raid. I just play cards like Scattered Thoughts instead, right? Which is just like way worse than Factor Fiction, but like I'm the only one that makes the decisions, not my opponents, and I just feel like it helps with the game pace. So no to Factor Fiction, but you can obviously play it. Arcane Denial, counter target spell. Its controller draws 2 cards in the next upkeep, and you draw a card as well. This is a very like popular counter spell for people to play. I think it's fine. I personally don't enjoy giving cards to my opponents, even though I know that that's not always like a big deal. And the fact that it has a generic pip in its mana cost means it's discountable, which means that it is actually probably worth playing, honestly. Wow, this card has definitely gotten pricey. I think I picked this up when it was bulk, but yeah, it's just a very generic counter spell. Play it if you like. You can counter your own spell to draw 3 cards. It's a little bit next level, but it's available. Next card, Filter Out, 1 blue, instant. Return all non-creature, non-land permanents to their owner's hands. I have a copy of this card, and I never know if this card is good. It bounces like artifacts, enchantments, like planeswalkers, which is like basically everything that you're not playing, right? Like if you were playing a Noyan deck earlier that subscribes to the philosophy of not playing that many non-land permanents and like artifacts and enchantments, Filter Out basically doesn't affect you at all. But at the same time, because it misses creatures, how good is that? I don't know. I personally feel like this card is just not good enough. Like, it's very narrow. It's good in very specific situations where your opponents are playing decks with lots of treasures. They're playing with like tokens, right? Like food tokens or whatever. Then they get blown out. But then it's like, I don't know. Cast Tragic Arrogance instead, right? Maybe that's just better. Who knows? I have a hard time evaluating Filter Out. I've played it a couple times. Sometimes it feels good. Sometimes it feels really bad. I can't get a grip on this card. All right, excuse me. Just having a drink of water right here. Excuse me. All right. Next card is Vanish into Memory. 2 blue white. Exile target creature. You draw cards equal to that creature's power at the beginning of your next upkeep. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. If you do, discard cards equal to that creature's toughness. If that was too quick, the TLDR is you blink creature. It's a slow blink. It comes back on your upkeep. When the creature gets blinked the first time, you draw equal to its power. When it comes back, you discard equal to its toughness. For 4 mana as an instant. Pretty steep price. However, in Noyan, who says your lands become creatures, this is actually freaking awesome. If your creature is a 3/3, because it's been animated by Noyan, you target it with Vanish into Memory. Noyan triggers, put 3+1/+1 counters on that 3/3, becomes a 6/6. That land then becomes exiled. You draw 6 cards. On your upkeep, that land comes back into play as a land. It is not a creature. It does not have a toughness. You discard no cards, right? So in that, even though, you can argue, oh, but you need Noyan in play, blah, 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 whatever. Like, having a Noyan and a 3/3 out is, like, really, it's the lowest of possible asks. And just in that scenario, Vanish into Memory draws you 6 cards for 4 mana instant speed, which is completely bonkers. And if you imagine, like, we just add a little bit more on top, right? We animate our land 2 times, maybe. We have a 15/15, right? Cast Vanish into Memory, draw 15 cards. Like, hello, for 4 mana, instant speed, that's bonkers. Do it in response to a removal spell. Holy crap, I cannot contain myself, right? Like, that's just freaking amazing. Vanish into Memory, similar to View from Above, is one of the most powerful cards that Noyan gets access to. It's like, if your deck cares about what Noyan does, basically, right? Then Vanish into Memory is amazing. Obviously, you can also use this card to, like, protect yourself in a pinch. Like, somebody's attacking you with a giant creature, you say, we vanish that into Memory, we draw some cards, maybe we do have to discard some later, but I get to be safe for now. You can also use Vanish into Memory to protect Noyan, right, in a pinch, right? Somebody says, I want to kill your Noyan, you go, no thanks, I would like to draw 4 cards right now. And yeah, you do have to discard 4 cards later, but, keeping our 5 mana commander in play is probably more important. And Noyan coming back into play on your upkeep, normally this is a really big downside. Vanish to Memory is really hard to play normally because the creature comes back into play upkeep, which means it has Summoning Sickness. So you have to make it around the whole table again before you get to use it to attack. In our Noyan deck, we don't give a crap about that, right? Like, Noyan comes into play, his triggers gives your lands haste. You're just like, you're good to go. And Noyan very rarely attacks anyways, right? So, you know, no problems there, right? And the land, if you use this on a land, the land comes into play, doesn't matter because Noyan gives your lands haste, right? So the downside's pretty much all mitigated with Vanish to Memory, and it's like, it feels really much like pure upside. Next card, Dig Through Time. 6 blue, 8 mana, look at top 7, put 2 in your hand, rest in the bottom, and it has Delve. I love Dig Through Time. This is one of the cards I think I've played in every single blue deck forever. I just love this card. This is the type of card that I think different players will have different kind of opinions. They see this card and they go like, like, this doesn't do that much. But for me, my lists usually have a ton of instant sorceries, and exiling 6 cards for Delve is very, very not a big ask at all. And the card selection and the fact that it gives you more than you put in, right? This is a 2-for-1, and it's 2 good ones for 1. Really big deal. I love Dig Through Time, especially in my deck that cares about filling the graveyard. Like, inevitably your graveyard is just going to have stuff that you don't really care about exiling. Stuff like, if your Baral, Chief of Compliance, or your Voracious Reader hit the yard because of a board wipe, that's just straight gas, right, for Dig Through Time, which I love. I love this card. This card is awesome. Big fan. I wish I could play, many copies of this in a deck, but alas, we cannot. It is Commander. Stroke of Midnight, 2 and a white, instant destroy target non-land permanent. They make a 1/1. Similar to Generous Gift, I just don't find that I want to pay 3 mana for my removal spells. So this gets a thumbs down for me. Next card, Salundi Vision. 3 mana instant, look at top 6, and you pick up an instant sorcery card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. So MDFCs are interesting. They technically cost you very little to play, right? Because like if you don't want like this like overcosted impulse effect, you can always just play Salundi Isle as an ETB tap land. My personal belief is that I think if you're ambitious enough with your deck building, then double face cards that are mediocre on both front and the backside are just cards that you want to stay away from. Like when I play Magic and like I want to feel like I'm getting away with something, right? Like I've said that repeatedly, and I don't feel that way no matter what I do with Salundi Vision. Um, 3 mana for top 6, and you can only pick up instant sorceries, even though your deck is full of instant sorceries. Like sometimes I want to pick up lands. And I know you can just play Salon Vision as a land, but like 3 mana for 6 impulse, just like it's not like I'm not like filled with joy when I cast that. Even if I discount it, it's like it's okay, right? It's a it's like up to 3 mana. Maybe it's 2 mana if I discount it by 1 for a single card. It's a 1-for-1. So it's just impulse. It's just like, okay, sure, impulse, I guess, right? Fine, I could play that, but it's not exciting. And an ETB tap land, not exciting. It's also not an island, not a fan, right? So thumbs down for Salundi Vision, but it can't. But again, like it's one of those cards that it cannot be bad, right, to play. So that's basically that evaluation. Sink into Stupor, 1 blue for an instant. Return target spell, non-land permanent opponent controls to its owner's hand, and you can play it as Soporific Springs, which you can comes to play tapped, or you can pay 3 life to come into play on tap. This is pretty staply. I think like it's really hard to make a case to not play this. This is like an interaction spell that you can also play as a land. Very powerful. Commands a pretty high price tag. Yeah, can't be bad to play. I just don't care for this kind of effect. So I don't have one. Like probably should have picked up a few copies of this when it first came out. I wasn't playing blue at the time, so when MH3 came out, I was working on a different deck, so I haven't had a chance to pick this up. But yeah, this card is good. If you have it, you should play it. And if you're like bulking at the price tag, that should tell you why this card is pretty good. It's yeah, definitely very powerful. Notably, bouncing spells. It's like, oh, that can like definitely come up. Like someone tries to go for like the primal search, you just go like, haha, sink into Stupor, bounce that, temple you out, untap, kill you with my 2020 worth of lands, right? There's a lot of like, this card is crazy, right? The fact that it's a land that can come into play untapped, right? Very different from Salundi Vision. When you play Soporific Springs or Sink into Stupor, you definitely can feel like you're getting away with something, whereas that's just not the case for Salundi Vision. Okay, Serum Snare. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If that permanent had mana value 3 or less, proliferate. I would just play into the Royal, like... Oops, sorry. Into the Royal. I would just play into the Royal, pay 4 mana and draw an extra card. Because the proliferate is like, what are we doing, right? Again, like someone should probably, like, this is the 10th time or whatever that I've talked about going question mark at the proliferates, but yeah, it's not something that I'm into for me. Next card, Azorius Charm, blue-white. Creatures who control gain lifelink on turn, or you draw a card, or you can put an attacking or blocking creature on top of its owner's library. It's a very nifty little instant. I feel like, unfortunately, that the base case, like most of the time when you cast Azorius Charm, you're gonna draw a card. This is just how I feel. Like every time I play with Azorius Charm, the only thing I ever do is I draw a card. Like overwhelmingly high number of times, like 80%, 90% plus. Even though both of these other modes look really strong. Creatures control getting lifelink until turn. Our deck is good at generating tons of power toughness. So yeah, we're gonna gain lifelink and we're gonna like gain like 40 life or whatever, and that's awesome. Or we nug creature, right? Some guy is coming at us with like some big dude and we just go like, nah, go away, right? Okay, those sound pretty good, but I don't know why. When I play Azorius Charm, I always draw a card. It's the type of card that I think that when you draw this early before you have a use case for it, it's not worth holding it into your hand to use one of the other modes, so you just cycle it. This is, I think, the reason why I never play Azorius Charm. But if you think Azorius Charm is awesome, you let me know. And yeah, but otherwise, thumbs down for this card, because when I play this card, I am paying blue-white to draw a card, which is just like, that's terrible, right? I'm never going to do that. I never want to do that. So yeah, thumbs down for Azorius Charm, even though I love this card. This card is very cool. Unbreakable Formation, 3 mana instant. Creatures you control get indestructible until the end of turn, and if you cast this during your main phase, you put up +1/+1 counters on each of those creatures thinking vigilance. Yeah, protection spell, right? Pretty much, or it's like a vigilant attack kind of thing. They're both not bad, but unfortunately, indestructible is one of the worst. It's not one of the worst, but like it's not a good keyword. Um, Unfortunately, in the current day of Commander, you really need to play around cards that are not just like Wrath of God. Like people don't play Wrath of God, right? People play like Farewell. People play Toxic Deluge, and now there's a new one, right? There's Blasphemous Edict. If you are playing cards like this to protect your board, you really need like phase out effects, right? Like unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Phase out effects, right? Play March of Swirling Mist, play Slip Out the Back, play Galadriel's Dismissal. Like that's the only real way to like reliably protect your board, right? Or like Teferi's protection, I guess, right? But you know, Teferi's protection is Teferi's protection. So Unbreakable Formation unfortunately gets a thumbs down for me. It doesn't do enough otherwise. Giving only one counter to your team, it's kind of whatever. Vigilance is nice. I'm not paying 3 mana for it, however. So unfortunately, you know, thumbs down to Unbreakable Formation and other cards like it. An offer you can't refuse. Single blue instant, counter target non-creature spells. Controller creates 2 treasure tokens. So this is like pretty powerful, honestly, on rate. This is just like a negate that just causes single blue. The treasures can be punishing, but like it's when you need to counter something badly, you give them the treasures, right? You ask no questions. However, yeah, this is just one of those like meta calls. I think that if you play in a high powered level pod, you need a critical density of like super cheap counter spells. But if you play in low power pods, they're not necessary. They're not as necessary. It also doesn't synergize as well with spell discounters. So, you know, I shrug, right? If you like this card, you play this card. But like, I think it's actually an offer that you can't refuse. So yeah, let's move on. Next card is Anticipate. We've talked about this before. Look at top 3, take 1, put the rest on the bottom. I just think this card is below rate. 1 for 1. Yes, you get card selection, but it's ultimately a 1 for 1. I want my spells to be 2 for 1s. And this might sound hard, right? Like we haven't seen anything here that's a 2 for 1 in this list. I mean, we've seen Factor Fiction and we've seen Dig Through Time, right? But like everything else on this list, right, are not 2 for 1s. And you know, earlier I was comparing every card to Divination, which actually is a 2 for 1. So you might think like, what is going on, right? Like, what does my deck list looks like that all my spells can be 2 for 1s? I think one of the ways to accomplish that, right, if you like, is to play like lots and lots of 1 for 1s and rely on cards like where was he? Yeah, Archmage Emeritus, right, and like the wizard, the giant wizard. You could. That's one way to go about it. I think this types of deck building is very, very fragile because you play Archmage Emeritus and now you're like ready to start drawing cards, right? Like your opt becomes 2 for 1, right? That's awesome. But then your opponent just kills your Archmage and you're just crying, right? Because you can't like you can't reasonably protect these like powerful card draw engines. That's one way you can go about it. I just think it's very fragile. It's very easy to play around. You have to be really smart with when you deploy these card draw engines to really get your values worth. But I like playing with graveyard synergies, right? So a lot of these cards are not going to be on the EDHREC page, but I can show them to you anyways. I like cards like Thirst for Meaning, and actually play lots of the Thirst variants, right? Thirst for Discovery, right? Actually we can just Thirst for, right? Like Thirst for Knowledge, Thirst for Discovery, Thirst for Meaning. These cards that, even though they look like, they mostly read like 1 for 1s, actually, right? If you read Thirst for Knowledge, it's draw 3, discard 2. My Spellslinger deck doesn't play enough artifacts, so I'm discarding 2. This is a 1 for 1, right? You paid a card, you drew 3, discard 2. So you paid 3 cards for 3 cards. Or even like, yeah, just a 1 for 1, right? Thirst for Meaning, same thing, right? So 1 for 1. You draw 3, discard 2. So you paid Thirst for Meaning for 1 extra card, right? So it's 1 for 1. Thirst for Discovery is easier to be a 2 for 1 because you draw 3, but you can start basic, right? Because I like to take advantage of basic, so Thirst for Discovery is more likely to be a 2 for 1. If your deck is capable of using the graveyard, like if you're throwing a card like Wonder or Deep Analysis into the graveyard, right? Then actually Thirst for Knowledge, Thirst for Meaning become card positive, or a lot of times these become 2 for 1s, and I like that dynamic. of the balancing act of playing like graveyard stuff and spells that loot a lot more, right, than casting Anticipates. I just think like Anticipate can never be that good, whereas like Thirst for Knowledge, Thirst for Meaning, Thirst for Discovery good. And if we talk about cheaper spells, I really like Curate, right? Curate is Surveil 2 draw card, and if I Surveil graveyard stuff, that feels really, really good. I could play Strategic Planning, right? Again, like look at top three, put one in the hand, and notably the rest in your graveyard. This is a sorcery speed Anticipate, except the rest of the cards that you don't pick, if they don't go to the bottom, they go to the graveyard. I like that, right? I think as long as your deck has a critical mass of spells you can cast in the graveyard, I'm a fan of graveyard cantrips instead of just raw like card selection cantrips. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm stressing about how much I don't love Anticipate. You can also think of building your deck in such a way where you play a mixture of cheap card draw spells and expensive card draw spells, right? So if your deck plays like, I don't know, Memory Deluge, right? This is like just the first one that comes to my head, right? This is a 2-for-1 with card selection. Maybe you want raw card draw, so you play like Jace's Ingenuity variants, right? Obviously, Jace's Ingenuity has been power crept like crazy. There's many, many variants that are way better than this. You can, right? You can go like I cast Opt sometimes, and then sometimes I cast Jace's Ingenuity. The problem I have with that is Noyan rewards you for quantity of spells. And every single time I cast Jace's Ingenuity, yes, I'm filling my hand, but I am not really maximizing Noyan. So if you're able to do something different, which is you always cast like medium-ish spells that have the chance to be discounted, it really feels like you're getting away with it, whereas Jace's Ingenuity, 5 mana for 3 cards is not bad, but you're not getting away with it. Okay, you're not getting away with anything. You're just playing fair magic, right? Which is good enough, but you know, we're playing Commander. We want to get away with stupid stuff, right? So, Jace's Ingenuity type of card draw, or even just like Sphinx's Revelation, right? I have a friend who, the friend who inspired me to play Noyan, he plays well, at the time, he played every version of Sphinx's Revelation because his deck was focused on generating a ton of mana through mana doublers. Um, yeah, I can't, that's not a strategy that I'm really into. And I feel like, if you untap with, excuse me, ooh, Jesus, if you untap with the Cage Sun, you win. Okay, like we don't need, like, that's my opinion at least. Which you can obviously contest, but yeah, you can also cast Sphinx's Revelation to then cast more ops. I don't love that, right? I want most of my spells to be cheap. Next card, Sagiri Shelter is a 2 mana instant. Target creature you control gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn, or you can play as a land. I love Sagiri Shelter. This card actually, unlike Stellan Division, feels good to play, I think. 2 mana is just like, it's not lovely to pay 2 mana to protect your commander, but you need to, and I think that protection spell with the upside of being able to play as a land is like really nice. This also gives you the pseudo unblockable effect, right? Because protection means that they cannot be blocked by creatures of the color that you choose. So Sagiri Shelter can be used to push for damage, for lethal. So you don't need to play into the Enigma. You get your protection spell, you can have a game ending spell, and you can play as a land, right? Love that flexibility. 2 mana is just good enough for it to not feel embarrassing. And obviously you can discount it, right? If you have like a Brawl in play. So big fan for Sagiri Shelter. Next card is Cyclonic Rift. Return target non-land permanent. You don't control those own. Okay, well, everybody knows what Cyclonic Rift does. Why am I reading this card? Really funny, actually. Noyan is very good against Cyclonic Rift because Cyclonic Rift does not blow away your lands. I've had so many games where I attack the blue player who's smugly holding up 7 mana with like no counterspell in my hand with like a 30/30 Darksteel Citadel, and they just overload Cyclonic Rift, and I have to remind them that they're dead, right? Because Darksteel Citadel does not get bounced. So super awesome. This actually comes up a lot. The fact that like Noyan threats are lands comes up a lot, right? The fact that their lands dodges like Anguished Unmaking, it dodges like, right, Cyclonic Rift, right? Tons and tons and tons of cards of this kind, which is awesome. Obviously, if you place like, I don't like Cyclonic Rift personally because I play at a low enough power level where I don't need a Cyclonic Rift to win, and also like Consuming Tide up here, right? up here, Consuming Tide is just a 4 mana cyclonic to draw 3 cards. Like, quite frankly, I like Consuming Tide more. So, I feel I get some hipster points for not playing Cyclonic Rift. But if you feel like you need the Rift, you play the Rift, obviously. I have one. I just haven't played it in a very long time. Punkify, single blue, destroy target creature, can be regenerated. Its controller makes it 3/3. I don't love this. I think that when you're in white, you have the option of using removal spells that don't destroy and that exile, and you don't have to give them stuff. That's just as simple as that, right? If I'm already playing Source of Plowshare and Path to Exile, I don't want to move into Pongify. I'd rather play something else, right? A very underrated removal spell that I love, that I think doesn't get enough play, is Celestial Purge. 2 mana, exile target black or red permanent. And you might argue that this is really narrow, but like honestly, I feel like this card basically is just a 2 mana Source of Plowshares with the benefit of also exiling artifacts or enchantments. That's how I feel most of the time. Obviously, you can disagree. I just think that being able to exile is like such an unbelievable premium, and it's just not worth paying for that 1 mana to give them a 3/3. Even though Noyan is a 4/4, he's good at blocking 3/3s, but you're going to have a lot of games where you have to Pongify something early on, and then they just smack you with that 3/3, and it just deals like 9 to like 15 damage over a long-ish period of time. Don't love that. I don't love giving people fodder. We've talked about this before. Not a big fan of Pongify. Actually, much rather play the next card here, Reality Shift. Exile target creature, its controller manifests a top card of the library. I have definitely been punished by this manifest before, but it's rare. And it's exile. Like, I value exile so much that I would definitely value Reality Shift above Pongify. And it's good with, it gets better with spell discounters and such. But nothing really to talk about. It's a removal spell. Next card here is Faithful Mending. Blue-white, 2 mana for an instant. 2 mana for an instant. Gain 2, draw 2, discard 2 with flashback. This card is awesome. I play this in my Noyan list because it does everything I want. I want to loot, I want to fill out my graveyard, and I want spells that I want to cast from the graveyard. So Faithful Mending is awesome. Even if your deck isn't a graveyard-centric deck, Faithful Mending in a Noyan deck is kind of just like 2 spells in 1 card, which is just intrinsically pretty valuable. But definitely, it feels bad to cast this without graveyard synergy because, again, similar to Faithless Looting, casting Faithful Mending without like graveyard stuff, if you're not discarding for value, you're just losing cards the first time you cast this, right? Which is something to note. Similar to Frantic Search, right? Draw 2, discard 2, you've gained nothing, and then you've paid a card for it, right? So you're down a card. So the cards that you discard need to be worth it, right? Like obviously, yes, you can flashback Faithful Mending, but when you flashback Faithful Mending, again, you've gained nothing, right? You've drawn 2, you've discarded 2. You've not gone up on resources. So Faithful Mending is just card disadvantage if you aren't taking advantage of the graveyard filling. Okay, shore up. Single blue for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+1 hexproof until end of turn, untap it, right? This is like a pretty nifty protection spell. Not much to say. The fact that it untaps your land is pretty awesome because theoretically you could use it for free, right? If you like tap an island, then that's animated, targeted with shore up, you untap it, you get your mana back, pretty nifty. But it's just a protection spell, not much to talk about here. If you I like playing Sejiri Shelter first before I would consider shore up, but if you want more of that kind of effect, it's pretty good. Next card is Think Twice, 2 mana, draw a card with flashback for 3. I think this card is unfortunately just mediocre. Like, it does, even with a spell discounter in play, I don't feel like I'm getting away with it, right? Because I pay a single blue to draw a card, and then I pay 2 mana to draw another card. So I've drawn 2 cards for 3 mana, which is like fine. That's just divination, but I needed a spell discounter in play for me to have done that. I think because of that, Think Twice gets the thumbs down, even though it is a flashback spell in a Spellslinger deck that you can cast twice. It's just not good enough in my opinion. Definitely nothing like Deep Analysis, right? Deep Analysis, if you throw it into the yard, you can pay it's 2 mana to draw 2 cards, which is just like, that feels like you're getting away with something. And if you discount it, so you only pay a single blue, draw 2 cards, that's also really awesome. Yeah, so Think Twice is no Deep Analysis. Rapid hybridization is just a Pongify. We talk about this. Don't love this card. Would rather play stuff that exiles. Next card is Mystical Tutor. This is just like a staple tutor card. Kind of like if you don't have cards that you're building around with Mystical Tutor, it actually is like it's still probably pretty nasty because you can use Mystical Tutor to find like your big bomb spells, right? View from above to like turn your mana into like turn like all your mana into creatures, or even Mystical Tutor for Vanish into Memory to like draw a shitload of cards, right? Mystical Tutor is kind of just like crazy good in a Noyan deck, a little too crazy good. If you obviously you don't have to play this, but like if you have one, if you can afford one, the card's like pretty busted, right? So yeah, Mystical Tutor, unsurprisingly, is really really good. Rustler Rampage, single white. For an instant, you can pay an extra mana to untap all creature target player controls, or pay 1 mana to give target creature double strike until end of turn. This card is pretty sweet. I played this in a different deck that uses this both modes much better, but in a Noyan deck, definitely untapping all of your creatures can be very valuable if you're doing the ritual stuff. Double strike is also very good. I just feel like without having played this card in Noyan, my immediate feeling is that it's too win more because it doesn't cycle. This card is not a good card to cast just randomly, right? Like when you're just building your board and you're trying to reach that point where your creatures are huge. Casting Rustler Rampage to give a creature double strike and not just finish somebody off is kind of like you're just making enemies, like you're just scaring the shit out of people. So because of that, I feel like Rustler Rampage is probably not a card that I would play, but it is very cool. I love this card. Definitely the rate on this is the best, one of the best rate for double strike spells that we've seen in recent times. You can just pay 2 mana to double strike a creature, and most like you usually only get that on like 3 mana instants. So definitely very very cool. Would love for them to make more cards like Rustler Rampage. Alright, next card is Encircling Fissure. This is a 3 mana fog. Prevents all combat damage that we dealt this turn by creatures target opponent controls. And it has Awaken. I'm pretty sure the only reason why this card is on this list is because of Awaken. But yeah, same as before. If you want to play a fog, way better cards to play. Like, immediately, a card that I'm going to put up here is, what is that card called? Prismatic Strands. Prismatic Strands basically does the same thing. Like obviously Prismatic Strands can miss, right? Because like because it prevents all damage from the color of your choice. Your lands aren't colored, right? So this actually never affects your lands. And you can also flashback Prismatic Strands by tapping an untapped white creature, which is going to be Noyan, which you never really want to attack with anyways. So Prismatic Strands, I think, is just like insanely awesome in Noyan. And then like you look at Encircling Fissure, and it's just like, man, am I really gonna pay 5 mana for 2+1/+1 counters? And the answer is just like no. I never want to do that. So unfortunately, big thumbs down to Encircling Fissure. If you want to play Encircling Fissure, please play Prismatic Strands instead. It's way more awesome, in my opinion at least. Next card is Brain Surge. This is like a bigger Brainstorm's bigger brother. You draw 4 cards and you put 2 on top instead of 3 cards and put 2 on top. So this card is actually just a 2-for-1, because you draw 4, you put 2 back, right? So you gain 2 cards, and then you pay the Brain Surge, so you down a card, right? So it is a 2-for-1. This card is cool. Doesn't do the graveyard stuff if you care about filling the graveyard, but it's like such a high amount of cards, right? It's 4 freaking cards for 3 mana, so probably it's good enough anyways, and it's an instant. I would, I would not play this card if you can't shuffle your deck, but otherwise, sweet card. Love it. Next card, Steady Progress. 3 mana, proliferate, draw a card. I don't understand proliferate, so we're just gonna pass. I call this unplayable, but like if you think it's awesome, I guess it's awesome. Yeah. Swan Song, single blue, counter target enchantment, instant or sorcery. Its controller makes a 2/2 bluebird creature token flying. Yeah, this is just Swan Song to Swan Song. I don't like the fact that it gives your opponent a blocker in our deck that like cares about attacking people. But like you also can't argue with 1 mana counter a lot of bullshit. So yeah. If you don't bulk at this price tag, play Swan Song, right? Yeah. Not much to be said. Next card is Teferi's Protection. Teferi's Protection is Teferi's Protection. If you have one, it's probably good to play it. That's it. Yeah, I don't have one because I refuse to pay like whatever $40 ish for like a super broken Omega push protection spell. So yeah, that's Teferi's Protection, Teferi's Protection. Next card, Unity of Purpose, 4 mana instant, support 2. So you can put 2 +1/+1 counters on each of the 2 target creatures. On top, each creature control the +1/+1 counter on it. Similar to Rusted or Rampage. I don't understand this card. Like, this card does not put counters on creatures better than Noyan. It just untaps them. Which I guess if you're just gonna like animate all of your lands, it's another ritual, but like if that's what you're doing, you're a braver man than I, so, immediately not for me. I understand that there's value in, like, untapping your creature to, like, ambush attackers, but, like, if you're holding up mana and you pass the turn with a Norendar in play, you can already just, like, cast a 1 mana spell, make a 3/3, right? That's already, like, ambush power. We don't need to also untap our, like, 12/12 that has already attacked, right? Like, I just don't, someone should tell me if that's something that's actually that valuable, because I don't see it. So, thumbs down for Unity of Purpose. Next card is Razor Grass Ambush, 2 mana MDFC instant, deals 3 damage target attacking or blocking creature. This is another one of those, like, probably can't be bad if you play this, but I want my decks to be full of islands, so I would not be happy to play this. Only dealing damage to attacking or blocking creature makes this actually quite narrow. There's going to be plenty of scenarios where this doesn't kill the thing that you want, or like there's like a utility creature that's really coming up the board. A very easy example is like a Blood Artist or like a Viserys here, right? These like omega powerful cards. This is just gonna miss. So, huge thumbs down for the actual removal spell. But again, right, MDFCs can be put as a land, probably can't be bad to play. So there's that. Next card is Disenchant, 2 mana, blow up an artifact or enchantment. I don't know. I'm kind of depressed that white doesn't get, like, I feel like we're now at a point where they can just make this card but like exile instead. I don't know why they haven't yet, but yeah, I don't want to play Disenchant. I despise the fact that Disenchant is not exile, because the amount of stupid graveyard recursion is everywhere, and there's also like Theros gods, like so many of them are big problems that a card like Disenchant misses. I don't love Disenchant. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I like, where earlier I said I enjoy playing Celestial Purge, is because it exiles, and it exiles like annoying Theros gods that I don't want people to have. So that's pretty much that. I think Disenchant should exile, and it doesn't, and it sucks. I know there's like a sorcery version of this that exiles, but I want an instant version that exiles. I think with current day power creep, that's not too much to ask. Okay, next card, Sphinx's Revelation, X white blue blue. You draw X and gain X instant. This card is freaking awesome, but unfortunately I think in current day Magic it's probably a little too underpowered. Definitely one of those cards that if you get to cast it, it will always feel really good if its X is like above 3 or 4. But yeah, kind of greedy, kind of clunky, you also always have to think about like counter spells and like Notion Thieves and like whatever bullshit that people could come up with. So this is not free. But I think Sphinx's Revelation is cool. If you used to play Magic during the days where Sphinx's Revelation was standard legal and you absolutely despise this card, or you love this card for that, I don't blame you. I love this card. I just think it's unfortunately a bit low power level for a lot of decks. Like your deck really needs to be like a broken deck for Sphinx's Revelation to be good, if that makes sense. Like if you just put Sphinx's Revelation into your deck, yes, sometimes you draw Sphinx's Revelation when the game has been going on for a long time and you're out of gas, you rev for 8, you feel fucking amazing. But really, like, this card shines in decks where like the supporting cast is really strong, and your deck can consistently either ramp to a high mana altitude or can double your mana to a huge amount. Then Sphinx's Revelation is awesome. But yeah, I think most of the time Sphinx's Revelation is a little tidbit mediocre. So yeah, that's that. Love the card though. Next card is Refute, 1 blue blue instant, counter target spell, draw a card, discard a card. This is just like, isn't this just Dream Fracture? No, Dream Fracture, both of you draw a card. It's cancelled with upside. It has 2 double blue pips. It's disqualified, unfortunately. I do not recommend playing Refute. I mean, outside of budget reasons. Next card is Render Silent. White, blue, blue, instant. Counter target spell. Its controller is silenced for the rest of this turn. I don't understand why people love Render Silent. This card comes up at exactly the specific situation where your opponent is about to have a pop-off turn. So then you say, okay, whatever you cast, I render silent. You can't pop off this turn. That's when it's good. Every other situation, this card is just pretty bad. Um, the issue that I've always found with render silent actually is that it's like it's like what level of the game are you playing at, right? Usually stopping somebody for a turn is really good if the game is about a single crucial turn, and a lot of times it's not, right? Um, if you can render silent somebody, then like the table teams up and kills them. Okay, great. Render silent was awesome, right? But that's a specific narrow situation, right? Like, because similarly, if you can't do that, then they just kill you next turn, right? Like, if you render silent, you silence them, you got rid of their first spell, you silence them, they untap, they kill you again anyways, right? So and then it's like, okay, then a cheaper counter spell is probably more efficient for that, right? And it helps you. Like holding up render silent is like pretty difficult, right? It's like a cancel. 3 mana is a lot. 3 mana is like pretty expensive, and so I've never like I have render silent. I have played it before. Like one of the first times I played render silent, somebody just played like an Vidalcan Orrery or had like an Vidalcan Orrery in play. So like even after I render silented them, they just passed the turn with like their Urborg and Coffer's mana, and then just comboed off on the next person's upkeep. It's just like I don't know, right? Like I have not had good success with Render Silent. If you love this card, you play it, right? I know Silence is very good. I play Silence in my Noyan deck, right, to protect my like kill turn. So I know Render. So I know like silencing people is strong, but ooh, I've just not had good experiences with Render Silent myself. So thumbs down for me, unfortunately. Next card is Chroma's Will. This card says if this resolves and you can't kill my board, somebody probably dies. Maybe everybody dies. Yeah, it's kind of a broken overpush staple. I don't love that I play this card, but it feels like I need to. It's just kind of like too good to not play, which sounds really dumb, but that's just how it is. Um, yeah, like if you have a Chroma's Will in your deck, you don't need like up here, right? Like you don't need whatever Abzan Battle Priest, right? You don't need Abzan Falconer, right? You don't need like whatever, like these cards that like buff your board over time, or even like up here, right? Herald of Secret Streams, right? If your deck has a Chroma's Will, just find your Chroma's Will and then just kill your opponents. It's kind of that simple. This card's is fucking dumb that way, but yeah. Uh, I don't love this card. Yeah, but it's just like, but like it enables like a very fair win condition in Magic, right? Which is just like killing people with combat damage. So you can't get too mad at it. But again, it's just like it's so far above what every other like pump, big like kill you spell. It's kind of disgusting. Yeah, not a fan of a Chroma's Will. All right, next card is Quicken. Quicken says is a single blue for an instant. Next sorcery you can cast as though it had flash. Draw a card. So Quicken, I love Quicken. This is one of the cards that actually got me into Magic. I was watching like a Pro Tour game where somebody just kept casting Quicken Supreme Verdict on their opponent's turn, and I thought it was fucking awesome. And then they followed that up with Sphinx Revelation. You probably know what I'm talking about if you've seen the video, but I think Quicken and Commander is really, really like it's like seat time. I liken Quicken to seat time, where it's one of those cards where you're just gonna have this card in your hand doing nothing. Like when you put Quicken in your deck, Quicken is gonna get cycled like 90% of the time. Okay, you're gonna play Quicken, and then you're gonna draw Quicken. You're gonna see that there's no good sorcery to flash out, so you just cycle it, and that's what Quicken is like 90% of the time. And then once in a blue moon, you draw Quicken and you draw like your powerful board wipe, whatever that is. And then you hold on to it and you're like, oh my god, this is so awesome. You wait for the opportune time and then maybe it gets counterspelled anyways, right? Like the board wipe. So it's just like, that's my experience with Quicken. I think in order for Quicken to be good, your deck needs to have a critical mass of sorceries that you're happy to Quicken out. But like, If that's the case, then maybe you should play Leyline of Anticipation. Maybe you should play Vidal Canori. Maybe you should play cards like that, right? And it's like, I don't know. I don't love Quicken, unfortunately. I just think the baseline of like cycling for one, I don't want to be doing that. I'm not getting away with anything when I'm just cycling Quicken. So, thumbs down for Quicken, personally. Even though I love this card. This card is awesome. Next card, Ripples of Potential. 1 in a blue instant. Proliferate. Then choose any number of permanents you control that account and put on them this way, and those permanents phase out. So Ripples of Potential basically says all my lands, make my lands bigger, and they phase out. Pretty awesome rate, and you can tell that this card commands a pretty reasonable price tag because a lot of decks want to put +1/+1 counters on their creatures. So, yeah, this card is probably worth playing, but it doesn't protect Noindar, and our deck has no easy way of putting +1/+1 counters with Noindar. So, unfortunately, I think that knocks the card down many, many, many pegs. Um, like protecting Noindar is our like fail condition in any Noindar centric deck. So like protection spells gotta protect Noindar. The fact that it doesn't kind of sucks, even though it does good things, right? But not a fan of Ripples of Potential. Next card, Dawn's Truce. 1 in a white instant. You can gift a card, and you and your permanents gain hexproof until end of turn. And if you give a gift, your permanents also get indestructible until end of turn. So Dawn's Truce is cool. It's basically just like heroic intervention, right? Basically. But the problem is that like Farewell exists, Toxic Deluge exists, Blasphemous Edict exists. As long as those cards exist, I don't want to play Dawn's Truce, right? As long as people are playing those cards, I can't justify playing Dawn's Truce. It's really that simple. Protection spells need to work. Now, maybe you have less of a failure tolerance, right? You're okay with Dawn's Truce in your hand when somebody makes everybody sacrifice 13 creatures, right? That's different for everybody. Unfortunately, not for me, right? It's as simple as that. Yes, I know it protects it can protect you against like normal stuff. Yeah, and yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just not into it. Return to Dust, 4 mana, instant, 2 white, instant. Exile target artifact or enchantment, or do both, or you can do both, I guess, if you cast this during main phase. This card was fine when I first started playing, like 2016 or something. I think in current year it's a little bit too below rate. I don't want to pay 4 mana on my main phase to exile 2 things. Like I want to exile like everything, I guess, if I want to do this. So unfortunately, I give Return to Dust a thumbs down. I do like this card. This art is also pretty cool. But yeah, not into it. Next card is Mystic Confluence. 5 mana. You can do any of those like up to 3 times total. Any of them can be repeated. You can mana leak a spell, bounce a creature, draw a card. So I like Mystic Confluence. I think this card is awesome. I think in my graveyard-centric Noindar build, I don't play this because it's not from my graveyard, but this card does a lot. It does cost like way too much mana though for a spell slinger, so I would caution against that. It's one of those like what's your mana budget kind of situations, like how good is your deck at producing tons of mana. If your deck can frequently multi-spell where you cast Mystic Confluence and then another spell in the same turn, then yeah, it's pretty good. But like I don't know. In Noindar, I generally like if I want to pay like 5 mana for a spell, it better be as good as like Vanish into Memory. You know what I mean? So yeah, unfortunately, love this card, but not for what I want to do with Noindar. Okay, sorceries. Ponder. Look at top 3 cards, put them back in any order, draw a card. We talked about cantrips before. Ponder is one of the best sorcery cantrips. Unfortunately, I think in Noindar, it's just fine, right? It's fine. I talked about a lot of reasons why I don't love Ponder. So generically, I do actually like playing cards like Ponder, but I think you do need to have cards that you are looking for in the early game for me to justify playing Ponder. Later in the game, Ponder is fine, right? You just cast Ponder, you just look for the next spell to cast. It's totally okay. But early game, when I'm like digging through my deck, I want to have a goal that I'm digging towards during the early game, and not every single deck can fulfill that condition, right? It's like land drops and like divinations, maybe. I don't know, right? This really depends. I have the deck that I play Ponder in. I'm looking for like tutors, like land tutors, to find Lotus Field. That's a different deck. I think Ponder works really well there, but for Noindar, you don't really care where you draw that much. You're just looking for more spells or more lands. It's like the value of Ponder kind of goes down a bit. Just draw more cards, right? Just cast divination. Not like actual factual divination, but just like cast something that's a 2 for 1. I think probably pay you off better than Ponder does. Next card is Tezzeret's Gambit. This is a 3 and a Phyrexian blue, so you can pay 4 or 3 for it. You draw 2, then proliferate. Yeah, okay, so this is divination. Yeah, okay, cool. Moving on. Devastation Tide is 5 mana, bounce all now land permanents with Miracle for 2 mana. So Devastation Tide is cool. Bouncing Noyan is definitely better than blowing it up. You get to keep your lands, right? Because this bounce null land permanents. Obviously quite good if you combo it with Mystical Tutor, but yeah, I feel like for me, I like being a little bit more ambitious. We'll talk about, Tragic Arrogance down here, but bouncing Noindar actually doesn't feel that great because you do have to re-resolve him later, which sets you back 5 mana for a turn. So if you aren't miracling Devastation Tide, so like let's say you're in a mid game where you go like, I cast Devastation Tide, and then you don't have enough mana to recast Noindar, so maybe you like draw some cards, or maybe you just attack with your lands or whatever, and the next turn you have to re-drop your Noindar. You aren't at a tempo advantage, right? Because your opponent's rebuild first, right? Because yes, you got into attack probably, right, with your lands that are kind of big, but then you pass the turn because Devastation Tide is a sorcery. You pass the turn, your opponent's all rebuilt, and then on your turn, you are not done rebuilding yet because your Noindar got bounced. You have to recast Noindar, so you set back 5 mana. It's not great, okay? Not into it. So you'd really do, to get away with it, quote unquote, get away with something, you really have to miracle this card. And like, Noindar isn't a top deck manipulation. Like, we're not that kind of deck. So I think that's a hard ask. You're just casting this for 5 mana, bounce everything, which is fine, but I think we can do better. Next card is Serum Visions. This is just like a worse Ponder. We talked about this before. You can play it. I don't like it. Not for this kind of deck. Next card is Undoing Version. This is an 8 mana Planar Cleansing, but you can also play it as a land. I think overall, I found that this, and sorry, I probably should have specified that Planar Cleansing is just destroy all non-permanents. I think that was the OG version of the card. We saw an earlier Planar Cleansing, an Hour of Revelation. Hour of Revelation costs triple white a lot of the times to blow up everything. This costs 8 mana, which is just too much, right? And it's so much that like, even though you can play this as a tap land, I don't love it. And it's the same with the philosophy of like, I want to get away with something. I'm never getting away with anything when I cast Undoing Version. It really feels like the game is hopeless and I'm just delaying the inevitable when I cast Undoing Version, right? It kills Noindar as well. It's just like not where I want to be. Next card is Treasure Cruise, 8 mana, draw 3 with Delve. This card is good, probably. You should probably play in your deck. I think for me, I'm happy enough to just play Dig Through Time up here. That's one big Delve spell is enough for me. A second big Delve spell can come up to be a problem, especially if you actually use your graveyard. When I put Treasure Cruise in my deck, I frequently draw it with Dig Through Time, and it just feels so bad because you can only really realistically cast one of them. Also, if you want to cast Treasure Cruise early, you pretty much have to nuke your entire graveyard, and sometimes that's bad, right? Like in my Noidar deck, I use Quiet Speculation to entomb 3 flashback cards, and if I also have Treasure Cruise in my opening hand, then the cards that I bin with Quiet Speculation pretty much have to be delved away if I want to draw these 3 cards. So don't love that too much. Treasure Cruise definitely feels like one of those cards that, for whatever reason, like psychologically, when I see Treasure Cruise, I want to cast it like now. Whereas like Dig Through Time, I'm really happy waiting because it's an instant, right? Like you can wait for a time when you think you need it. Whereas Treasure Cruise, it's like, oh man, I gotta get, like, I have 7 cards in my graveyard. I'm just itching to cast Treasure Cruise. That's how I feel. So, yeah. Eats the graveyard a little too much. If your deck doesn't use the graveyard, hell yeah, play the shit out of Treasure Cruise, right? But yeah, otherwise no. Contentious Plan, 1 in a blue, sorcery, proliferate, draw a card. We're moving on. Slip Through Space, single blue for a sorcery, target which can be blocked this turn, draw a card, devoid. This is just Enter the Enigma, right? Except it's colorless. Talked about this before. This type of effect sees a ton of play, and I feel like it's very, very suboptimal. Like flying, having your creatures with flying and using like board wipes and like removal spells gets the job done, man. We don't like, If you want unblockable, you could just tank a shitty mana base and play a Rogue's Passage. Or even what I do is in my Graveyard Noyan deck, I play Artful Dodge, right? Artful Dodge. Target creature can be blocked this turn. So even though this card doesn't cycle, I throw it like this card just gets thrown into the yard, right? With all my draw discard, and sometimes if I don't want this effect, I just don't need it. It's not eating up a card in my hand, right? It gets thrown into the yard, I forget about it. And a lot of times it comes up, right? That this like when it comes up in a way that doesn't cost me the rest of the game, or like a card that just sits in my hand for the rest of the game, or I just pay a blue and cycle in and don't love it, right? Can't reuse it later. So yeah, Artful Dodge is down here. It's pretty awesome. Definitely, obviously, like Artful Dodge, you need more of a deck building. Like you need to build your deck to take advantage of it more. But yeah, don't love Slip Through Space. We talked about that before. Crush of Tentacles, basically a Devastation Tide. It costs 6 mana to cast, but it costs 5 if you already cast a spell. And if you pay 5 for this, you get an 8/8. So this is like, I would say, pretty good, right? If you aren't able to consistently Miracle Devastation Tide, Crush of Tentacles is awesome, but similar to Devastation Tide, it sets you back tempo. Even if you bounce nothing except Noindar, like, yes, you get an 8/8, okay, but you still have to rebuild. It's a big cost. Rather play the next card on this list, Tragic Arrogance. So Tragic Arrogance is basically the Cataclysmic Gearhulk, but it's a sorcery, so that's nice. And instead of your opponents choosing what they keep, you keep. Tragic Arrogance is one of the most powerful cards that I have ever played in Commander. I think this card is like tragically underplayed. The number of things that you can do with this card is absolutely insane. So let's see. So let's read, right? For each player, you choose from among them permanents that player controls, an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a planeswalker. Then each player sacrifices all other non-land permanents they control. So you pick what they keep. They sacrifice all the other non-lands. So for you, you probably just have Norindar and a bunch of lands in play, and maybe like some values, some like spell discounters. Those unfortunately will have to go. That's kind of a downside, but you keep Norindar. Even though your lands are creatures, they are exempt from Tragic Arrogance sacrifice clause because it says each player sacrifices all other non-land permanents they control, right? So lands will never be sacrificed to Tragic Arrogance. So you pick your commander as your creature. Maybe you keep an enchantment. Maybe it's a Jace's Sanctum or something. You keep that around. Everything else gets sacrificed, okay? And so you basically lose like nothing, right? Very little. But your opponents lose a lot because you pick, right? You pick their worst creature. The token deck, they keep their 1/1 or their 2/2, right? Mana rocks, okay, you keep your Arcane Signet, your Soul Ring, go bye-bye, right? Your Thran Dynamo, go bye-bye, right? Your equipment, go bye-bye. Maybe this might be a little bit harder with enchantments. And like, not only do you get to pick what they keep, you get to pick cards if they have multiple types. So if your opponent has a Solemn Simulacrum in play, Solemn Simulacrum is an artifact and a creature. So you pick that as both the artifact and the creature, and they have to sacrifice all other artifacts and creatures, or there are no lands, right? Freaking crazy. Same with enchantment creatures, right? Your opponent has, I don't know, Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Okay, you probably want that to go. But like, Dryad of the Elysian Grove is an enchantment creature, so that's their enchantment and their creature. All their other creature enchantments will have to go, right? There's so many situations in which you cast Tragic Arrogance, you just feel like you've won the game. Sometimes I feel so bad when I cast Tragic Arrogance that I deliberately choose like good stuff for my opponents to keep so that they don't feel like completely devastated. It's really like that, right? I have a high opinion of Tragic Arrogance. And the very key thing here, that amongst all of the bullshit that this card does, is that it lets you keep your commander, right? So it gives you that tempo advantage that you need to like actually overpower your opponents in the late game. Remember, right? We aren't playing green. We're playing a pretty fair, all things considered, right? Pretty fair commander, pretty fair strategy, spell slinger, make power toughness, attack, right? In order to like beat up on our opponents that are trying to do broken stuff, right? We need broken stuff for our own, right? And I think Tragic Arrogance really fits the bill here, right? Basically, one-sided board wipe, leave them with like garbage, just like completely trash everything that they do. Love this card. Would highly recommend you try this. Now, obviously, very important to be said that you do need your deck to be built in a way where you're not committing tons of non-land permanents onto the board. That's one of the reasons why I'm so down on creatures, is because I don't give a crap how good the creatures are, okay? My Tragic Arrogance is so good when I cast it that it's worth just not playing those creatures. So that's how view the way that, or this is how I play the game, how I see it. If you disagree, let me know what you think, right? But yeah, that's Tragic Arrogance, one of my favorite cards. Okay, cool. Next card up here, Gitaxian Probe, Phyrexian Blue. Look at target player's hand, draw a card. I don't like this card. I don't know. So I understand. I've definitely seen people play this, and I just like don't care. Like you look at my hand, I'm like, okay, cool. You know what's in my hand, and it's like they pay 2 life. It's not good for mulligans. By the way, if you don't know, like free cyclers, like you can read the Gitaxian Probe and just like, oh, but like this card is just free, right? Because it draws you a card and it costs nothing except 2 life. But like when you have Gitaxian Probe in your opening hand, like let's say you keep 2 lands and a Gitaxian Probe, like you don't. It's because Gitaxian Probe you haven't managed to cycle it yet. It's very possible the top of your library is just like 4 spells, right? And then like you can't keep that, right? It's like Gitaxian Probe is like actively causing problems for you in that way. It's similar to a card like Street Wraith, which is you also cycle it for 2 life for no mana, and so it's not free. It's a cost, right? And obviously, yes, with Noyan in play, Gitaxian Probe is 0 mana, make it 3/3, of course. But when you draw Gitaxian Probe in your opening hand, are you really keeping this card for Noyan? Like that seems kind of absurd, right? Like you just cycle this to look for something better to do. That's how I feel. Now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe being able to look at players' hands is really helpful. I've just never found that to be the case. So for me, I don't place a big premium on Gitaxian Probe. It's just like cantripping is good, but if I'm cantripping without drawing extra cards, I'm not excited, right? It's just like whatever. I can, take it or leave it. But definitely Gitaxian Probe, one of the best cantrips. If you think this card is good, play it. I think it's like kind of whatever, so I don't. Next card is Part the Water Veil, 4 blue, sorcery. Take an extra turn after this one, and it exiles itself with Awaken 6 for 9 mana. So this is the first Time Walk that we've seen. Time Walks being like cards that let you take extra turns, not literal Time Walks. So my attitude towards Time Walks is that they are unfortunately too powerful to be played in casual EDH for several reasons. One of them is just raw power level. Like if your deck is terrible, like you have a bad Spellslinger deck, but you just jam like 3 Time Walks in there, your deck probably becomes pretty scary. Like honestly, right? Like so Time Walk just does so much. It's an extra combat step. It's an extra land drop, right? Or like it's an explore. It's a if you can cast it, right? You take an extra turn on the extra turn, you can make an extra land drop. So they also kind of ramp. If you have more mana than 6, if you're able to cast Part of the Water Veil and another card draw spell, you're just going off. Like it's too much, right? And when you're taking all these extra turns, you're also monopolizing time at the table. It feels really bad for your opponents to watch some blue players just sit there taking a bunch of extra turns. Now, Part of the Water Veil here has some mitigating factor here, right? It exiles itself. But regardless of how below rate Part of the Water Veil is, you can argue, okay, but it's thematic because it has Awaken. Okay, whatever. If that's what you're into that, right? But like I'm not into that. I don't want to pay 9 mana for a Time Walk just to make a 6/6 with Time Walk for 9 mana. It's just like, okay, whatever. That's a card, I guess. You're mostly playing this for the Time Walk, and over time, I've found that I stay away from Time Walks. If I'm in a pod where people are playing some really powerful Degenerate Magic, then yeah, I don't mind it. But for the most part, I think that Time Walks are just like a little too much for casual EDH, so I stay away from them. If you don't think so, I would love to know why. And yeah, so I don't play Time Walks for power level reasons, and that's pretty much that. I think they're really powerful, and Part of the Water Veil is definitely not the Time Walk that I would play. Like, I know Part of the Water Veil is very thematic, but like, just play Time Warp, just play Time Warp if you can afford it. I guess just play Time Warp, right? If you can afford it. Okay, next card is Artful Dodge. We've talked about this. Having Flashback is awesome. It dodges that problem of like, I have opened the Enigma in my opening hand. I'm just dying to cycle it, right? You don't get that problem because first of all, you can't cycle it, but also if you build your deck to utilize Flashback spells, Artful Dodge is a card that you can find with Quiet Speculation, right? That's the 2 mana sorcery that you entomb 3 Flashback spells. Can't do that. with Enter the Enigma, right? Like mystical tutoring for Enter the Enigma is just like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what you're up to. That's just rough. Okay, next card is Planar Cleansing. 6 mana, destroy all non-land permanents. Just play Hour of Revelation if you like that effect. But yeah, I think in general, more people should play Planar Cleansing and build decks around Planar Cleansing where they're not committing to the board, or they commit to the board enough such that you're not a free attack, but also like enough to where like not enough to where like a Planar Cleansing really devastates you, because I really think like most modern EDH decks, they just commit too much to the board, and if you just have enough Planar Cleansings to, it really makes people play differently. Yeah, so I enjoy this card, but think it's a card that it's just unfortunately not that good. There's a lot of better Planar Cleansings in the game, as you will see later. Season of Weaving, 4 blue sorcery. Draw a bunch of cards, make a token that's a copy, copy some stuff, or bounce each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. Wow, this card does a lot. Holy shit. Okay. Return each non-land, non-token permanent. So this is basically, Season of Weaving is basically a Crush of Tentacles, right? You do have to pay 6 instead of 5, but you get to draw 2 cards when you bounce everything. That's pretty sweet. And if you don't want to bounce stuff, you could just draw 5 cards, which is pretty awesome. Or you could like copy your land twice. So this actually has a ton of utility, which is awesome. It's one of those like mythic, rare, new, big blue spells. So this is cool. I have never played with this. I think this card looks awesome. You should definitely try to play it if you have a copy or if you're able to afford one. But like, it's a little bit high on the mana cost. It's not Tragic Arrogance. Like, obviously, this card does way more than Tragic Arrogance, but like, when I want to use it for the board wipe part, it's just not as good as Tragic Arrogance. So by default, I'm not like super excited to try it. But yeah, this card is definitely crazy. Like, this is value. This is so much, so much value. And notably here, the copy effect. Choose an artifact or a creature you control. Artifact, right? Which means Darksteel Citadel, even if it's unanimated, is an artifact that you can just copy, even without Noyan in play. So, lots of things to love about Season of Weaving. I give this card a thumbs up, even though I probably won't play it anytime soon. Next card here, Deep Analysis, 4 mana, draw 2. You can flashback for 2 mana, pay 3 life. So Deep Analysis, like, great card draw spell. Definitely needs discounters and looting, like filling up your graveyard to really, really get away with it. But otherwise, yeah, I'm a fan of Deep Analysis. Like, one of my favorite spells, right? You can get this off of Quiet Speculation on turn 2, and then turn 3, draw 2 cards, play a tap land. Like, it's good. It's good. Play Deep Analysis. Maybe not every deck could play Deep Analysis. Definitely play it in decks where you're able to throw into the yard pretty consistently. Next card here, Distortion Strike, single blue sorcery. Target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It can't be blocked. So this is like a more like aggressive version of Enter the Enigma. It comes twice, right? So you're able to unblockable twice if you get the rebound. It's also 2 spells, right? Where Enter the Enigma is only 1. So that does have a lot of things going for it. I actually like Distortion Strike quite a lot. I think that it's very nice because with Enter the Enigma, like let's say you have a 20 power land, you can't go Enter the Enigma, attack, and the next turn Enter the Enigma again, right? Like because your Enter the Enigma is gone. So if on that front, Distortion Strike is quite good, and it is also 2 spells, so that's pretty compelling. I just think it's still unfortunately not good enough for me because when you draw this early, this just sits in your hand for a long time, and that's a big cost to pay for Spellslinger decks. Like, if you're playing a Spellslinger deck that cares about casting lots of spells, like your spells need to leave your hand like as fast as they get there. That's how I feel anyways. And if they aren't spells that leave your hand, it better be like, wow, like that was worth holding that card in my hand for like 5+ turns for, right? Distortion Strike I think doesn't fit the bill quite close enough for me to want to play it. I do think this card is awesome though. Next card is Flood of Tears, 4 blue sorcery. Return all non-land permanents, and if you return 4 or more this way, non-tokens this way, you can put a permanent from your hand onto the battlefield. So this card kind of circumvents one of the downsides I described earlier with Devastation Tide and Crush of Tentacles, where if you bounce Noindar, that's tempo minus for you. Where however, Flood of Tears asks you to bounce more stuff, right? Like, in order for you to like quote unquote bounce everything and then put Noidar back, you need to be bouncing a lot of stuff. right? Which means you need mana rocks, you need like value enchantments, and you need like stuff that I don't think that you should play, or rather, it's not that you shouldn't play, but like I don't love to play because I want my cards like Tragic Arrogance and Consuming Tide to pop off, not my Flood of Tears. If they give us like, if you are able to play multiple copies of Flood of Tears, then I can see some benefit there. But because there's like only one copy, you know, kind of mid. I don't love Flood of Tears, but like I also think that like most EDH players will probably find Flood of Tears to work better than Tragic Arrogance. So if you feel like this is the case, then play Flood of Tears. I think this card is pretty sweet, pretty good. Next card is Urza's Ruinous Blast. 5 mana for a legendary sorcery. Exile all non-land permanents that aren't legendary. This card, unfortunately, is unplayable. This card is so unplayable. I am shocked that like people put this in their deck lists. It's just the reality that like Wizards of the Coast cannot stop printing legends, and legends are like super problematic. Like every single year, like more and more push legends get made, and they just dominate the board. Like you can't cast a board wipe that doesn't get rid of your opponent's legends. Like there are going to be situations where you cast this and it just kills like 3 things on the board. Like it's just unbelievable how bad the clause of non-legendary is, right? So if yeah, don't play this card, please. Like for the love of God, like holy moly, is not getting rid of your opponent's legends bad. Yes, it's your Noyan is safe, but it's not worth it. Okay, next card is a Royal Spout. 1 blue white for sorcery. Put a creature on top of his owner's library. I'm pretty sure this card is here because it has Awaken on it. Don't play this card. This card is terrible. Yeah. Moving on, next card is Gift of Estates. 2 mana sorcery. If an opponent controls more lands than you, search your library for up to 3 plains cards, reveal them, and put them into your hand. So, Gift of Estates is like catch-up card draw kind of thing, where like if you're able to proc this, is 2 mana draw 3 lands, which is like really good value. However, if you don't have less lands, if you have like equal or more lands than every opponent, this card is blank, like 2 mana do nothing. So because of that, I think this card is hard to play, especially because early game, when you cast Gift of Estates, you're going to draw 3 lands. Like if you draw 3 lands, you probably have to discard down to hand size. So like this card combos with like Walking Atlas, but you only get but like if you draw Walking Atlas and you play it first and then you activate Walking Atlas, then Gift of Estates that you draw later won't get turned on. So it's like it's a lot of tension there. You may argue like, okay, I draw 3 lands from my deck, that's kind of awesome, it doesn't matter. But then it becomes blank later, and drawing a blank piece of cardboard is kind of bad. So I think yeah, say no to Gift of Estates. If you have the money, or if you have the budget, or if you proxy or whatever, and you like effects like the Gift of Estates, I'm a big fan of the card Tithe. I own a copy of this card for myself, and this card is much better than Gift of Estates. It's the same thing, it's just smaller. It's a single white for an instant. It has a fail case, right? Like if you're it always searches for a single plains, right? 1 mana for a plains. Okay, not exciting, but not terrible. And if an opponent has more lands than you, then you can get an extra plains and put it into your hand, right? You get all of this for a single white instant. So this very often is 1 mana, draw 2 cards, right? 2 lands, but it's 1 mana. It's pretty awesome. The lands are also typed, right? It's just plains, not basic plains. You can get duels. And it's an instant, which means that you can do stuff like sacrifice a fetch land, then cast Tithe in response, right? Because before your fetch land trigger resolves, to force you to draw that second land, right? And you can't do that with Gift of Estates because Gift of Estates is a sorcery. So if you yeah, I love Tithe. I think Tithe is really cool. Just 1 mana, draw 2 lands is just like, to me, just a really good rate, right? I would recommend you play this card. It is a reserved list, like overpriced nonsense. So, whatever. Yeah, but that's that, right? Probably don't play Gift of Estates. All right, Devastating Mastery is a 6 mana. This is a planar cleansing, but you can pay 4 mana for it instead of 6. And if you do, one of your opponents can rescue 2 of their stuff. So this is like probably better than planar cleansing, but like I don't think it's better than Hour Revelation, especially because if you want to cast this without the alternate cost, you have to pay 4 white mana, which just seems so ridiculous. Yeah, not a fan of this card. And also, same problem, it blows up Norindar, so would not recommend, right? If you can play, yeah, if you can play Tragic Arrogance, play Tragic Arrogance instead of Devastating Mastery. I know, by the way, that Tragic Arrogance, like, you will be in situations where your opponent only has one good thing and they get to keep that, but like, that's worth it, okay? That's just, it's worth losing that game because your opponent has that one big thing that you can't get rid of with Tragic Arrogance. That's worth like every other game that Tragic Arrogance just slams, right? So yeah, should probably point that out earlier. Next card on this list, Savine's Reclamation, 3 mana sorcery. Return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And if you cast it from a graveyard, you get effect twice. Savine's Reclamation is awesome. However, unfortunately, Savine's Reclamation is only really awesome like if you spend enough money or proxy fetch lands. Relying on Savine's Reclamation to fill your relying on other spells to fill your graveyard with lands is just like a tad too unreliable for Savine's Reclamation. You really need that critical density of cards that you're happy to return. If you're able to go turn 3 Savine's Reclamation for a land, and then the turn after that you immediately flashback Savine's Reclamation on 2 lands, and the only way to really do that easily is to have fetch lands. That's like a pretty baseline powerful situation that you can do even without like other synergies. And in a Spellslinger deck that can discount their spells, holy moly, Savine's Reclamation goes nuts, right? If you're able to flashback Savine's Reclamation for 4 mana or 3 mana and get 2 lands, like, whoo, okay, those lands come to play untapped, right? That's just like, we're really getting away with something. And also, Savine's Reclamation has flashback, right? Which means that Quiet Speculation, right, can search for Savine's Reclamation, right? That's one of the cool synergies that you get to enjoy, right? Taking advantage of flashback synergies. And yeah, like, card is just awesome. Like, it's like the ramp spell that I'm actually happy to play, because not only does it give you back lands, it can also maybe give you back other stuff that you can like as well. And the rate on it is just really good, right? For one card, if you cast it, you can cast, like, it's not embarrassing to cast on its front side, it's not embarrassing to flash it back. If you do both, you feel really, really good, right? That's just a recipe for a good card. And it just gets better and better the more you're able to discount it. Savine's Reclamations are already a card that's really good to play, even in decks that cannot discount its mana value whatsoever. And if you're able to, then this card is just bananas, right? So, love Savine's Reclamation. Next card is Lorien Reveal. This is a 3 mana draw 3 sorcery, which is like pretty below rate. I mean, it's alright, but it's, not amazing. But you can also island cycle for 1. So this card is probably just like too good to not play kind of situation. The fact that it cycles for any island means that it doesn't even clash that much with your decks that care about island synergies, because you just grab a duel with this. So yeah, I would say yes, probably play Lorien Revealed, unless you like hate Universe Beyond cards or something. Yeah, it's not much to be said here. The island cycling for 1 is like not a big deal. You fill up your graveyard with spells if you care about that. You can also, this, like, in our Noyan, in our like commander that doesn't draw a card deck, like having extra ways to draw cards to mitigate mana flooding, huge, right? Play Lorien Revealed. Coastal Discovery, 4 mana, sorcery, draw 2 with Awaken 4. Don't play this card because it is just worse than a Divination. Next card is Sleight of Hand. This is a single blue. Look at top 2, put 1 in hand, 1 in bottom. Just like, it's like your 5th best cantrip. Play it if you like cantrips. Don't play it if you don't like cantrips. Next card is Windfall. 2 in a blue sorcery. Each player discard their hand and draw cards equal to the greatest number of cards discarded this way. I hate this card. I just have a thing against wheels. I think that wheels makes games really funky and really shitty. I like sculpting my hands. I don't enjoy the idea that I can windfall and then somebody just gets mana screwed. Like, imagine I cast this on turn 3 and then somebody just like draws like 6 lands. That feels pretty bad. Somebody draws like 7 spells and they can't hit their next land drop. That feels pretty bad. So this is a lot of like, I don't know, just don't love this card. Also, it like helps people in ways that I don't enjoy. Like, if you're a deck that just like vomits your hand and then I windfall and then you just like refill, like I'm king making, it's just like, I don't know, I don't like windfall. Like, if you, yeah, I just don't love this card. So I give this card a thumbs down, but it's pretty powerful, right? Like, yeah. All right, next card is Ondu Rising, 1 in a white sorcery. Whenever a creature attacks its turn, it gains lifelink until end of turn. Yeah, so this card is played because it has Awaken, right? So yeah, okay, we move on. All right, Planar Birth. We talked about this before. This card is awesome. You do have to build around this card though. You can't just play like a generic deck where you like fill your deck with duels and you have like I don't know like 10 basics and you expect this card to be good. That can't be, right? You need your deck to be like really good at filling up the graveyard. The more you index into this card, the more you get away with it. And I've definitely had games where like I cast this on like turn 3 or turn 4 and I get back like 3 basics and it's just like bro, like come on. That's just like that's nuts, right? So yeah, would recommend this card, but you do have to build around it. It's very worth it if you do. Next card is Coastal Breach, 7 mana, bounce all null and permanents, but it has Undaunted, so it gets discounted for each opponent you have. This is just like Devastation Tide, but like cost 4 instead of 5. It's a fine card, but we talked about this before. I don't like this. You can play it if you like it. Next card is Clutch of Currents, single blue, bounce target creature with Awaken. So this is played because of Awaken, right? Yeah. It's also a sorcery. Like, yeah, don't play this card. Solve the equation. 3 mana, tutor a instant or sorcery, put into your hand. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a tutor, so in your instance, or tutors every card that you would probably care about. So play it if you like tutors, or play it if you have it. Don't play it if you don't like tutors, right? It's pretty simple. Next card is Seagate Restoration. Holy moly, this card is, what the hell is this price? Yeah, that's kind of funny. So this is one of those MDFCs that can come into play untapped. It's like free-ish to play. It's not an island, that's kind of a cost, but for 7 mana you get to draw equal to the number of cards in your hand, +1, and you have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Actually really funny to talk about this. Not having a maximum hand size can actually be a detriment if your deck cares about discarding cards, which is really funny to say. It's one of those reasons why I don't actually like Prof's Eidetic Memory. I do play a lot of decks where Prof's Eidetic Memory would be good, but the fact that it gives me no maximum hand size actually becomes a detriment a lot of times because I need to discard cards to my graveyard. So that being a thing that you get is actually not always a positive. But yeah, I mean, this is just like a staple. Like, it's very low cost to put in your deck. If you have one, you play it. If you don't have it, you don't. You're not missing out on that much. Maybe you are, I don't know, it is pretty expensive. Alright, next card is Requisition Raid, single white sorcery, and you can do a bunch of stuff. You can like pay an extra to just pay at 1 to kill an artifact, kill an enchantment, or pump the board. I just think this card is kind of like, whatever. Like, you can pay 3 mana to blow up 2 things, but it's destroy, not exile. So, because how much I value exile, I would rather play Return to Dust, pay the extra mana and play Return to Dust, because to get that 2 things, you need 4 mana and play as a sorcery. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of Requisition Raid. I know this card has like flexibility, right? You can pay 2 to just go after an artifact or pay 2 to just go after an enchantment, but I don't know. I'm very like exile pilled. I just don't love cards that destroy. Like, you need to make this an instant for me to want to play it. Let's just say that. Okay, so Requisition Raid, not for me. Next card is Mystic Speculation, single blue with buyback 2, scry 3. So this card is kind of like View from Above. It's like it's a card that you can just cast repeatedly. It's way worse than View from Above because it's sorcery, not an instant. You also, in order for you to like get away with something, you really do have to discount the full buyback cost, right? So if you have like a Brawl and a Curious Homunculus in play, then yeah, Mystic Speculation is pretty awesome. But yeah, scrying is not card advantage. Like, putting like there's no amount of like, basically my stance on this is that it's impossible to pay, like there's almost no amount of mana that's worth putting a really good card on top of my library, right? Because again, I'm drawing cards. I'm only scrying with Mystic Speculation. I'm not drawing cards. Now, if you say, okay, but my deck is gonna have Archmage of Runes and Archmage Emeritus, and I'm gonna like Mystic Speculation and just pop off. Okay, that's fine, right? But that's like pretty combo-y. That's like pretty Magical Persistent Land in my opinion. So I'm not in love with Mystic Speculation. I just think this card just doesn't do anything. Scrying feels really good, but then you're in a situation where you're like, man, I need some freaking cardboard. And you're staring at Mystic Speculation in your hand, and you're just going like, why can't you draw me a card? That's how I feel, right, with Mystic Speculation. You can make the same arguments for View from Above, but like View from Above gives your shit flying, It also only needs one discount. It's also an instant. You can like pass the turn with view from above and use it as many times as you feel the need to. It's just like, I don't know. View from above is like leagues above Mystic Speculation for me. So yeah, thumbs down for this card. I do think it's cool though. Next card here, Displacement Wave. X blue blue sorcery. Return all non-land permanents with converted mana cost extra less in their owner's hands. I've never played this card. You could go for like X equals to 4 and keep Noindar in play, but like that's not good because like when you want a bounce spell, you want to bounce everything, and like a lot of broken things are above 4 mana, so you know, no to Displacement Wave. If you have to bounce even higher mana value stuff, you have to pay way more into the X, then this card is just worse than like Coastal Breach or like Devastation Tide or whatever. Yeah, so not into Displacement Wave. Now something I did forget to mention really is that like I suspect that one of the reasons why cards like Devastation Tide is so high up here in popularity is the fact that if you get like a sticky land into play, right, like Darksteel Citadel or even like Valgavath Slayer, and then you Devastation Tide after the land gets huge, you are okay with the fact that Noindar returned to your hand, right? I think that is something that I'm aware of. However, I just find that type of strategy to be like not as reliable as would like to be. It is not. I want to win a little bit harder than that. That's how I feel, right? But you can obviously disagree. And like an indestructible land and a hexproof land, very very sticky, very hard to get rid of, but not impossible, right? I would feel pretty devastated if I made like a 30-30 Darksteel Citadel. I bounce everything. I feel smug, right? I punch someone for 30. I feel awesome, and then like it gets hit by Path to Exile, and you know, like I have to redo everything again, right? Like it's just not like yeah. It's probably enough about that. All right, next card is Raven Form, 3 mana sorcery, exile target artifact or creature. Its controller makes it 1/1. You can foretell it for blue. This card is okay. It's like not an instant, so I don't know. Like removal spells for me, they gotta be instants, man. Like I know like if you foretell this, it's a really good rate because it's a like once you pay the 2 and you untap later, it's just a single blue for an exile effect, right? Artifact or creature, so pretty good. But yeah, it needs to be an instant for me. I think there's too many premium instant options for me to consider a card like Raven Form. Next card is Sheer Drop. 3 mana sorcery, destroy target tap creature with Awaken 3. I think, you know, we know how I feel about that. Next card is Rise from the Tide. 6 mana sorcery. Create a tap 2/2 black zombie creature token for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. Wow, as I'm nearing the end of the sorcery side, and criminally criminally I don't see one of the best cards on this that really should be on this list, but it's not. Rise of the Tide is not that card though. 6 mana. You really gotta like make a kind of a metric shit ton of zombies in order for you to feel good about this card. They also come to battlefield tap. They cannot block. Your graveyard also needs to be like fat, right? You need a really fat graveyard, and like a random Bajuka box anywhere in the game turns off Rise from the Tides, right? This card is just terrible. And this card has no synergy with Norindar, right? This card basically just says, you want to play instant sorceries, so I reward you for playing instant sorceries. That's it, right? But like Norindar doesn't... This card doesn't interact with Norindar. So, yeah, I mean, only 7% in 1200X. Yeah, okay, right? This card is just like not that good. Even in a non-Norindar deck, right? Generic Spellslinger deck, I don't like Rise from the Tides. It just doesn't do anything, in my opinion. Or rather, it doesn't do enough. Next card is Merchant Scroll. 1 into blue sorcery, tutor a blue instant, and put it into your hand. This is just a tutor. You can use Merchant Scroll to find view from above. That's probably the best use case for it, or use it to find Vanish into Memory, right? Those 2 cards are like good enough to be worth tutoring. So yeah, you can play Merchant Scroll. It's just a tutor. I know like a lot of people are not into tutors. That's totally fine, right? Play whatever you like. Next card, Flood of Recollection, blue blue sorcery, return an instant sorcery from a graveyard to your hand, and then exile Flood of Recollection. So this card is just a 2 mana Archaeomancer. Probably make it better than Archaeomancer. You can play this card. The fact that it costs blue blue kind of sucks. Can't discount this. And the fact that it exiles itself also kind of sucks. So those are the things against this card, but it's not an offensive card to play. It's totally fine. Next card is Irenicus's Vile Duplication. For 4 mana, you get to create a copy of target creature, except the token is flying and isn't legendary. So like, I guess the idea here is that you're trying to copy Noindar. no, Noyan is good enough by himself. Like you don't need a second Noyan. Like this is like very very indulgent. Like I want to win really really hard, or I want to do like some really cool stuff. So I'm just gonna copy my commander a bunch of times, which is like totally a valid strategy. But it's uh, in the case of Noindar, like if you have Noindar in play and you're casting spells, like you're already like Omega, you're chilling, right? You don't need two Noindars. It's basically that. Next card is Approach of the Second Sun. Basically, this card says if you cast this twice, you win the game, and the first time you cast it, it moves to the seventh card from the top of your library. Um, yeah, if you care about beating up your opponents with lands, this card is counterintuitive. Don't play alternate win conditions. It's not reliable. It's not good. It just detracts from your main plan. You draw this card in your hands. You are not ready to win with it. It rots. Yeah, don't play Approach the Second Sun, in my opinion. Right? Um, it's just like not a good card you should play. I think people who put like this is a very common thing to do, right? Like I play a lot of Azorius, and I just see a lot of decks with Approach of the Second Sun in them because they just don't know how to win the game. This is very common. Like Azorius is very good at drawing a ton of cards, doing a lot, disrupting your opponents a lot, and then it just kind of does nothing. So people feel like, oh, but I need a card in my deck that like wins the game. So they play Approach of the Second Sun, and I'm just like, don't do that. I think at least with Noindar, you don't get into that situation, right? Just make a 2020 and just whack people. Like it's that simple, right? Don't play Approach of the Second Sun. It's not worth it. This card is Spell Twine. This is 6 mana sorcery. Exile target instant sorcery from your graveyard and target instant sorcery from opponent's graveyard. Copy those and cast the copies. This is like really slow. Spell Twine also incentivizes you to put big spells in your deck. Otherwise, if you're just spell twining like a couple of shitty cantrips, like Spell Twine, you're not really getting away with anything. And Noindar doesn't really want you to play big expensive spells, so I, do not recommend playing Spell Twine, even though this card is really powerful. Next card is Curse of the Swine, X blue blue sorcery, exile X target creatures, and for each exiled creature, you make a 2/2. The controller makes a 2/2. This is okay. I don't like this card. It's a sorcery, not an instant. It does kill a lot of creatures, but like, just play Tragic Arrogance. Honestly, I've been glazing Tragic Arrogance for this entire like section, but like, it's really that good. And yeah, okay, Curse of the Swine exiles, but like Tragic Arrogance makes them sacrifice, which is just good enough. Tragic Arrogance gets past hexproof, blah 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 blah. Okay. Um, yeah, we can move on. All right, artifacts. Oh boy, that's a lot of artifacts. Okay, so wayfarers. So we talked about earlier with creatures. Creatures need to be better than divination. Similar with artifacts, actually. The like anything that is not an instant sorcery automatically needs to be way better than they normally would have to be for me to want to play them. Wayfarer's Bauble is a card that a lot of people love. I do like this card too, but I just think it's like not that good because it's good early and it's like really whatever later. It's like blank, pretty close to being blank later in the game. When you draw this and you're just like not happy to pay 3 mana for a rampant growth that doesn't trigger Norindar. Like that's just not where I want to be. So I stay away from Wayfarer's Bauble. If you think Wayfarer's Bauble is good, you play Wayfarer's Bauble, right? You don't have to agree with me there. That's just how I feel. This is my video. I'm talking about how I feel about the cards. Next card is Expedition Map. 1 mana artifact, 2 tap sack, search for a land. I think if you just play all the good lands in your deck and you will just find them naturally drawing them. I'm not excited to pay 3 mana to look for a land when I can just draw them. And for a combat focused Norindar deck, you say, okay, but you need like there's only 3 indestructible lands and 1 hexproof land. Like what else are you possibly gonna use, right? Because everything else is vulnerable. They're not keyworded. So we can go through some, right? The good one is Flagstones of Traquair. Flagstones is a land that comes to play untapped, and when it dies, it replaces itself with a plains. So Flagstone kind of has not indestructible, right? But like it has the fail case of when this dies to removal or a sweeper, you get refunded for a land. Obviously not if it gets exiled, but that's okay, right? So Flagstones is also a good animation target. What else can you animate? Well, fetch lands, right? So if you have a fetch land in play, I cannot spell Flooded Strand. Flooded Strands, right? It's Flooded Strand. Flooded Strand, right? If you turn this into a creature, you can just and you don't tap it for mana, right? Because you're using it as a creature, that's just fine. You can attack with it, or you can block with it. most of the time when I'm animating a fetch land, I'm intending to block because it's like early in the game. I just want to like have some more time to accumulate more resources. It's totally serviceable to just animate a flooded strand because when your opponent targets this with removal, you just sacrifice it and grab a land from your deck. So if you play enough of these types of cards, right, between fetch lands, Flagstone's Truck Air, oh, another really good one, Drawing Your Temple, right? Drawing Your Temple, you can pay 3 mana to reanimate this from your graveyard. Lots and lots of good options for you to animate that don't feel bad, right? Because, sometimes you will animate an island. If it gets blown up, it feels bad. But there's a lot of, like, anti-removal options that you can animate that I don't feel the need to use Expedition Map to find, like, my Darksteel Citadel. So yeah, so for me, I currently do not enjoy this card, but if you do, you do. Next card on the list is Archaeomancer's Map. You can pay 2 and a white to get 2 basic planes, and then this has like a burgeoning type effect where like if your opponent plays a land and they have more lands than you, you get to put a land into play. So this is like a very like generic white ramp thing. I don't own a card. I've never played with this card. I have seen it from across the table. It doesn't feel that overwhelmingly scary. I guess the price tag indicates that people like this card. If you like this card and you have one play it, I don't think you're missing that much. I think that the thing that I'm doing with the graveyard shenanigans and planar birth, I think it's like good enough. I don't really feel the need to also play Archaeomancer's Map. All right, next card here is Swiftfoot Boots. Everybody should probably know what this does. Gives your creature hexproof and haste. So very interesting, right? Because you think like Noyan, vulnerable, expensive Azorius commander, right? Needs to be in play for multiple turns to really get its value. So let's protect him with booties. Yeah, I disagree. I think that it's too easy for this card to not have text, right? Your Noyan, yes, if you give him hexproof, which is the best case, by the way. Sometimes you don't get that, right? Sometimes your opponents see you are trying to give your commander permanent hexproof, and they go like, "No, I will kill your commander before the equip resolves." Right? That happens, and it's really funny because if you hadn't used Swiftfoot Boots, if you hadn't reached for the permanent hexproof, your opponent probably doesn't use that removal spell, and they wait around, right, for you to do your thing longer. So, really weird kind of like paradoxical gameplay that these protection equipments can lead to. But also, after getting hexproof on your commander, it still doesn't like prevent you from getting like mass exiled, mass bounce, sacrifice, like none of those things, right? So it's like, no, like I can't. I don't want to play Swiftfoot Boots. This card doesn't do anything when you play it in the early game. It doesn't help you make your land drops. It doesn't help you make mana. It's not an instant or sorcery. It's like very easy to play around. And like this is something that I haven't talked about yet, but like if you play artifacts and enchantments, you are giving options. You are giving fodder to your opponent's artifact enchantment removal, right? In a Noyan deck, your cards are mostly hard to interact with, right? You're casting instant sorceries, right? Those cards can't be stopped, right? They need to be counterspelled. And you're using those instant sorceries to produce creatures. So you have your commander, which is a creature, and you animate lands, which are creatures, right? So operating in the space of creatures is fine. It's totally reasonable. But then when you dip into like artifacts and enchantments, like you're giving people things to remove, right? Which like can be fine if your deck has other like more powerful artifacts that you wish to stick around, but like not the case for us normally, right? Like Swiftfoot Boots is like, I know it's not a card that like it's worth being removed, but when you put artifacts in your deck that aren't like that like can be removed, then you're just giving more stuff. You're just like opening yourself up to get like resource traded on, right? Like if somebody has Reclamation Sage, maybe they'll save it for something more dangerous, or they just cast it and blow up your boots, and you feel really bad. So like, I think for multitude of reasons, I'm just not in love with these types of cards. I think that I would rather just cast protection spells, right, or like phase out spells to protect my commander and not use like permanent sources of hexproof. Especially because the haste doesn't do anything, right? Like Noyan produces hasted lands, like it's just there for the hexproof. Next card is Crucible of Worlds, 3 mana artifact, play lands from your graveyard. This is good card advantage. You do need to have a lot of fetch lands. It's a pricey card. It's probably good, but it's an artifact. Don't love it. It can do nothing, but it probably frequently does stuff. I never played with this card, but I can suspect that it's probably pretty good. It is kind of slow though, right? Um, so just it's a lot of it's a big card for what it provides. Next card is Darksteel Garrison. This is a 2 mana artifact fortification. That's yeah, is this like an equipment for lands? Whenever fortified land becomes tapped, target creature gets +1/+1. So you're paying 5 mana to give one of your lands indestructible. Don't play this. Play Expedition Map. Play Expedition Map before Darksteel Garrison. You're paying 5 mana to make a land indestructible when you can just pay 3 mana and play an indestructible land, right? Yeah, so don't do that. Right, this card is cool though. Like if you are the type of person that wants to put this card into play and have your opponents go WTF question mark question mark question mark, yeah, play it. But otherwise, don't. Next card here is Primal Amulet, 4 mana, instant sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. So this is like pretty good, right? Just 4 mana discounter, colorless, pretty good. Normally, you only get this effect in blue. And whenever you cast a spell, you put a charge counter on it. When it has 4 or more charge counters, it turns into this pretty powerful land, right? This makes mana of any color, and if you use it to cast a spell, it gets copied. I found that Primal Amulet is just removal bait. Similar to what I've talked about with Swiftfoot Boots, your deck is mostly operating with creatures, so it's okay if you play multiple creatures that are all kind of like powerful, right? I did talk about how Archmage Emeritus is kind of high threat profile, but the idea basically is like your deck is all about creatures anyways. If you have a lot of creatures, that's fine. It's not really the end of the world. But then you dip into artifacts and enchantments, and you play a card like Primal Amulet. Your deck probably isn't as good at protecting Primal Amulet as you are at protecting your own creatures because, like, protection spells for artifacts are a lot more narrow, right? So protecting Primal Amulet is hard, and this card is crazy. When this card flips, you just copy a spell every single turn, right? And if you can untap Primal Wellspring, you go even crazier. So your opponents are pretty incentivized to not let you flip this, which means that Primal Amulet starts getting traded for like disenchants and stuff, or whatever other equivalents that your opponents play naturalizes. And I just find myself to be like not in a good spot when I do that, right? Like the amount of winning, quote unquote, that Primal Wellspring gives me is not worth like playing this card and then just getting it removed like immediately a lot of the times. So that's my experience. But again, like I know like my experience doesn't translate to everybody else's. If you play in groups or pods where Primal Amulet sticks around and flips, then yeah, play the shit out of this card. This card is awesome. Um, yeah, and also you can if you turn Primal Wellspring into a land and you can copy it and you get more Primal Wellsprings, it goes crazy. So if you enjoy that type of jank, give it a shot. All right, Lightning Greaves is just Swiftfoot Boots. It's better than Swiftfoot Boots, but same arguments. Don't want to play this. Mind Splice Apparatus. 4 mana artifact with flash. At the beginning of your upkeep, you put an oil counter on it, and it discounts your spells for the number of oil counters on this. Mind Splice Apparatus is pretty awesome. It is an artifact, which suffers the same downside. I don't have to keep talking about it, but it has the potential of discounting your spells by a pretty crazy amount. I think this card is probably good, but it's like it's just expensive enough and it's just good enough. It probably never lives long enough for you to get like crazy value out of it. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I feel like for my decks, like I play a lot of cheap spell discounters at like 2 mana, so 4 mana for Mind Splice is a lot, and also a lot of my deck is built so that I'm happy to, like I only need one discount, right? Like I play a lot of 1 in the blue spells, so the Giga discount on Mind Splice Apparatus won't come up for me, so I don't play this card. But if you play lots of big spells, then yeah, Mind Splice Apparatus is awesome and you should play it. Next card is the Ozolith. This card basically just protects your counters. If your land with like 20 counters on it dies, it goes on the Ozolith, and then later you can transfer those counters onto something else. This is pretty awesome. It's also hella expensive. I can't say honestly how I feel about the Ozolith. I don't play with these types of cards. I find them to be really, really win more. Like especially at first glance, it's like this only does stuff once you have Noyan in play and once you start animating lands, and it's like, yeah, that's just like not a place I want to be. So for me, I don't feel like I need this type of effect. Obviously, it's very powerful. Like if you feel like you're in a metagame where your artifacts enchantments go untouched, but your creatures get touched all the time, then yeah, Ozilith is great, right? It's definitely gonna have moments where it's just like, wow, this card is absurd. But yeah, I don't love it. Maybe you do. The counter protection stuff is always really really weird. I just think that like um, it's so powerful with Noyandar to utilize cards that wipe the board, the whole board, right? That's minus the lands. That I don't want cards like Ozolith in my deck. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why this card is like commands this freaking price tag. All right. So next card is Sword of the Animist. For 2 mana, you get an equipment. Equip creature gets +1/+1. When the equip creature attacks, you can ramp. Right. Get a basic. Put a battlefield tapped. Equip 2. This card is obviously really good if you can attach this early and just keep farming triggers. But like in a Spellslinger deck where a commander costs 5 mana, like how many cheap creatures are you going to play to use this? The answer is probably not many. And if you are playing a lot of cheap creatures to use this, then I think arguably that makes your deck pretty bad, right? Because your density of instant sorceries then go down quite a bit, which means it gets harder and harder to proc Norindar. And the ramp is really nice, right? Like obviously like non-Azori, like non-green ramp that's repeatable for like pretty low cost is really good, but like yeah, I don't think this is the type of card that you should play in a Norindar deck. Next card is Isochron Scepter. For 2 mana, you imprint a spell that costs 2 or less, and you can repeatedly cast it, basically. This card is, like, hella scary. Obviously, you can do combo stuff with this. If you play Mana Rocks and Dramatic Reversal, that's like a very, conventional way of using this card. You can also imprint a counter spell to just have access to a permanent counter spell. The problem when you play Isochron Scepter is now the entire table is going to be working together to either blow this up or kill you. And I don't think that Isochron Scepter allows you to defend yourself properly, right? It generates threat at such a high level, and it doesn't protect you, or it doesn't protect itself to the degree that it's like worth that level of heat. So I'm a huge non-believer of Isochron Scepter. Myself, but this is a very tantalizing type of card, right? People love getting like infinite free repeatable value, so I get it, but also don't play this card, or I'm not a fan of it. Rather, you can play it if you like. Explorer Scope, 1 mana. Whenever you equip creature attacks, look at top card of your library. If it's a land, you can put it on the battlefield tapped. Yeah, this is like Sword of the Animus, but it can miss, but it's cheaper. Again, like I don't play cheap creatures. I don't play enough cheap creatures for this, so I think this card is not worth it, unfortunately. But it's a cool card. I wish I have a deck that I can use this well, which I currently don't. Next card is Sigarda Summons. 4 white for an enchantment. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have base power and toughness 4/4, are flying, and are angels. This is like, so you just think about this as like your lands, 6 mana. Your lands are +4/+4 and fly. That's it, right? The angel part is pretty irrelevant. This is not good, right? Like, I 43% of 1100 decks, 1155. Like, why is this good? Like, how many lands do you need to buff with this to be good, right? Like, isn't Octavia just like I know Octavia doesn't get flying, but like Octavia is 8/8 worth of stats, and she costs 2 mana, right? I know she has deck building requirement, but like still, it's kind of crazy, like, to think about, actually, right? Like maybe like I'm living in my own little bubble where like I animate 1 or 2 lands and I'm just happy, whereas like everybody else just turns like half their lands into creatures and then casts Sigarda Summons. Like, yeah, I don't know, right? If you want flying, you have Wonder, you have View from Above. If you want power toughness, just cast more spells, right? Just cast 6 mana. Just cast this. Like, look, just cast this. Recurring Insight, okay? Cast Recurring Insight, right? 6 mana, draw cards equal to the number of cards in target opponent's hand. This is a lot of cards, right? Especially like in a 4-player game, somebody's gonna have enough cards for you to draw like 5+ off of this, and then you do it again next turn. You draw so many cards, cast whatever you draw, right? Your creatures are gonna become so huge, you don't need Sigarda Summons, and then just discard Wonder into your graveyard, and now they have flying, right? It's like I don't understand this. I really don't understand why this card is number 1 on this list. It's really baffling. If anything, like Case of the Ransack Lab should be number 1, right? This card is crazy, right? We'll talk about this later. But not Sagara summons. I don't get it, right? It's an enchantment. It's not an instant sorcery. What are we doing, right? All right, moving on to Brave the Sands. One in a white for an enchantment. Creatures you control have vigilance, and they can block an extra creature each combat. So again, if we follow the rule of like, is this card good early? The answer is no. This card is only does anything if you once you have your board established, and because it gives vigilance to all of your creatures, it's one of those cards that once again incentivizes you to animate multiple lands. Yeah, I don't know. It looks pretty popular. I think this card is terrible. It doesn't draw cards, doesn't make mana, doesn't do any of the things that you want. Okay, vigilance is really really nice. I don't think it's worth it to pay to get that on a 2 mana enchantment, right? Because I need cards. Like the things that I need in a Noyan deck, I need cards, I need mana. I don't need vigilance. If I have enough cards and if I have mana, I don't need my lands to have vigilance, right? So just yeah. Heart Pass on Brave the Sands. Next card is Felidar Retreat, Landfall, a 4-mana enchantment. Landfall, you get a 2/2 token or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you're trying to get vigilance. I like this card quite a bit more than Brave the Sands because it also produces tokens for you when you don't care about the vigilance, but at the same time, it's like everything here is too low rates. We're not a green deck. We don't landfall it that hard. If you just play this so that every single turn you get the vigilance, it's like okay. The cat token is okay. It's just all like mediocre. I think Felidar Retreat is a really sick card, but like not for Noyan deck, right? Just, someone can explain to me why this card is awesome. I don't get it personally. Next card up is Jace's Sanctum. 4 mana, discounts all your spells by 1, and when you cast a spell, scry 1. Unfortunately, I think this card costs like 1 too much mana for me to be happy with it. I think I still play it sometimes, but I think after a while I have managed to cut this. Yeah, the scry 1 is just like, okay, it's fine, but like a discounter for 4 mana, too much, right? So, no for me for Jace's Sanctum. Next card is Equinox. This is like looks like a really old card. It was a pretty sick art. A single white. Oops, sorry. I need some water. Next card. Oh, sorry. This card is Equinox. It's a white enchant land. Tap land enchanted with Equinox to counter a spell that destroys one or more of your lands. Okay, so this card doesn't do anything because you use Darksteel Citadel, right? You don't need to spend a mana on an enchantment, and then you have to tap down your mana to only counter effect and destroy, right? So, I mean, I don't know whether this would stop like a Wrath of God on non-indestructible lands. I don't know, but I would not play this card, unfortunately. Next card is Always Watching. 1 white. Enchantment, non-token creature control get +1/+1 have vigilance. Yeah, so this is just Brave the Sands, right? But instead of extra block, you get a little bit of a buff, which you don't need because Noyan creatures are huge, and it costs an extra mana. Yeah, same arguments apply. I think Always Watching is awesome. I don't want to play any minority deck. So moving on. Case of the Ransack Lab. Oh, and sorry, before I continue, yes, like I understand that there are scenarios in which like you have like a medium-sized board. It would feel really, really good to drop a card like Brave the Sands or Always Watching and then start going to town. I know that that's really good. The problem is that if I'm in that situation where I have a bunch of untapped lands and I feel comfortable like paying 3 mana for an enchantment that doesn't draw me cards, doesn't give me mana, I feel good already, right? I think you can maneuver that situation into a one where you're favored to win, and you don't need cards like Brave the Sands or Always Watching. That's how I feel, right? I think like my primary concern with Noyan is like, how do I cast Noyan? How do I keep him on the battlefield? And how do I not run out of cards, right? Those are like priority number 1, which I think they're hard. They're hard to fill because it's so easy in Commander to like get all your shit blown up and then you can't, like, you just run out of stuff and then you just sit there and die, right? I think that's just like more important to fix. And Always Watching is a card that doesn't do anything to protect you. Like, it's only good when you are able to comfortably attack because it doesn't draw cards. It can't help you find removal. It can't help you find interaction for your opponent's stupid stuff. It's just, yeah, and like if you care about maximizing cards like Tragic Arrogance or Consuming Tide, these things just get swept away. You know, it's a lot of things to not like about this card. So I am, yeah, just my spiel on that, I guess. Next card here, Case of the Ransack Lab. Discounters resources by 1. Already pretty awesome, right? This is just like 3 mana, Jason Sanctum. The Scry 1 is obviously not nothing, but like I'd rather pay 1 less mana for my discounter. But also, holy moly, um, you get the Archmage Emeritus effect, right? Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, draw a card. You get that on and in order to get that, you have to cast 4 or more spells in a turn, which is not easy, right? I understand like casting 4 spells on your own turn because you can only solve on your own instep. It's hard. Case of the Ransack Lab, I just think it's basically just Archmage of Runes, right? Obviously, because it just has both lines of those text. But in the case of the case, you get the discount straight up, right? For 3 mana, and you actually just never have to solve it, and it's just like okay. It's okay for you to never solve the case. Um, and I think the rate for 3 mana versus 5 mana, like your opponents will only need to shit their pants when you are ready to solve the case, right? If you don't solve the case, it's just a discounter that's giving you mana value over hopefully a long period of time. It does not need demand like immediate removal, so super reasonable. And it because it costs you specifically because you don't get to this like draw a card for every spell. Because you have to work for that. Like the threat profile of this card is now in a way where your opponents are not just gonna like blow this up immediately. I mean, maybe they do anyways, but like they can wait. And if they can wait, that means you're allowed to play. You're allowed to take advantage of your cards, which I think is really, really valuable. So I'm a big fan of Case of the Ransack Lab. Um, yeah, I love this card. I think it's criminally underplayed. Probably. You do have to build your deck around it though, obviously, right? Again, like with a lot of these cards that I love, they require steep deck building costs that needs you to meet. In the case of the case, you do need your deck to have like absolute metric fuck ton of spells, right? Which like you can't play Case of the Ransack Lab and then also play Always Watching. You gotta not play Always Watching to play Case of the Ransack Lab. All right, next card is Ristic Study. I fucking hate Ristic Study. I hate paying for the 1. I hate asking people to pay for the 1. When I play against Ristic Study, I always pay the 1, and then I go after the person that cast the Ristic Study. Um, this card is miserable to play against. Yeah, that's Ristic Study. It's cool. That's how I feel about this card. You know, I know it's good. But yeah, we move on. Inexorable Tide, 5 mana. Whenever you cast a spell, proliferates. This card doesn't make any sense. This card is just like Noyan, but worse. This is like I would rather just clone my Noyan, right? Like just cast Irenicus's Vile Duplication and just make another Noyan, right? That's probably better than this. It's like in order for Inexorable Tide to give you the same effect as Noyan, you need to already have animated lands and you need to have 3 or more, right? Lands, because otherwise, like none of them. Otherwise, this is just worse than Noyan. I know it's like every single spell, but still, right? Yeah, I just don't understand. Like someone explained to me the proliferate thing. I don't get it. All right, next card is Land Tax. Land Tax is Land Tax. This card basically draws you a bunch of basic lands. It's pretty good. I don't own a copy. I've never played with this card. It's probably really good. It's an enchantment in your deck that cares about instant sorceries, but otherwise, it's probably worth it anyway. So Land Tax is Land Tax. Next card is Smothering Tithe. Smothering Tithe is Smothering Tithe. Yeah, we move on. Mystic Remora is Mystic Remora. I actually think like this one is meta dependent. Like if this card is only good in high power pods where people play multiple spells on the early game. If you aren't in a meta game like that, or if people are just like dropping creatures left and right and just smashing each other, Mystic Remora is actually really bad. So you know, play it if you like it, I guess. I actually don't. I don't like Mystic Remora, so I don't play it. It's just basically just another Ristic Study, right? So yeah, no. Next card is Retreat to Coral Helm, 2 and a blue enchantment. On landfall, you can either tap or untap a creature or scry 1. So the cool thing I guess you can do with this card is you can actually untap your lands to make mana on landfall, which is like, okay, that's interesting. But you're not a green deck, so it's hard to proc that much landfall. So like Retreat to Coral Helm then is just a 3 mana rock, right? Like it's just like a commander sphere, just like a manolith a lot of the times. Which I know like you can attack with the land and then untap it for vigilance, okay, but like really what are you getting? You're paying 3 mana for an enchantment in your Spellslinger deck, like no, right? I'm not into Retreat to Coral Helm, unfortunately. Oh, I have to tilt my head for this one. Dazzling Theater Prop Room. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. Untap each creature you control during each other player's untap step. Okay, so this is the so people want to play this for the untap all your shit thing, which is just like, yeah. I think I've said all I've said about that. It looks really good, but it needs you to untap a lot of lands, which is or animate a lot of lands, which is dangerous. Doesn't do anything without animated lands. Um, it's greedy. It makes people piss scared of you, and then they're probably gonna blow up all your shit. So I don't know. Don't love it. Right. Moving on. Next card is Consecrate Land. For a single white, you get an Enchant Land aura, which makes it indestructible and can't be enchanted by other auras. Yeah. I don't know. Play Darksteel Citadel. Tutor Darksteel Citadel. Next card is Copy Land. This is a 3-mana enchantment which comes in a copy of any other land or any land on the battlefield except as an enchantment. So this card is cool. You can play this as a rampant with 3-mana rampant growth in blue, which is pretty good. So if you just play it for that, that's pretty nice. Unfortunately, it is an enchantment rather than instant sorcery, so for me that loses points. The You can definitely do some crazy, like, while we're here, let's just talk about copying lands. There is some really crazy stuff you can get up to. I definitely have a deck idea in mind that I want to eventually maybe make one day, but probably never will, where you just copy Cloudpost a lot with Noindar, where you just like animate Cloudpost and then just start cloning Cloudpost with copy spells and just start making like untold, ungodly amounts of colorless mana. Sounds really sweet. But yeah, so copy land, if you don't, abuse it as much as you would with like cards like Cloudpost, I think it's just like okay. It's just like 3-mana rampant growth. It's just kind of like Wayfarer's Bauble, right? Like obviously you can copy something great, copy some good utility lands, but for the most part, you're playing this as Wayfarer's Bubble, which I think is, as I've talked before, mediocre. Okay, next card here is Metallurgic Summonings, 3 blue blue for an enchantment. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, make an XX construct, where X is the mana value. This is just worse than Norindar, pretty much, because Norindar asks you to cast cheap spells. Metallurgic Summoning asks you to cast expensive spells, so not something that I think you should do here. It does have an extra clause here. You can pay 5 mana and exile it and return all instant sorceries from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, that looks pretty good, right? But you can only do this if you have 6 more artifacts. I think by the time that you make 6 artifacts with this, somebody probably blew up the board already. So, yeah, no, I'm not a fan of Metallurgic Summonings. Next card is Ghostly Prison. And also, I guess Propaganda is next as well. These cards, I actually really hate these cards. I know these cards get played a lot, but like, your commander generates so much power toughness. Like, you don't need this, right? Ghostly Prison and Propaganda are for decks where like you're just trying to dirtle the whole game. You don't want to like, you don't produce enough of a board state to defend yourself. So then you rely on Propaganda and Ghostly Prison to like maybe delay the amount of pressure that's coming in. In a Noindar deck, as soon as you're on top of Noindar, you generate so much power toughness. I can't imagine these being good. And the age-old enchantment cards in your Spellslinger deck. So yeah, big thumbs down for those. Virtue of Loyalty, 3 white whites. Of enchantment, at the beginning of your end step, you can put a +1/+1 counter on each creature in control and untap them. So this is similar to like this room thing, untap your creatures repeatedly, which again is like, this is for psychotic players, right? Or maybe you're just brave, I don't know, psychotic or brave. Maybe this can't see the difference. 2 mana for an instant. On the adventure side, you make a 2. This doesn't really do anything. Yeah. Not a big fan of Virtue of Loyalty. Resource for defense. Whenever a permanent you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put those counters on a permanent that you control. Oh, so this is just like, this is kind of just like another Ozolith, right? This is like the Ozolith thing, and then you can move counters from permanent to another permanent for 5 mana. Yes, this is just like a white Ozolith. Again, don't have enough experience with these types of cards. My inclination is that it's just win more, right? This card is only good when Norindar's in play and you've made enough counters for like it to be worthwhile to play an enchantment like that. But yeah, otherwise does nothing. Not a big fan. Wind Zendikon. I don't know why this is here. This is an enchantment that turns your land into a creature, but like our commander does that already. Why are we playing this card? I don't get it. So Oh, I guess it's because the land, the enchanted land is a 2/2 with flying. That's why. I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Makes sense. Um, I don't know. Find find view from above. I guess I've said that a million times. I mean, I also play what's that card called? Defy Gravity, right? Which like looks terrible. Defy Gravity looks terrible. Target creature, it's a single blue. Target creature gets flying. Flash for blue. But the reality is that Defy Gravity is two spells in a card, right? If you have Noindar in play, even if you don't care about flying, you can just pay 2 blue mana and make 6/6 worth of stats, which is just like valuable in itself. And early on in the game, when you draw Defy Gravity, you don't have anything to target with it. You just loot it away, right? Build your looting deck, a graveyard centric spell slinger deck, and just loot this thing away, right? It's just only upside. Then it becomes a spell you can cast later. Wins in the con, none of those things, right? Yes, I know that the flying is permanent. It's just like you don't need permanent flyer, right? There's no world in which like you animate anything early game with wins in the con, right? This card will you draw this in your opening hand. This just sits there for like 6-7 turns while you set up. Like no, right? Like don't play wins in the con. So you know, big thumbs down for me. All right, planeswalkers. I as a blanket statement, as a blanket like feeling thing, I just hate planeswalkers. So I don't really want to talk about any of these. Big Tef is pretty strong, I guess. Um, he's not that easy to protect. I would only play him if my deck can actually get to the can get to the 8 part. Now maybe that's why everybody here is playing cards like Inexorable Ties, so they proliferate their Teferis to 8 loyalty. I don't know. I don't know. I just think that Planeswalkers in multiplayer commander just does too little to be worth it. Like even Teferi, one of the best Planeswalkers that they ever made, it's like you cast this, you +1, you've paid 3 mana to draw a card. Okay, and the next turn you draw a card and make 2 mana. It's just like, okay, right? Like in Commander, we do better than that. Similar to Narset Transcendent, Narset does get you, it gives one of your spells rebound, which is pretty good, but like O'Hare, Pack Tick, whatever, that flyer guy probably does that job better. And the card draw here, the +1 card draw thing here can whiff, doesn't touch lands, so it's pretty bad. Narset Parter Veils, um, just play divination, right? And like if you don't play divination, you want to do like, and you put this card into play just to like -2 to like grab spells. Your opponents are gonna shit their pants because they think you're gonna wheel them. So she's just gonna die, right? I don't know. I don't quite get it, but yeah. Say no to Narset's Reversal. Or sorry, Narset's Parter Veil. Sorry, Narset's Reversal is a pretty sweet card though. All right, down here in the lands. So most of these lands will get the same blanket evaluation from me, which is that they're just not worth it. I think that the paying mana to turn man lands into creatures sounds really good, but like unless there's like some weird layers thing where they get to become that land forever, I just think I just never want to pay the mana for any of these, right? Maybe Fairy Conclave, because Fairy Conclave you get flying for 2 mana, maybe, right? But still no for me. So that immediately for me is like a big no on Restless Anchorage, big no on Celestial Colony. These are sweet cards, right? I love me some blue-white win conditions in 1v1, but yeah, not for Commander, not for Noindar. Mystic Sanctuary, disgusting card, like just look away. This card is so stupid. I don't want to like there's so many stupid things you can do with this card. I don't want to talk about it. It's just nuts, right? Like this card should have never been printed, but it does exist, so we're gonna play it, right? Extra busted if you have blue fetch lands in your deck. Reliquary Tower, don't play this card. There's a number of reasons, it's too many to list. Basically, if this card does anything, you're doing well already. Like you don't like in order for this card to do something, you have to draw so many cards. And if you're able to draw that many cards, you're winning the game anyways. Every single turn you draw a card and you have to play a land, right? If you're not playing a land, you're losing the game. So already, like by doing nothing, you're not increasing the number of cards in your hand. And so because of that, your hand is naturally not growing, right? Especially if you're going to play cards out of your hand, right? The more cards you play that are not card draw spells, right? If you're going to play a Resourceful Defense, if you're going to play a Valadar Retreat, if you're going to play a Jace's Sanctum, if you're going to play a Swift, whatever, right? Like Baral, Chief of Compliance, you're spending cardboard to like add to your board and to like do stuff, but like that just means you just get less cards and less cards and less cards, okay? And so Reliquary Tower never does anything, and by the time that it does, it means that your engine setup or you've just resolved a gigantic draw spell, like you're doing really well. You don't need Reliquary Tower, okay? And so for all of that, the cost is your land taps are colorless in your spell slinger deck that probably wants to discount your spells. You don't want to play colorless lands. Don't play Reliquary Tower, please. And thank you. Um, yeah. Moving on, Cave the Frost Dragon, very similar to these beautiful manlands. Not a big fan. Same with Crawling Baron. These are just mana, right? You pay a lot of mana to turn them into creatures, right? Not into it. All right, and here comes the nutso. Here's Inkmoth Nexus. Inkmoth Nexus makes a colorless, or you can pay a generic mana to make it become a 1/1 artifact flyer with infect. This card is crazy, right? In Noindar, I don't own this card because I think it's too mean, honestly. But my friend does play this. The friend that inspired me to play Noindar, he does play this card with 3 animations from Noindar. Inkmoth Nexus just kills somebody straight up, and it has built-in flying. So that's crazy. This card is absolutely crazy in Noindar. If you are a Noindar, like, if you want to power up your deck as much as possible and you care about playing Noindar the way that, like, it's face-up intended, where you just animate lands and smash, yeah, play Inkmoth Nexus. This card probably will make people hate you. Not just because people don't like getting infected, but because, like, you are able to play Inkmoth Nexus and just delete somebody off the face of the planet in one turn with like very little recourse, right? It's just because Inkmoth Nexus is built in flying, because Norendar gives haste, you can just like untap with like even with like 6-7 mana, play Inkmoth Nexus, animate it, cast 3 or like animate it, cast 3 spells, just punch in, they're fucking dead out of nowhere. People are gonna hate that, so that's my cautionary tale for you. Play this at your own risk, but this card is completely absurd. Completely absurd, right? Oh yeah, and like you can do all of that with like counterspell backup to protect your threat, which is just like completely insane. All right. Next card is Hall of Storm Giants. Yeah, overpriced manland. Probably don't play this. Blinkmon Nexus, similar. If Blinkmon Nexus, Blinkmon Nexus is basically just Inkmon Nexus, except it doesn't get infect. If this card made colored mana, it would be obviously worth considering, which is why Fairy Conclave is probably higher up here. But yeah, the fact that it makes colorless is a pretty big deal. I would definitely caution against playing multiple copies of colorless producing lands in your Noindar deck. Same with Korn's Bastion. I'm never paying 4 mana to proliferate. Drawing Art Temple, just a sweet card, right? Just like throw it into the yard, it comes back. Yes, it makes colorless, but like that's okay, because it's like when you get to reanimate Drawing Art Temple with his ability, that's like pretty strong card advantage, right? Rogue's Passage. I don't like playing this card in Noindar. It's too much mana for this unblockable effect. You could totally play this. I think a lot of people consider this to be a auto play staple. Not for me though. I don't like playing this card. I try to aim a little bit higher, so no Rogue's Passage for me. Talaria West. This is a land tutor. If your deck plays Inkmoth Nexus, I would probably play Talaria West. Or if your deck is focused on abusing Lotus Field, then yeah, play Talaria West. Otherwise, I think just play more copies of whatever lands that you think is cool and move on. I think paying 3 mana to pick up a land is like really slow. It's not a spell. It doesn't draw you card, right? It's just like it's a 1-for-1. Doesn't trigger Norendar, etc., right? For the price of a land that comes to the battlefield tap, not an island. Oops, I just clicked on it. Sorry about that. Next on that list was Terrain Generator, I think. Yeah. Ooh, we're really far down here now, huh? Alright, Terrain Generator. Taps for colorless, 2 tap. You can put a basic land from your hand onto the battlefield tap. Terrain Generator is a card that I really love. I think in a Noindar deck, your commander doesn't draw enough cards. You are it's going to be really hard to support Terrain Generator. Terrain Generator excels, I think, in decks where you either play cards that fill your hand with lands, or Terrain Generator works nicely for curve purposes. You're able to go Terrain Generator on turn 3 activate to put a basic into play tapped, untap, play your 5th land, cast a 5-drop, right? I think that kind of play pattern, or 5-drop, that's probably your commander. You can do that in Noyan, but Noyan is terrible to cast on curve. You're just asking to get like removal spelled. So I like to cast Noyan like after, usually on like 6 or 7 mana. And Terrain Generator has the Walking Alice problem of like it sucks resources out of your hand. So even though it feels good when you have a lot of basics to ramp with Terrain Generator, um, you're just going down on cards. And if at any point in the game you miss a land drop because you threw them into play with Terrain Generator, that feels really, really bad, right? Because in order to get the land into play, you have to pay effectively 3 mana for this effect. So it's got to pay you off, right, in the long term. Just like not it for me, I think. All right, Lotus Field. I talked about this briefly before. You can build a deck where you use Lotus Field as like a way to ramp by stifling the ETB trigger to sacrifice 2 lands. Very, very powerful. I have a great success using this strategy in a different deck that's not Noyan. I would like to rebuild my Noyan list to take advantage of that aspect, but I haven't gone to that yet. This card is crazy. It does also have hexproof, but the thing is like attacking with Lotus Field feels really, really bad because Lotus Field makes 3 mana. So like unless you can give Lotus Field vigilance, turning it sideways to attack, you just lost 3 mana. And yes, like of course, you know, Always Watching exists, but I'm not casting Always Watching to turn on my Lotus Field. So you know, big no for me there. Thespian Stage goes great with Lotus Field. Otherwise, I wouldn't play Thespian Stage. I think playing a colorless land and then spending my time to maybe get a second copy of Darksteel Citadel is just like, I'm not into it. So no for me on Thespian Stage. Forbidding Watchtower. It's a land that comes to play tapped, makes whites, and it's a man land. Yeah, no. Otawara. Probably play Sink into Stupor first, because Sink into Stupor is actually a land. Otawara lets you pay 4 mana to discard and bounce the thing, basically. Costs 1 less for each legend you have in play. So with Noyan in play, this costs 3. Yeah, just like a powerful generic staple. I would say if you play a deck that cares about islands, you could just afford to not play this. But yeah, it's a powerful card. Mishra's Factory doesn't turns into a 2/2. It's a colorless land, turns into a 2/2 for 1 mana. Doesn't give evasion. I don't think you should play this card. Seems pretty low power level. Whoops, sorry. I keep clicking. That's my bad. Sorry, scrolling down. Okay. Cactus Preserve. This is also a manland, right? Yeah, we talked about manlands. Moving on. Temple of the False God. So actually really interesting. I want to talk about Temple of the False God. I want to talk about Temple of the False God. Unfortunately, in Noyan, this card doesn't really shine because even though you are able to consistently make the land drops, it makes colorless mana, which is just not what you want to do if you care about discounting spells. But if you don't discount your spells, then I think Temple of the False God is actually great. This card, a lot of people hate on this, but like, hit your land drops, my man. Just hit your land drops. If you build your deck so that you can hit your land drops, Temple of False God is awesome because when you get to actually use Temple of False God, it's 2 lands in 1. It's card advantage, right? It's a single card. It taps for 2 mana. That's like playing 2 lands, right? It's card advantage. And this type of like quote unquote free ramp, right, is really premium because to get that extra land, like sometimes you have to play a Wayfarer's Bubble. Sometimes you have to play, whatever, Solemn Simulacrum, etc., right? Temple of False God, you just play your land for the turn, and bam, your land drop produced 2 mana. So I'm a big fan of the Temple of the False God. I just think that most commander decks, like if you're going to play like 35 lands with like 10 plus mana rocks, yeah, Temple of the False God is going to suck, right? But if you don't do that, you either play a lot of lands or you have really, really good card selection. I think Temple of False God is it's not hard to turn on, okay? That's how I feel anyways, my spiel on that. But I wouldn't play it in Noyan list. Unless you don't discount your spells, I guess. Next card here is a Ganjo, Seed of the Empire. This is like an Otawara that like punches an attacking or blocking creature. You could play it. It's not a spell. Rather just play a spell. I know it's like free, quote unquote, but like my Spellslinger deck wants spells, right? So I don't feel like I'm getting away with anything when I activate a Ganjo, unless your deck doesn't care about islands, I guess, right? Next card is Mobilized District. This is a manland. So we're moving on. Scavenger Grounds. Scavenger Grounds taps are colorless, and you can pay 2 taps like a desert to exile all graveyards. Yeah, so this is graveyard hate. Yeah, I don't know. Like my deck uses my graveyard. I can't use this because my deck uses my own deck uses the graveyard. If your deck doesn't, then obviously Scavenger Grounds is pretty good. It does tap for colorless instead of blue, kind of a problem. Um, Graveyard hate is something that is really interesting. I don't feel like I'm happy enough to just play cards like Soul Guide Lantern, but if you don't, you also don't really have any other like super good graveyard options. I would like my graveyard hate to be like spell based, so I play Purify the Grave in my Noyan deck because in my experience, mass graveyard hate is a little overkill. It's enough for me to just nug a single card, and again, Purify the Grave, even though it looks like it doesn't do anything, it's 2 spells in one, right? And it can be discarded for value. So to me, that's good enough. Um, yeah. Definitely meta call, right? Like if your meta has like Muldrotha or whatever, like stuff like that, then yeah, probably have to bite the bullet and play Soul Guide Lanterns and such. All right, next card is Command Beacon. This card basically just rescues your commander from the command zone. It's good for if your commander gets too high on the tax. I don't like these kind of cards just because I feel like if my commander reaches the point where his tax is insane, like I've done something wrong, like that shouldn't have been the case. So I try to work towards like just never being in that situation where Command Beacon is good in the first place. But that being said, yeah, like if your Noindar just gets camped nonstop, it's kind of nice to get one more shot at having him resolve and stick on the battlefield. So that's that card. Lonely Sandbar, ETB tap, cycles for blue. Just like kind of don't like this. I don't like this. This isn't. It's just not good enough. I think. It's one of those like compromises between like I want to hit my land drops, right? But I also don't want a mana flood. Like in Commander, just mana flood. Just play draw spells. You will never mana flood, right? Play enough card draw spells, everything will be okay. You don't need a Lonely Sandbar. So that's how I feel. Castle Ventress, taps are blue, comes battlefield tap unless you control an island. The problem with this card, and you can pay 4 mana to scry 2. Problem with this card is like, I never want to pay 4 mana tap this to scry 2, so I don't know why I would want to play this. Like, if you're mana screwed, or sorry, if you're mana flooded, like, evaluate your deck to not mana flood next time, or like lower your chance of mana flooding next time. Just play more card draw spells. You love card draw spells in Noindar because you need to find more. You need to cast more spells and find more cards to like keep turning lands on, right? So Castle Ventress is a big thumbs down for me. Echoing Deeps. You can have it enter the battlefield as a copy of any land in a graveyard, except it's a cave in addition to the other types. Yeah, I don't know. Makes colorless, I guess if you don't do that. It's okay. It's like kind of like a thespian stage, kind of, but like the lens has to be in the graveyard. I don't know. You had to have a specific plan with this. If you're just gonna use this to just copy any land, like that's not you're not doing it right. Like you're not getting away with anything. So I would say no to Echoing Deeps unless you have a plan. Secluded Step, basically just a white lonely sandbar. Already talked about it. It's like mediocre all the way through. Do not recommend. Okay, mana artifacts. As a blanket thing, I don't like mana artifacts in my Spellslinger deck that cares about casting spells. Honorable mention here is Midnight Clock. Midnight Clock is a card that quickly turns into a like self wheel. It's very very strong in the right situation. I don't like this kind of effect to me. Like I just have a thing against wheeling myself or like time twistering myself, and like knowing that like whatever hand I have may go away feels bad. If I play to use Midnight Clock to refill my hand, sorry, probably should have told you what this card does. It's a 3 mana rock that basically it gets a counter every upkeep. So in a multiplayer game, every turn cycles 4 counters, and after the 12th counter, you time twister yourself. You put hand graveyard into library, shuffle, draw 7, and you can like pay 3 to accelerate that process, I guess, but that's not that relevant. The issue I have with Midnight Clock is like if you play towards this card, right, you just like dump your hand like crazy, and your opponents see that you're dumping your hand, that you really need this midnight clock to refill. Removal spell hits this, and you're just sad. And if your hand is good, you don't want to wield it, but you have to, right? Like you're forced to wield your hand with midnight clock. So I'm really uncomfortable with these types of cards, so I stay away from them. But a lot of people have a lot of good things to say about midnight clock. Everything else here, just like super mediocre. I don't know. Like I've talked about earlier about ramping, like stifling lotus fields, filling up your graveyard with planar birth. I think using like brought back spells. I think all of those have higher ceilings than just playing a bunch of mana artifacts. And I encourage you to like make that work, right? And if you can, sure, okay, play Arcane Signet, play Azorius Signet, whatever. This is just how I feel about mana artifacts in general. Yeah. Okay, down here we have like a Forger's Foundry. Tap to add blue. When you spend this mana to cast an instant sorcery, you exile that spell. You can cast any number of spells from on the card exile without paying a mana cost. Okay, I guess, right? Just like a spell sinker mana rock. It's just kind of mid. Yeah, not into it. Sorry. So, yeah. Moving on. Ooh, where that lands. We're almost at the end here. Razor Tide Bridge, absolutely awesome. Play this. This is just another copy of Darksteel Citadel. Also makes both blue and white. It's being an artifact land. Also means it's tunable with War of Invention if that's something that you're interested in. I talked about before how I want to abuse island synergy, so I personally don't play Command Tower, but like, you know, if you don't, then you do play Command Tower. Nothing here really to talk about. I like Myriad Landscape in actually a lot of like slow decks. Right, Noyan would qualify as like pretty freaking slow, but yeah, I just feel like I like spending my early turns casting like graveyard cantrips that fill my graveyard, so I don't do Mirror Landscape. I think as a rule of thumb, if your deck has a lot of things that you're happy to do on turns three, on like turn three and turn two, then don't play Mirror Landscape. But if you're like, if your deck composition is such that you're happy to see a Mirror Landscape in your opening hand because you don't really do anything on turn one, turn two, turn three, then yeah, Mirror Landscape is awesome. Other than that, any other land here that's really interesting to talk about? I guess just an Urza's Cave. Don't love it in Noindar because like I'm not paying 4 mana to get Darksteel Citadel on a land. Like it's just like okay, right? It's just fine, but it's not like amazing. Unless I'm tuning for like Lotus Field or something. Flagstones we talked about. It's awesome. Glacial Floodplain, Idyllic Beachfront. Maybe you play these to like increase your typed land count with fetch lands. I play Idyllic Beachfront myself. I also play Irrigated Farmland. I don't know. I'm not Frank Karsten. I haven't done the math. Maybe it's wrong to play so many tapped type duels, but I do. I enjoy them. And yeah. Ooh, what else is here? Okay, we have a Horizon of Progress. This card is cool. It's like a souped up terrain generator that asks you to pay more mana to put lands into play, but you can also sacrifice to draw a card. After having played this in a bunch of other different decks, I think this card just sucks, personally. Maybe you need like a Sunken Citadel in play to like discount this cost, but I'm never really happy paying for effectively 4 mana to like terrain generate, right? Even if it is not basic. So unfortunately, I'll have to give a big thumbs down to Horizon of Progress. I mean, otherwise, everything here just like a mana staple. Like, if you can afford to play with fetches right down here, right? Flooded. Oh, not Floodplain, I guess. Oh, yeah, sure. Like Flooded Strand. If you can afford to play with these cards, play with them, right? They definitely make your deck quite good with synergies from like Cosmic Intervention and like Savine's Reclamation. If you don't, right? It's fine. Your deck would be just fine. All right, cool. That's about every card I wanted to talk about. I'm just gonna quickly scan the rest of the mana base here to see if there's anything interesting to talk about. I don't see any, so yeah. All right. Hope you enjoyed listening. I will maybe see you again later.